Check, check.
Let's see.
Check, check.
Well, it's officially Championship Sunday here at Trackhouse Motorplex for the 2024 edition of the IAME Grand Nationals. It all kicks off with our Superheats here, your Micro Swift drivers, the first out onto the racetrack. And let's run you down your starting grid order here for the Superheats. A lot of drivers have definitely had some struggles throughout the heat races, but when it comes to the Superheat, you start wherever you ended up qualifying. One driver with some issues, that's Sterling Mulata. The 41 Benek machine is off the racetrack. Looks like he ran into the rear bumper of another driver there. That front bumper lodged under his front fairing. So unfortunate there for Sterling Mulata, who finds themselves with a whole lot of issues here in this one for Sterling. So very unfortunate there. But that being said, we look back onto the racetrack and we see what they can do. Your starting grid order: Marcelo Flores, Lawrence Perriman starting alongside each other on row number 1. Wynn Gottschalk and Zane Burgess on row number 2. You go back to Jaden Francisco and Dutch Westbrook on row 3. Slate Harrell, Sterling Mulata on row 4. That is if Mulata can find himself back on the racetrack. And then you go back to Camila Canache, Jack Katowski on row number 5. That rounds up your top 10 starters. Isaac Carvalho and Parker Stewart on row number 6. Camden Clay and Axel Garcia on row number 7. Santi Orioli, Zev Gottschalk on row number 8. And that's pretty much how this field is getting set to go out onto the racetrack here in a couple of moments' time. Again, for those of you at home, yesterday we had some alternate layouts. That was just for heat race number 2 and 3. And then the shootouts as well was, I guess, a little bit added spice into this weekend. But we go back to the full national layout here at Trackhouse Motorplex, a layout that has provided so much racing action, and we are excited to finally get it started here on this Championship Sunday at the IAME Grand Nationals. The Superheats are getting set to go underway. It looks a little bit fast from the gate. Yellow flag in the air, and indeed, Sterling Mulata, a little bit of a mulligan for him to try and find himself back on to the racetrack. Marcelo Flores has been quick. This is a weekend where the driver from Monterrey, Mexico has definitely found a lot of pace and has found himself in contention for his first U.S. national race victory. Has a lot of wins over in Scusa, Mexico, but not one yet here in the U.S. Lawrence Perriman as well, looking for his maiden national race victory. The BJR MTR Len Kart looking super strong so far this weekend, and the two Islanders right behind him of Wynn Gottschalk, the kid from Curacao, and Zane Burgess, the kid from Jamaica. Some say the Jamaican sensation. So this kid, look out for him to show us his pace and to see what he can do. Then you go back to Jaden Francisco as well, who's had a pretty good weekend thus far. He already broke on the national scene earlier this year at the Stars Championship Series King of the Castle, so look out for him to get into the mix. As well for Dutch Westbrook, the young Texan from Dallas, Texas, looks to work his way up and find himself with a maiden national race victory in main event action. Already got one in the heat races, but it's all different here as we get set to go green in the Superheat. We are green and we are racing. Marcelo Flores moves to the bottom. Side by side, Perriman getting pushed by Burgess. Wynn Gottschalk's up to second. Francisco goes wide. Side by side all the way up to the hill. In turn number 3, Burgess goes almost sideways. He's gonna lose almost 7 spots, and they're still crashing further back. Orioli makes contact. Carvalho in there in the mix. Everybody getting slowed way down here early on in this Superheat, and it's all kicking off now. Carvalho looks to defend from his fellow OKP teammate, see if they can't get themselves further up the field, but a change for the lead. Wynn Gottschalk looking on the inside of Flores. He's able to hold on to it around the outside. Flores holds on to the lead. 1 and 2 as it stands now. Everybody else single file all the way throughout the field. And there's Burgess right behind Carvalho, looking to continue to follow him through. Orioli there as well, but for Marcelo Flores, this is the first time where he's found himself in the lead of a race of this magnitude. There goes Parker Stewart looking on the inside of Westbrook. Slate Harrell sliding in on Lawrence Perriman. Francisco going side by side. Francisco's able to get clear here of Lawrence Perriman, and Orioli looking to take advantage of as well up the hill in turn number 3. Looks like Orioli was able to get through on Perriman. Couldn't get another move done there, but again, this race already action-packed as we continue to go side by side here in turn number 5 and 6. Flores still leading us away from Wynn Gottschalk, and for Marcelo Flores, he's developed a lot over the past month, working with a driver like Dalton Haynes under that SLA tent, where Haynes has been able to coach and kind of mentor all those cadet drivers, and Flores has really seen some change in his driving and in his approach to a lot of the races that he's found himself in. It used to be attack and go, and whatever the race turns out, he wants to be up there at the front and he wants to fight, but it's changed just a little bit. And Wynn Gottschalk going to go to the lead in turn number 12. He's now going to lead the field away. Westbrook looking to close in on the top 2, and there's Francisco looking on the inside of Harrell. Nice and easy move there for the RPM driver into turn number 1. He's able to get clear that time by. Going to set his sights forward to your top 5 and look to close down his gap. But again, a couple of the big storylines for those of you guys who are joining us late. Zane Burgess was almost sideways in a turn number 3 where he lost a whole lot of time to the lead group, and that's going to leave him with a lot of work to do here if he wants to catch right back up as Gottschalk continue to lead him away. Flores with a little mistake there on exit, but again, he's falling under fire to another one of the Benek machines at Dutch Westbrook. So if those two Benek machines can work together, we'll see them try and pull away. But Carvalho there on the inside of Lawrence Perriman. He makes up another spot and up to the 9th, and he was able to get clear. So everybody else still side by side here. Perriman, Carvalho going to continue to fight. Camila Canache gets herself in the fight as those two drivers make contact. Sideways there for Lawrence Perriman with Carvalho going into turn number 12. He's able to hold on to it, but you see Perriman there shaking his head, not happy at all with that move there by Carvalho. And he's going to look to close down again as Camila Canache is right behind her teammate. But that lead pack going to change. Westbrook going to push Flores through into the bowl. Flores goes back to the point. Westbrook going side by side with Flores into turn number 5. Westbrook has a run around the outside, but sadly there for Westbrook, that's not going to stick. A very fast left-hander coming up in turn 6 like they did there. So again, it was very close there, but Westbrook looking again into turn number 8. He makes contact with Flores. Flores is off the racetrack and into the runoff. Westbrook not happy. He feels like Flores closed the door there. And for the opposite, Flores probably felt like Westbrook just dive ball move into that corner. But it all changes once again. Wynn Gottschalk is your new leader with Jaden Francisco in tow.
Caleb, I felt bad for having to run around for a couple moments there in the first few laps, but these kids have kept you talking, and they're still doing it right now. More moves in turn 1. Slate Harrell, Santi Orioli both making passes. Orioli's going to get 2. He'll get back by on Parker Stewart. He'll bring Zane Burgess through as well, and the 22 car is going to go back to 4th in this train. And now Orioli will get by on Slate. So Santi Orioli in about 4 corners picks up nearly 4 spots and leads this second pack, trying to run up towards Win Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco in the Micro Swift Superheat. A lot has happened in the opening couple of moments, and it is still going on with Slate Harrell now back down the inside on the 88 machine. Side by side on a little contact there with Zane Burgess, who was able to also get around Orioli. And they'll exit turn number 9 and crest the hill with 5 now in tow in this group. How about it for Captain America Junior? Dutch Westbrook in the 33. Bennick has made it a 5-car party right there at the end in 7th.
Yeah, Dutch looking to go, but Zane going to go into turn number 1. So a good move by him on Slate Harrell. Orioli looked to go through as well, but a little too late there for Santi, as Harrell was already turning in for that corner, and that could have ended just like how Lawrence Perriman incident ended as well. So they're able to continue going, and still very close, bumper to bumper, everybody here in the top group. And Westbrook as well looking for a move. He finally got that regional race victory in Micro Swift a couple of weeks ago at the Texman Racing Series, and looks to have a good one as well here, as he's going to look on Orioli, fades low, goes back in a line, and going to think better of that move there. But Xander, I mean, already a lot of drivers haven't even had a straightforward race already 6 laps into this race. I mean, for Zane Burgess, found himself sideways into turn number 3. Westbrook made contact with Flores, who went way down the order. He's down in 11th. Orioli as well had a little bit of contact, and you see all the movers and shakers there on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, Lawrence Perriman down 9 spots. Again, as you mentioned, Flores, that contact sent him down a net of 11. And this group here is continuing to fight for 3rd. Harrell, Orioli, Burgess, they're going to trade that spot again. This time Orioli to the point of the group. Burgess back around. Slate Harrell, he's going to fall all the way back in line behind Dutch Westbrook there in turn number 4. But this pack, all of that back and forth action, it's cost them some time. I would have expected it would have cost them more, actually, Caleb, than what it did. That shows, I think, how fast all of them are. That, you know, yes, that gap up to Jaden Francisco and Win Gottschalk has gotten a little bigger. But last lap, they traded the lead quite a bit. This lap, they did as well, as we got problems. Slate Harrell, heartbreak for the 88. He has gone wide, and I think that either the chain has come off or something in the clutch has maybe locked up for him. He went wide, and it looked like that kart was already braking by the moment he got into the corner. So now our top qualifier is going to fall down the boards. The good news for Slate, at least, Caleb, is this superheat is a superheat by definition. It is not a pre-final. So while they were gridded by their performances through the 3 heat races, it only accounts for 50% of the starting lineup for the main. So Win Gottschalk winning this race will not guarantee a pole position. It'll still come down to who finishes around him and how they fared in the heats, how they lined up on the grid. And then in the case of Slate Harrell, he's not going to dead last for the feature, but he will fall back to probably mid-grid or so when we line up for the IAME Grand National Championship final in the afternoon with these Micro Swift drivers. And we're still a long ways away from knowing the exact order of how they will line up. We're only getting to the halfway point now. It's a lengthy 16-lap superheat for the Micro Swift drivers. We've now got 8 complete, 8 laps to go, and for the first time, it feels like in about 5 laps or maybe more, Caleb, they have calmed down, and this group that we've been following with Orioli, Burgess, and Westbrook are lining up to go and track down the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the race, it definitely seemed like an all-out brawl, but it's calmed down a lot. There's a different picture as well at the end of this race for the likes of Orioli, for the likes of Burgess, for the likes of Westbrook. Their goal right now is to try and close down their gap to the top 2 and win Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco. They're about a 1.5 seconds off at the moment in the gap. So they're losing some time, but that pass or a pass in this group was definitely not going to help. And the same thing goes back to Parker Stewart and Camille Canache, who are working together quite nicely in the 6th and 7th spot, so they can continue to work together and push themselves further up the field and hopefully catch the second group or catch that lead group and win Gottschalk and Francisco. When you look at the gaps as well, it's starting to close down just a little bit. Personal best lap time, 0.6 seconds quicker for Orioli, Burgess, and Westbrook here, Xander.
Yeah, that's a huge gain for that 3-car pack. You can see they've already absolutely annihilated the gap there. 0.5 seconds better the lap before. Like you mentioned, Caleb, 0.6 better the last lap. They are right on the scene here, right on time. Santiago Orioli, Zane Burgess, and Dutch Westbrook now make it 5 cars in the lead group here, and we'll see 6 laps to go at the line. And Jaden Francisco says, I've tried to push away with you, Win, but we've got company. So he's going to take over the lead in turn 8. Godshock will go all the way back to the 5th spot in line. No change there for 3rd. They did go side by side for a moment. But now when it gets this big on a layout like this was a talking point yesterday, Caleb, as Orioli goes to the lead, that there are some much longer, much heavier braking zones on the standard track than the alternate course we ran on Saturday. And where that really comes into effect is the obviously ability to pass under braking, but it also magnifies that accordion effect, as we like to call it, where the cars in line, they have to all brake a little bit earlier than the driver in front of them. So Francisco, he's not braking at his qualifying marker. He's backing off to not run over Santi. Then Zane has to go doubly early in 3rd, Westbrook doubly early in 4th, and basically it multiplies out to the point where when you get 5, 6, 7 cars in that pack, the back of the field, or the back of the line, is really having to ease it into the turn, go a bit slower, and it all of a sudden becomes easier when the pack is down, when the pack is bigger, for the drivers behind to reel them back in, because they can attack the corner at their regular braking mark. And so that's why we're seeing this next group of 3 with Parker Stewart, Camila Canache, and Isaac Carvalho closing in a little bit on the leaders. I mean, the leaders, that group, Orioli, Burgess, Westbrook, they were doing 54 flats. Now they're doing 54 2s and 3s since they've gone to the front. And the group behind them, Canache, Stewart, and Carvalho, they were doing anywhere in the mix of a 2 to a 4 the last lap. One of them did a 54.6, but all it takes is 1 or 2 more passes as well in this group of 5. Let's say there's a pass for 2nd or for the lead. Well, nowhere for 3rd to go, nowhere for 4th to go. They're going to get kind of blocked in, and they're all going to pay that 3 or 4/10 loss. A pass at the back of the pack like that with Godshock and Westbrook, that won't necessarily hurt the leader's pace, but going side by side multiple corners in a row, well, that'll hurt their gap, and now the leaders are up to a half-second lead as the Bennett drivers once again trade that 4th position. It'll give the tow to 6th, 7th, and 8th, and with 4 laps to go, well, let's go down to pit lane here with Alexander Searle and check in with him for the first time during this run of the heat races here, the Super Heats. Alex?
Thank you, Xander, here with one of the big guys over at Magic Kart USA, Robbie Boydeshow. Robbie, you have a pretty good contingent this weekend under Magic as a whole. How would you kind of describe the weekend for you guys underneath the tent?
I mean, we've been fast across the board. We were fast in the cage shootout come Friday. We had a heat race win with Max. AJ's been strong as well. So I think overall it's been a great weekend. Hoping we could end on a high note. So with that being said, let's keep the ball rolling, right? That's the idea.
Speaking of Max, I think this has been a very good year for him. The progression's been incredible. What have you been telling Max throughout this weekend with a chance at maybe a Grand National title?
Just keep your head forward, man. That's what you got to do. I mean, when you're racing against these guys up front, can't make any mistakes. So 9 times out of 10, you play your cards right, and you have your mistake-free race, and you have a better chance of winning. So that's what it comes down to.
Thank you, Robbie.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you, boys.
There you have it from Alexander Searle with Robbie Boydeshow. Robbie and Andrew both on site here, the brothers that help grow and continue to grow the Magic Kart USA brand here in the United States. And as Robbie mentioned, for Max Weiland and for AJ Myers, they are both well in contention. A good superheat is all that they need to keep them in the fight in all of the classes that they've really got a shot in. We're going to get to see that KA Junior class be 40 karts deep for the first time all weekend. They'll all be on track together in a few moments. But before we get to them, we've got a 2-lap, 3-driver duel that may end up breaking out to more. 2 sticks in the air across the line. Santiago Orioli has gone from the back to the front here in this superheat, and he leads them up the hill as Zane Burgess is going to try to take advantage of Jaden Francisco, setting him up, and will move Zane up to 2nd.
Yeah, Orioli already going to start to defend on lap with 2 laps to go there, Burgess going to have to get creative here with Orioli. Francisco there, not too far off in tow, as well as Dutch Westbrook. Now these drivers that continue to fight, Westbrook going to be allowed to close down his gap even more. And for Win Gottschalk, Camila Canache as well. They're going to be allowed to close in as Burgess to the bottom of the racetrack. He's able to get through on Santi Orioli in a turn number 8. So the Jamaican sensation going to lead us away as the 2 Bennett machines going to fight it out here and make just that little bit of contact in between Gottschalk and Westbrook. Gottschalk moves up to the 4th spot. Westbrook up to the 5th spot now, and Canache making that move there on Parker Stewart. A good race as well for Camila Canache as the white flag is in the air. Bottom of the racetrack for Burgess, Orioli, Francisco, Gottschalk, in the 4th spot. Westbrook with a good shot for an over-under here. They're going to go up the hill into turn number 3.
Down the back straightaway, Zane Burgess going to quickly pinch off the exit of turn 3. He's going to pay for it. Santi Orioli around the outside of the lead. Here's Francisco on the outside there in turn 4. He won't quite get through, and it'll be Dutch Westbrook now into 3rd. Now, half a lap remains. Santiago Orioli has made up all this ground. He would hate to lose it here on the final lap. He's up 13 spots. All the way to the low side. Burgess will go even lower in turn 8. Westbrook into the side of Orioli as well as they rocket over to turn number 9.
Yeah, Orioli thought he was clear there, but Burgess definitely took advantage of Orioli, opened that corner back up as the last couple of corners coming up here shortly.
Out of the final turn, Zane Burgess has been able to avoid the fray, and he will win the Superheat in Micro Swift. A slick move there in turn number 8. Caught Orioli sleeping. Santi thought he had the inside lane covered. He did not. It was an awesome move down the inside to get that position. There's a look across the line. Lawrence Perriman at least is able to finish this Superheat, but sadly a lot further down the board than where he should be based on the speed of that BJR MDR machine. Jack Katowski as well, way back, getting involved in the incident. Sterling Mulata, you've got a couple drivers like Orioli having a great Superheat, but a bad run in heats 1 through 3, so he had to drive forward. He did. His second place now balanced out with a 14th place average in the heats, 50-50 each, should put him somewhere around 6 to 8. And the same for Lawrence Perriman, Sterling Mulata, Jack Katowski, 10, 11, 12, compared to starting towards the front. But Zane Burgess, well, he may be on the pole for the feature now with that performance. Let's see how he got it done, running back through our first Superheat of 6. The Coastal Link custom printing recap here, Caleb. And you can take it away as you led us to green on their second try with Marcelo Flores and Lawrence Perriman on that front row.
Yeah, it was a wild start for a couple of drivers. You can see Zane Burgess going almost sideways on the exit of turn number 3. And here, side by side, drivers like Francisco found himself way far back in the field, and Burgess as well on the exit of that corner found himself almost sideways. Francisco and Perriman continued to fight. Godshot got to the lead early, but again, it didn't stay that way with all the fighting that went on. And this move here, the fact that Lawrence Perriman was able to, cross the line in 10th to hold on to it there was quite impressive. And Flores on the inside of the bull as well on Westbrook there. It was changing a whole lot, but this move changed it all for Flores and Westbrook. Westbrook was able to recover inside of the top 5, but Flores unfortunately couldn't.
Yeah, Marcelo Flores on the outside there was trying to shut the door. There was so much fighting, and then that fighting kind of turned into this group here back for 3rd. Win Gottschalk and Jaden Francisco were getting away while this group was battling. Unfortunately, they lost one of their original 5 with Slate Harrell going out with a mechanical issue, so he'll be also kind of a mixed bag of results looking for that main event grid. But that last lap battle, man, was this fun to watch. First here with 2 laps to go, Orioli blocking low, and then Burgess getting the nose down low in turn 8 on the second to last lap. So at that point, it looked like it was all in the hands of our Jamaican sensation, but the white flag waving. Zane was so far down the inside into turn number 1, it was going to make it tough to get that good run up the hill towards the backstretch, and he pinched it off of 3. That allowed Santi to go back to the lead. Francisco challenged, but ultimately Santi again in turn 8. He didn't want to get over-undered, so he was trying to go center track, and that was just enough room for Zane to make an insane move and make it stick for the Superheat race win. Now, talk about insanity. That is what we're about to witness, I think, here, Caleb. These KA Junior drivers, they have been split apart since the moment the green flag dropped on practice 1 on Thursday. Half and half of 18 to 20 cars in each group for practice, in each group for qualifying. It wasn't until, not until this morning's warm-up, at least, that all 40 cars were on the circuit together, but they were not racing then. They were just, again, as the name implies, warming themselves up and warming the karts up. We're about to see them really get after it here over the next, I believe, 17 laps in this Superheat, and will lead them to green. The helm of the 20-row field will be that kid right there, Ty Fisher, who has still been looking to get that monkey off his back, that first career American National win. And boy, has he been close here in 2024, Caleb.
Yeah, he's come close many, many times before, finishing second, finishing on the podium as well. But again, just hasn't been able to close out. But this weekend, I mean, Ty has been very mature and has showed, his experience in this KA Junior class. You saw him in the qualifying session there, did a really, mature move and a smart move to get himself in a good position, to get a good tow off a couple of other drivers and put himself on the front row for all the 3 heat races. And again, he was able to take advantage of that as well in the heat races. He was up there fighting for the lead for heat race victories, and that shows why he's starting on the pole position here for the Superheat. And a couple of other drivers as well have had really, really good pace. Talk about Mad Max Weiland. Nathan Dupuis has gotten himself up into the mix, as well as Enzo Vidmontian. When you talk about this K100 junior class, you think about that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver.
Let's take a look at through the rest of your K Junior Superheat grid, because it'll take us a moment to get through all of the superstars on the field. Again, Fisher, Gassiet Lee, and on down the end of the top 10 with Forrest Adams and Nate Golseth, a couple of young guns that are really starting to hit their stride here this weekend. Forrest qualified right at the front of the field. Nate Golseth got his first regional win last week. He rolls on the outside of row 4 ahead of Amador Martinez and the young lady from Trinidad, Naomi Garcia, to conclude the top 10, Caleb.
You go back to row number 6 with Martin Jaramillo and Max Christia, Alexander Vanchev, and Travis Pettit on row number 7. Tristan Murphy, Edgar Rodriguez on row number 8.
Back on row number 9, you've got Jackson Gibson and Benham Abernathy, Alexander Young and Hamza Anbar back on row number 10. And then let's go back to the final couple of rows, because again, there's a lot of them starting to get ready to go green here for KA Junior. Kai Mars and Iago Lempin on row 11, Malatesta and Draytos on row 12, and you can find where your favorite driver will roll off all the way down to Keith Lewis Jr. down there in the 39th spot on the grid. We've got them all. Keep an eye as well on John Antonino Jr. and Isaac Mount Hewitt starting well outside the top 20. They've got some work to do. 2 drivers that we have called battling for the lead and the win many times here in 2024. So I would not be surprised to see either one of them make up a ton of spots in this Superheat and lock themselves into a top maybe 8 row or better starting spot for the feature. Because again, even if they were to go all the way up and win this Superheat, that 24th, that 28th or so starting spot for both of them, that's a 50% weighing average towards that main event grid. So winning this race doesn't guarantee the pole, but it does guarantee you a much better starting spot than where you're starting for this race in the Superheat. So 50% of the heats, 50% of your results from the Superheat sets the grid for the feature. And for us, well, it's a long wait down the tram lines to get going. Ty Fisher and Chase Gassiet Lee trying to wait all the way to that blue cone and give the last few rows time to file in, double file. 39 drivers. KA Junior Superheat action is underway down at turn number 1, and it's Max Weiland and then Zovid Montien getting away early there to 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, that inside line got a monstrous run there on the start. Gassiet Lee quickly knew that he was going to lose a couple to stop the bleeding. Went on the inside, and already some defending. A couple of drivers collected here. The 888 there, the RPM machine is involved. The 875 as well is collected here early on. So, and one of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics there also collected at the start of this one. But you look back on the racetrack already, a little bit of battling, a little bit of defending. One driver goes around on the middle of the racetrack. That's Naomi Garcia. She goes around. Unfortunate there for the Sony Racing USA driver. And you saw Malquit go off the racetrack as well. We talked about mayhem, we talked about chaos, and we've gotten just that here at the start of this one, Xander.
Up the hill to put 1 lap fully in the books here of the 17. And Peyton Westcott did not end up as the biggest loser, but she did lose a lot of position. She'll drop down outside the top 10 all the way down to 18th. And again, Garcia going around. Heartbreak for the young lady, because there's a lot of work to do now to try and at least get back to where she began in this Superheat race. The only saving grace, there's still a lot of laps where a lot more could happen. And we have seen, well, the unthinkable, the unpredictable in KA Junior more times than we can count. So the top 2, Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien, they have an opportunity to break away. And for the moment, they're trying to take advantage of it. They did not make a pass or battle in turn 8 or defend. And the group behind, you can see, is doing that. Weiland versus Jaramillo. Martinez through right in the mix there on that Sodi, as well as Alexander Vanchev. Nate Golseth on the 826. We spoke with Shaston, his tuner, and Trevor McAllister, his team owner, earlier this morning, is Jaramillo and Murphy. And one more, I believe that might have been the 846 of Edgar Rodriguez going wide. 3 cars together in 11, right on the money. So that battle group just split that pack apart at the back half of the top 10. And sadly, there was nowhere for Tristan Murphy really to go once he got spun, and the worst of it for Martin Jaramillo, who won his first U.S. heat race on the national tour yesterday. He had such a good run going, Caleb. I mean, he was just an innocent bystander.
Yeah, unfortunately there for that driver, as Vidmontien finally getting himself up into the lead, as Chase Gasly going to follow through. They went through on a turn number 8. That hairpin has been one of the biggest passing points here at this racetrack, especially with the full national layout. Those hairpins and those very heavy braking zones as well have provided a lot of passing, and has definitely provided us with a lot of pack racing, I should say, because it slows down the rest of the pack, and you allow other drivers like the likes of Weiland, the likes of Adams, and Vanchev, Golseth, Gibson, that are all in that second pack to kind of close down their gap on this back straightaway. And this is going to help them out as well, as Gasly goes on the inside. Going to get the help here from Ty Fisher. A bumper there to push him through.
Yeah, Ty Fisher giving a little help, a little love tap, but it didn't pay off enough for him to be able to go by, so he stays in third. Chase Gasly, the new leader, into the hairpin, and we're 5 deep, and we're going to probably add some more. Vidmontien back to the lead. Weiland to the inside. Alexander Vanchev throwing a little wheel there to Amador Martinez to follow. So Vanchev, I think he's probably up at least a couple of spots here, Caleb. Let's take a look. Vanchev now should be up a net gain of 5 when they hit the timing loop. And how about it as well for Jackson Gibson? He has not been nearly as active on the East Coast national scene this year. He's up 7 spots there in 9th, and he's going to get at least closer to more with Enzo Vidmontien starting the low lining here all the way on lap number 5. Gasly nowhere to go, and we've seen this story already unfold just a couple of weeks back here, Caleb, and it almost worked for Enzo, parking the bus on the bottom with 20-plus cars behind him at the USPKS round in Cincinnati.
Yeah, we see this time and time again, and we'll see which driver decides to opt for the rule of 3. 3 drivers ahead of you go to the low line, you go to the high side, try something different. Fisher looking on the inside of Dupuis, just a little bit too late there. Adams going to go wide. Weiland goes wide as well, and they're going to go 3 wide into turn number 9. Everybody bumper to bumper, side by side, with a lot of door-to-door contact going on right now.
Well, one thing to think about with that rule of 3, Caleb, is you've got to do it in a corner where you can surprise the drivers on the inside, right? Whether that's turn 8 if you release the brake really late, or maybe down in the last turn, but you've got to catch them off guard so they don't have time to release the brake or throttle back up and then run you wide, as what happened there to Forrest and a few of the other drivers that were side by side in turn 8. You've got to, just as if you were passing on the inside, especially if you're passing on the outside, you're very vulnerable, and you know that you're doing it at your own risk. The race directors will not help you if you go to the outside and get shoved off the racetrack. So if you're going to go there, you better make sure that you put yourself in a spot that the driver on the inside can't drive you off the road, or worse, maybe spin you out, which Chase Gasly right there, smart move as he was getting passed on the inside, and you saw him quickly tuck into line behind Nathan Dupuis. He didn't crowd him down. He didn't try to hold the outside there. He'll give up 1 spot, live to fight another corner, and with Nathan going to the lead now, Chase is going to almost get back up into second, but was a little bit late, a little far back from trying to make that dive. He's going to pay for it here in turn 3. He'll go back to 4th.
Yeah, and for all these drivers also, you got to think about how much you want to fight early on in this race. We're only 7 laps in. You still have so many laps to go, 10 laps left in this race, and you really got to pick and choose your battles and be smart. At the end of the day, I always say racing is a high-speed chess match. Whoever, has a checkmate at the end of the day is going to come across the line with the checkered flag.
Into the hairpin with 5, make it 6 now. Forrest Adams now joining the pack. How about Antonino? Oh no! John Antonino Jr. was trying to make up some ground. He ended up into the side of Nate Golseth with overshooting the brake zone there. John Antonino Jr. had just cracked into the top 15 from outside the top 20 right as we go back to him, and he ends up going for a spin cycle ride there in the infield hairpin. Check out Kai Mars. Little move on Jackson Gibson. Kai Mars, remember, he had that horrific bit of luck to start heat number 1 on Friday. His teammate Enzo Vidmontien is going to take over the lead, but speaking on Kai, he's up 11 spots. That's the most of anyone in the top 10. What an impressive drive, and while it does look like the crush zone on that front bumper might be pressed in, he may or may not have that pushback bumper deployed. So if it's not deployed, this would be a huge gain in spots for him, and well, he might get some more because there's more chaos going at the front here, Caleb.
Yeah, Gasly there looked to go on the inside of turn number 8 on Nathan Dupuis, but just had locked up the brakes there and almost went sideways, had to hold on to that cart there, and he's able to continue going, but that was a very, very close one there by Chase Gasly on Dupuis, and now, like I said, that battle ain't going to lose you a whole lot of time, and there's a big gap there ahead to your top 2 drivers as Martillo goes on the inside of Alexander Vanchev, and he's able to make another spot. So for Martinez, a good spot for him there to gain into turn number 1 and have a sight set on the top 5. But When you talk about K Junior, you talk about these two drivers, Enzo Vidmontien and Ty Fisher. It seems like we see them fight week in and week out. Every series, whatever racetrack that those two drivers go to, they always seem to be contenders.
They've got a chance once again now with a little gap back to Chase to try and break away, and with more fighting here through this midfield, like Vanchev there trying to go on Martinez and going wide, and behind him as well, Gibson, Pettit, Mars all kind of getting tripped up. I mean, there is a real opportunity here for the top two, maybe the top five, but more than anything, I think the top two drivers to try and open the gap, because there's still a lot of time. 7 laps around Trackhouse Motorplex is just shy of 6 minutes. That's a lot of corners, a lot of big straightaways to push away from. It's also a lot of time, though, if the drivers behind can get their issues sorted to run back towards this pack, especially if you get moves in the lead group like that, with Forrest Adams going by on Nathan Dupuis and all three of them, 3rd through 5th, catching up to the top 2. You watched as well while Forrest made that move for 4th. Kai Mars made a move in that group. It didn't really pay off for Kai. He just got shuffled off the track and dropped back about 5 spots from Amador Martinez. And we're going to get a little bit dicey there for second. Chase Gassiet-Lee has cut Enzo Vidmontien a lot of breaks over this race, and that time he was going to stuff it there in 9. He gets the spot for second. Dupuis a little bit wide in the last turn. Look how wide everyone's going out of 11, Caleb. There is so much dirt and dust that far up. They're kind of moving the dirt and marbles further away from the groove as the groove moves up the racetrack, but when you just go a little bit offline like Nathan did, you really pay for it. And he just went off in turns 1 and 2, I think. I think he just went way back. So Nathan Dupuis on the Sodi, not even in frame anymore.
Yeah, unfortunate there for that Sodi Racing USA machine. And Nathan Dupuis just found himself on the outside of the racetrack, and it looks like Amador Martinez was able to get through, and Vanchev looking to go back. He's able to get clear. Weiland gets clear as well.
Let's go side by side to Cameron Weinberg down on pit lane. Alex, you've got the KA seniors, and this KA junior race has been pretty crazy. What is going through their minds?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Cameron Weinberg, it's always good to see you at the racetrack here. It's been a little bit, busier of a schedule, I'd say, for you this year. Racing with Chad Dawkins racing this weekend as per usual, but a little bit busier of a tent, I'd say, than normal. What's it been like for you guys this weekend?
We've been pretty fast over the weekend, over the heats. We've been trying a lot of stuff, mainly with me helping the other guys out. So I think we have everything pretty dialed in for this. But right now is the final test before the big race. So hopefully everything works out in our favor.
Well, let's talk about the KA class, right? We're watching this crazy junior race unfold in front of us here for KA Senior. The first time you guys were all on the racetrack at the same time for the Superheat racing action. What do you think we can expect here rolling off from P3?
Definitely some chaos, for sure. But hopefully, I'm starting in a good spot, so hopefully I can try to get away with somebody or maybe 2 or 3 karts, and then fight at the end, obviously. But I just not try to be too chaotic, hopefully. So.
We spoke yesterday during that alternate layout. You said you actually felt more comfortable during then than you did on this normal Trackhouse Motorplex layout. Have you guys figured things out? You think you're going to be pretty quick in the Superheat?
Yeah, this morning warm-up, I went by myself to see my singular pace, and everybody had draft, and we're not far off. So I think we have everything figured out.
Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you.
There you have it from Cameron Weinberg as the racing continues here in KA Junior. You also saw while we were away, Nathan Dupuis, the reason he went backwards so quickly there was he tagged the wall as well as going wide. You could see how bad that left rear tire was shaking. He's got a bent rear axle. That is not a fun ride. That's a very bumpy and rough feeling behind the wheel, Caleb. It is not enjoyable to drive at all.
Yeah, definitely not. We'll update you on some of the race control messages that we received over the past couple laps. Driver 879, Isaac Malquit, has a penalty for some contact out there on the racetrack, as well as Jackson Gibson and Martin Jaramillo. 3 positions for Jaramillo, 10 positions for Gibson, and a 1-position penalty for Isaac Malquit. Again, updating you on your DNFs as well. Hamza Ambar is out, Dupuis is out, Owen Spite, Kai Mars, Carlo Ruschetti, and Ramy Andretto. It's unfortunate there for Kai Mars, who's having a good charge up the field, but we talk about charges. Max Weiland definitely having a good one here, going side by side there with Travis Pettit for a second. Vanchev looking to go through as well, and this group continuing to fight here, Xander.
Yeah, taking a look at the lap times with Ty Fisher and Chase Gassiet-Lee, pushing away. They've been just able to pull a half tenth to a tenth per lap on the duo behind of Enzo Vidmontien and Forrest Adams. And this group here, with all the fighting they've been having going on, well, they have basically all but surrendered a shot at the top 4 positions. The best they may get is 5th and 6th, and with Max Christia now going to the helm of the pack, that may be even out of reach here in a few moments. Check out the movers, though. For Max Christia, this is up 3. So an 8th and an 11th, with all the attrition that's gone on, this will be a great superheat for him if it holds. And he went way back on the start also. So the 839 moving up the chains, although Alexander Vanchev going back on the inside to kind of recover some spots. He's still also at a net gain of 4. Granted, it seems like he gained most of that in the first couple laps, and since then has been kind of involved in the infighting in the midfield. Speaking of the midfield, John Antonino Jr. and Isaac Malkiewicz there, 1st and 3rd in that line. Then back here to the 821 machine of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Alexander Young. They are now back into the mid-teens. So even though Antonino Jr. had that half spin, he's 13th. Malkiewicz is 15th. Those are some major spots up the chains, although looks like we do have 1 penalty again for Isaac Malkiewicz that will knock him back 1 position once this race is completed, if it holds.
Yeah, and you see the big movers and shakers there. Naomi Garcia down 12 spots and a couple of others as well, losing a couple. And you look back onto the racetrack, Travis Pettit goes on Max Weiland. He makes up another spot and up into the top 5 here, and back up with the front of the field. Enzo Vidmontien, Forrest Adams looking to chase down your top 2 drivers. That gap is closing here, Xander, I must say, but they're just going to run out of time if these 2 drivers don't fight. White flag in the air, Chase Gassiet-Lee, Travis Pettit, Ty Fisher separated there by a car length, and they look very similar when it comes down to their kits there.
Yeah, hard to tell, right? I mean, you got 2 lime green TVs leading a duo. So Ty Fisher leading the main race, Travis Pettit a couple seconds back leading the duo of himself and Max Weiland in 5th and 6th. But Fisher's pulled out the gap a little bit. I don't think he'll have to white line at all here, Caleb. I think this looks pretty good. Enzo Vidmontien is feeling a little bit of pressure from Forrest Adams. Pettit's going to go low as Weiland gives him a little love tap there, little shove into turn number 8. Further back, side by side, Max Christia into the dirt with Nate Golseth battling, but it's going to be smooth sailing up front. Ty Fisher will lead it from green and end up in the lead at the checkers. Pole for the main event for the 837 in KA Junior, and at the line, it'll be his teammate Travis Pettit winning that battle over Max Weiland and Alexander Vanchev, and we've got contact in the last turn. Alexander Young is involved. One more of the Sodis is involved. It looks like that might have been maybe Shane Smith, and then the other one, Luca Brancati. So 2 RPM Tony Karts, one of the Sodi Racing USA machines. They'll drop from the mid-teens down to the bottom half of the top 30 in the last turn, the last 500 feet. Talk about a real gut punch going into the lunch break here today, Caleb. But at least going into the X30 Junior session, Ty Fisher is riding one heck of a momentum wave right now. He was best after the heats. He's best after the superheat. There is no question who's going to the pole for the feature.
Yeah, I mean, Ty Fisher has been on it right off the truck from the start of the weekend, and he picks up right where he left off last night and picks up another win here. Ty Fisher, your winner. Gassiet-Lee had a good pace as well. Second, Enzo Vidmontien rounds up your top 3. So those 3 drivers, I mean, they've definitely been contenders all year long, but we're going to see them again when we get into that X30 Junior race. But we saw KA100 Junior come off the racetrack there. One chapter closes, another one opens with your KA Seniors.
Yeah, they are on grid now, folks. Again, KA100 Senior. There's a little more track cleanup to go, but when we return, Paulie Massimino and Hayden Jones, who have been the best amongst both senior divisions here this weekend, will lead us to green as the KA Seniors will be all together for the first time in racing action. Don't go anywhere.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida. And the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next, well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Well, we're still waiting a few more moments to go racing here in the KA100 Senior Superheat. And we are all together just as we are in KA100 Junior. There's a little more track cleanup and I think just tidying up on the race control side before things get underway. But a live look down on the grid for the last couple of drivers getting ready to go, including our pole sitter, Paulie Massimino. Alexander Searle is standing by, hanging out with all of the superstars. And you can see Paulie's the one that we've got standing up. Well, Alex, I know you've been hanging out and chatting with some of these KA seniors. I'm just going to pass it on to you until we get ready to go green. So why don't you take it away here and let us know what's going on in all their heads while they get set to fire the engines.
You see Paulie kind of evade me there for the interview. I know Paulie's a little bit superstitious about that stuff. Every time he thinks every time that I interview him something goes wrong on the racetrack, so he hops in the go-kart before I can do that. But Paulie's feeling pretty good. Last night he would have liked a little bit more money in that shootout, but nonetheless it's always good to get any money here at the racetrack as well in the X30 Pro shootout. But here in KA Senior, himself and Hayden Jones have been the two drivers to beat here. If we can get the pan over to our top two, because they both won respectively their two heat races yesterday in their groups for the KA Senior heat races here. So they're going to lead off to the green for this super heat. Obviously 50%, in terms of the overall, what it means for where they start for the final later on this afternoon. Behind them, Chad Dawkin Racing, second row, Caleb Gaffera and Cameron Weinberg. We heard Cameron say it earlier in the interview, but he's been, kind of the lead to that team. They have obviously Gaffera, Miller, Biscaglia, and many others, but especially in the senior category, they've all been fast. It's been headed, though, by Cameron Weinberg. Been very quick in the KA senior package. X30, he's been struggling a little bit for the bottom end of the engine package, so that's why on this normal Trackhouse Motorplex layout, he's struggling a little bit more in the X30 than he would in the KA, but he feels pretty quick in that one. And obviously, the super sub, Frankie Mossman for Austin Garrison this weekend. He has been nothing short of impressive for Speed Concepts Racing. And as the drivers head out onto the racetrack for their super heats, I'll send that all back up to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Alex. As the karts roll onto the racetrack here, a great breakdown of the first couple starters. Let's go through the rest of the field here because it's a long list of KA100 senior drivers that'll be taking the grid here for the super heat. Like you mentioned, Paulie Massimino and Hayden Jones on the front row here after winning the heats yesterday. An all-CDR second row, Parker DeLong and Frankie Mossman, couple West Coast cats on row 3. And then Kai Hunter and AJ Myers, the elder statesmen of the top 10, together on row 4. And they've already had a couple of moments together on the racetrack that haven't been super pleasant. So with everyone together with a bigger battle pack up front, we could see some fireworks out of a number of different drivers that have already been getting a bit frustrated over this 4-day stretch.
Yeah, Stephen Miller and Peyton Phillips, a couple of young guns starting on row number 5. Jared Clark makes his first national race start here, starting on the 6th row alongside what looked to be their Parker DeLong, if I'm not, sorry, Parker DeLong starting further up the field, but Andrew Hamill, the driver there further back with Jared Clark, and it continues to cycle through as everybody else across the timing strip there. And Jared Clark, Andrew Hamill, Steven Eisert, and Finnegan Bailiff on row number 7. Dalton Haynes starting way back in the field after 2 rough heat races to end the day, and Chase Buscaglia starting right alongside him on row number 8.
Back from Buscaglia, you'll find the last 2 rows inside the top 10. Lucas Szabo and James Newell, James Overbeck, and Adam Brickley will complete the top 20 starters. Colin Lloyd and Matthew Maccabee in that borrowed machine for Aiden Levy. Again, well wishes to Aiden, who is still recovering from his illness in the hospital. We spoke with his father, Jeff, during the warm-ups. He's got Matt behind the wheel in the KA Senior machine. He's got Mike Geeson in the X30 Pro car. Then the final few rows as they begin to work their way out of the last few turns. It goes all the way down to row 19. Brandon Carr to the tail end of this KA Senior grid. Keep an eye on that TKG Kart Republic driver. He's got a long road ahead of him here. I spoke with Daniel Tate as well. They were hoping to find some more speed for Brandon if he's on the grid. I don't see him ID'd at the back, so I don't believe he's out there. But looking further on, we've got at least 37 drivers ready to go green, and they've got it. First try by, and we're racing down to turn 1, and a slow start from Paulie is going to give a huge advantage to that inside lane. They'll all pick up 2 or 3 spots apiece as they jockey for position through turn number 3 and down the back straightaway.
Yeah, a couple of drivers already starting to defend. Parker DeLong goes to the bottom. Hayden Jones stuck right behind him. Gaffera looking around the outside, and those 2 North Carolina natives have definitely raced each other around this racetrack time and time again across their club series here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Kai Hunter, though, right behind him. Massimino going to go to the bottom of the racetrack early on. Mossman getting creative around the outside. Everybody else cycling through. We look back with Bailiff, with Haynes already making up some spots. One driver way wide, as Overbeck as well looks to gain a couple.
2 drivers selected there. That looks to be Grayson Thorpe and Autumn Fisher, teammates colliding on the opening lap in the infield turn 6 while we have a change for second. How about Caleb G moving up the boards here? He goes to P2. Parker DeLong just ahead, fading low in front of Hayden Jones and Kai Hunter, who's had a good start. So the opening lap, big movers and winners and losers there. Adam Brickley up 5 already here into 14th as we got one off at the top of the hill there in turn 3 and a change in the lead again. Caleb Gaffera to the point here at home. North Carolina natives 1 and 2. Swap in the top 2 spots though in turn 4.
Yeah, good move there by Caleb G to get to the point of the field. Massimino now to second. DeLong goes to the bottom. Not low enough though. Jones and Hunter look to get clear as Jared Clark stuck on the outside on Dalton Haynes. Bailiff in this group as well as Steven Eisert and everybody else still side by side. There's Stephen Miller able to get through on Parker DeLong as Peyton Phillips looks to set up the over-under. He's able to get clear in a turn 11.
Peyton Phillips was able to chat with us a little bit yesterday night during the X30 shootout, and he said it's some of the most fun that he's had getting to do the night all-star runs. He got to compete in it for the very first time Friday evening, going for the $4 grand in the CNC PEKA shootout. But we're back to the normality for all of these superstars where it's a multiple heat weekend, setting up in this case the super heat instead of a pre-final and then a feature hours away in the afternoon. He said in the shootout he was able to lock in and stay locked in because how quick it went, but it takes a moment until the green flag flies for everyone to get their heads right. And right now, I think they're also looking to try and get those karts right because with 17 laps on the boards, you wouldn't expect them all to be handling great right now. They should be starting to get a little better, and we'll get a better gauge of where everyone's real speed is at in the next lap or 2, because we're now 3 laps completed of the 17 so far, and we're starting to see the field, while it's still close, string apart just a little bit. Gaffera back to Hunter for your top 5, and then you can kind of see the gaps of anywhere from a couple car lengths to half a second back through the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and again, the superheat is not the end game. So for a lot of these drivers are probably testing a setup or a tire pressure that could probably work out for them when they get into the main event. And I spoke to Ryan Norberg. He said you really need to be testing throughout all the weekend, and especially when you have long sessions like this. And I bet you that's exactly what Hayden Jones and Kai Hunter are doing as he lifts up his hand and apologizes there to Weinberg. But I think a little too late there as Myers gets clear on Frankie Mossman. Phillips well in tow.
And that's one thing as well, is as much as it's a test session, you've still got to keep your elbows out. You still got to race and go forward, especially if maybe something that you tested, whether it's setup or testing, different driving lines, that you don't fall back and lose a ton of spots, especially here in the superheat, because you've done all that hard work through Friday with qualifying and heat 1 there, then 2 heats yesterday on the alt layout. but it can kind of go into the dumpster if you end up crashing out or just straight up being slow and going backwards in the superheat. You've still got to perform, so it's testing within reason and experimenting within reason here on the racecraft and the setup side, as we see a move there from Paulie Massimino, Hayden Jones following, and the top two drivers throughout all of the heat races are now first and second, with Paulie leading the charge up the hill to 11. And Hayden's teammate, Kai Hunter, he looks really sporty right now. He and Caleb Gaffera, though, even more so than anyone else, I think, had a bit of a bone to pick with each other with how they drove through the day Friday. Yesterday, it seemed like they didn't have as many run-ins together. And I don't want to add any fuel to the fire, but I just want everyone to understand that there is some context if anything does get crazy for P3. For now, Hunter's going to cleanly get through on Caleb there in turn 4.
Yeah, Gaffera not going to fight it too much, and that backward slope was kind of started for him after making a mistake on the exit of turn number 6 the lap prior, and that prompted Massimino to get clear. You know, Paulie's not going to want to raid around if you're making a mistake out in the lead, because everybody else is going to close down as Mossman looks on the inside of turn number 8. He gets clear, and there goes Peyton Phillips going side by side with AJ Myers. He's not able to get through, but Dalton Haynes has made up a good charge forward. He's already up to 8th after starting just outside of the top 10, and there goes Phillips finally getting through. Haynes going to follow through side by side and door to door in between Myers and Haynes. Not going to be close enough there for Dalton. Going to have to get back in line behind the Magic Man, who again, a little bit of a change for him tonight. He went back to that normal helmet that he's used to sporting. It was the Vegas helmet last night, but the normal helmet is back in play here today.
Normal helmet, but still the suit change from yesterday, from where he started the weekend. So he's finding different color combos, keeping us on our toes. More than anything else, though, for AJ Myers, that was a great display of how the racing has changed on this full layout, as we see Hayden Jones down to the inside in turn 8, Dalton as well going by on AJ there, but the barriers being pushed back all the way against really the end of the concrete runoff and towards the earth wall in turn 11 up here means that you can really send it pretty deep because you're using all that extra runoff, and when you're getting past or you're getting put on the outside, well, the braking zone's only so far, so one driver might get by. It'd be hard for two to get through, as there's Paulie getting by on Kai Hunter. Kai kind of got tripped up off Paulie's rear bumper there, and it allowed Caleb to get by on him as well, and Caleb just got through on Paulie. Now Hunter into the rear bumper, nearly around in turn 4. A late attempt there by Kai, and that just really broke his momentum. You mentioned earlier in the weekend, Caleb, that he has never really, in a long time probably, raced something of the lower horsepower, draft-dependent, pack racing style caliber that is the KA100 package, as we see Dalton making a big send on Peyton Phillips. But that late braking move with maybe a couple feet longer braking zone in the X30 class, that might have worked. But it didn't work, and he paid the price in about 5 positions. Now he's got to go back forward again. He'll make up 2 spots here over the last half a lap since we've been talking about it, getting by AJ there in 11 and picking up the pieces of Dalton's move on Peyton in turn 8. But he's now 2.3 seconds back from the lead, and the last time he crossed the loop, he was right there with our front trio. So back behind Kai, he's going to get some help as AJ's feeling the pressure from Peyton Phillips for that 9th position. And I believe as well, AJ Myers might be having some transponder issues. He is no longer showing up on the timing leaderboard. Phillips is actually in 9th. Well, now he'll about to be go to 8th as Frankie Mossman gets by on Cameron Weinberg. And further back, James Overbeck is going to make up another spot. He's been a bit off on pace this week. He's starting to charge through the pack.
Yeah, finally, this morning when I spoke to his dad, he was telling me that they finally found some speed. He was able to hold on with Paulie in that warm-up session, but again, you have to get through the pack. You have to get through all the chaos and work your way through. He's done a good job, to say the least, up inside of the top 15 now, and Hayden Jones still leading us away in North Carolina, 1, 2, and 3. Then you go back to Frankie Mossman and everybody else as we look on. Brandon Jarsakrak looking on as his driver there. Paulie Massimino looks to close down their gap to the top 2, and James Overbeck as well, making a good stride forward. And you can't, fail to mention Jared Clark as well, who's doing a really good job to get himself well inside of the top 15.
Yeah, kudos to that young man here. This is on the cusp of a best national result in the senior class for Jared Clark. But Brandon Jarsakrak has been a great interview over the last 2 nights here with Paulie and James in the KA shootout, and Paulie again in that X30 shootout yesterday evening as well. We've chatted with him quite a bit, and we kind of have a bit of an idea of what's going through his head here, but I think more than anything else, what's probably ringing through is, well, we've been in this spot plenty of times before. Paulie Massimino as well has been in this spot many times before. The front three, well, they might as well have been at a club race, at a USPKS, at a Stars event, at a, SCUSA Pro Tour's only series of the big three that hasn't come to Trackhouse Motorplex in the past. But you can bank on any of these three drivers at the front. Take it from any weekend of the year. When you go to Trackhouse Motorplex and you're racing the locals, these are the types of caliber locals that you really are referencing. As we see Paulie make a big move there on Caleb there in turn 9. Those in there said, hey, sorry, didn't mean to trip us up that much. But, you know, again, they've grown up racing against each other. I was actually doing the math yesterday, Caleb. Paulie Massimino, and especially Caleb Gaffera and Hayden Jones, they have been racing here for over half their life. And in Paulie's case, it's been more laps at this specific track since it's been built than I think almost anyone else, because he was in the cadet classes when the track was fully opened in 2011, I believe, and into 2012 and 2013. So over 12 years, Paulie Massimino, Hayden Jones over the last, I believe, 7 or 8. Caleb Gaffera, well, he grew up here in kit karts. His father, Chuck, was a long-time kart racer and is still here, I'm sure, on site this weekend with his Chuck G fabrication business, allowing him to step away and check into Caleb's racing. So they've all had plenty of moments at this racetrack, and now it's only fitting that here in 2024 on the national stage, rolling in once again, that they are about a second up on the rest of the field. But that, I think, makes it even more impressive when you go back to the kid in fourth. That fast Frankie Mossman is as fast as he is. Dalton Haynes haven't gotten around him there a moment ago for P4, so he's now back to 5th. But Frankie Mossman's driven this track before, just not nearly as many laps around it as the top 4 drivers.
Yeah, no, definitely not for Frankie, and definitely not as many laps as the top 4 drivers in a kart in the past couple of months as well. He's been very busy in open wheel formulas with USF, and there goes Kai Hunter on the inside. Needs to be careful. He's already been noted by the stewards with a black and white flag, a warning for Kai Hunter. Incident responsibility into the 908, which was Paulie Massimino. So Hunter is definitely on thin ice when it comes to race control.
And I believe that was probably referencing that sideways moment he had in turn 4, because he was the loser in the incident. They didn't issue a penalty. Paulie kept going, Kai did not. But the aggression there, that was telling Kai to say, hey, you're on the limit, be careful. So again, a side-by-side move there, a side-by-side move here for the lead with Paulie going by on Hayden Jones there in the bowl. And for the first time in a little while, we've traded the lineup here for our top 3 through the top 10 as well, while we'll check in with our leaders towards the end and make sure that we can bring you the last few laps. I do want to give a little more love to some more movers. Finn Bailiff into the top 10 for the first time here today in the Superheat. He's up 3 spots overall. 10 spots up, as you mentioned, for Dalton Haynes. Down a couple for the rest, but the Race Lab supported SLA Kart Racing TB is rolling, and with more battling up front, he might be able to lead that second group all the way to the lead. Caleb Gaffera now with 3 laps to go, taking over in turn number 1. And the gap from Hayden Jones back to Dalton Haynes is almost down to less than a second. It was 1.1 at the timing loop.
Yeah, Kai Hunter set the fastest lap of the race as well. He's right behind Dalton Haynes, a 49.723 there for Hunter. He was just about 0.3 quicker than your top 3 drivers, and that's really prompted him to continue to gain time as Massimino goes on the inside of Caleb Gaffera, stuck on the outside, and I bet you Hunter and Haynes are definitely loving this as these 3 continue to fight side by side for Gaffera and Jones. Dalton Haynes has arrived on the scene, and along with them, Kai Hunter.
Kai Hunter, rebounding from that moment earlier, has a lot of forward momentum now on his side. So does Dalton Haynes. Both of them marching up the grid are now going to have a real opportunity to maybe get a front row starting spot. They've got a front row seat to this battle right here. How about a big over-under for Hayden Jones as Paulie Massimino's in the dirt, way off the racetrack out of turn number 3. Jones to the lead, and now Dalton Haynes on the bottom of Caleb Gaffera. He'll take that TB into second.
Yeah, Paulie still definitely has a shot here when Dalton Haynes wants to go to the lead of the race. It could be turn number 8, but you know Hayden Jones is going to go to the low side. He's going to defend everybody, going to follow him down. Gaffera opens back up for the corner, looking to set up an over-under, but not going to be close enough.
No, but he at least did minimize the damage from Hunter as Haynes goes to the inside at 9. Gaffera will shove him through. Dalton Haynes to the lead now. He's driven up through about 12 or 13 spots. He's going to lead us to the white flag as Hayden is in the same spot as he was in the X30 Heat that he won on Friday. Ripping the high side at 11. He'll take him into third as they go to the bottom into turn number 1. Caleb Gaffera to the high side. Dalton again, that moment right there, Caleb, that was the moment he saw the red flash to the high side. He released the brake pedal himself. And down the backstretch, Caleb is stuck out there. I think Jones and Hunter are going to get through as Caleb gets run into the marbles, and all of them are going to fall back besides Jones and Haynes.
Almost 10 cars in this lead pack. Paulie Massimino was brought right back into it. DeLong has joined. Brickley has joined as well, but Dalton Haynes and Hayden Jones continuing to fight in turn number 8. Weinberg has arrived. Brickley an over-under move on DeLong.
Perfectly positioned there in the hairpin. Nothing Hayden could do. Cameron Weinberg side by side as Brickley drives into his rear tire a little bit. No change in position there. Phillips now, DeLong now into the top group, but Dalton Haynes is going to charge through the field, and he will win the Superheat in KA Senior. Hayden Jones second, Weinberg third as the dust flies and a massive pack crosses the line that goes all the way through the top 20, it feels like. What a final lap battle, what a final couple of laps there. Great recovery for Paulie Massimino as he and Caleb Gaffera were playing a game of chicken. It felt like going up the hill to turn number 3, Caleb, and unfortunately both of the two of them end up with an 11th and 7th, and that's I think the most frustrating thing about running at the front, being involved in these battles that bring more and more cars into it. Because when you lose the fight, you don't end up second or third. All anyone is going to see when they see the printout of the results from the Superheat is Paulie Massimino, P7, Caleb Gaffera, P11, Kai Hunter as well, P12, provisionally for all of them, and there may be some more penalties called off that last lap with the hard racing that went on. But to be fair, again, they drove phenomenally. They had a fantastic run, and they don't really get anything to show for it besides, well, maybe some moments in this Coastal Ink custom printing recap. So as the results are provisional, let's see how we got to this group that crossed the line in that order with Dalton Haynes at the front of it all, Caleb. And it begins the 17 laps with the top 2 to this point in the weekend. Hayden Jones and Paulie Massimino leading the green. Paulie winning that initial jump off the line and taking the inside lane forward.
Yeah, and again, that inside line getting a massive jump, everybody able to get through, and to me, Parker DeLong was just defending a little bit too early, and that really opened up the group halfway through this race. And again, Massimino was defending, everybody else was stacked and packed, and this is when Dalton really started to pick them off one by one, having to pick and choose your right moments. And talk about pick and choose, Caleb Gaffera there in turn 4 was able to get through on Paulie, and Haynes still making up some spots. Overbeck as well could just never find the pace to get up there. And this incident here between Weinberg and Hunter, that could have ended pretty badly there for Cameron, but ended off not too shabby in the end.
There was still a lot more from this race here. First with Kai going back in on Caleb Gaffera, and there was a few contenders at the end that were nowhere near this group. First there, Paulie going through in turn 1 on Kai. Kai then kind of had that half spin there in turn 4. Great save, to be fair, to the Brit, but he did get a warning for that kind of late attempt at the move. Didn't get a penalty for that. Paulie Massimino, a late move there on Caleb Gaffera, kind of put his hand up, said sorry, and well, the elbows out driving continued there. You saw with Hunter and Mossman going at it. Clean racing here for the top 3, and it looked like they might have had a chance to kind of keep it amongst themselves, but back and forth action between Caleb and Paulie and Hayden, 3 drivers that know every inch of this place. Well, it was Hayden with a great crossover as Paulie went off and into the dirt, trying to play a drag race there with Caleb Gaffera through turn 3 that allowed Dalton to follow Hayden through. Then he had this slick move to the inside in turn 9. I don't think Hayden even thought Dalton had anywhere near the run to get there, and he was trying to come back. He got a great run to the outside in 11. He had Caleb going to the outside in 1 that opened the door for him to get a run and get underneath Caleb down the backstretch and take over second. And as Kai Hunter and Caleb washed up the racetrack, Cameron Weinberg moved into 3rd. It allowed Hayden to get a little gap and try to do everything he could to get around Dalton, but ultimately that 922 was perfectly positioned where no one could get a nose on the inside or the outside, and Dalton Haynes was able to go from outside the top 10 to position number 1 in the Superheat. He should start somewhere in the first couple rows for that main event later on today. Now, talking about starting up at the front here, Cade Wolf on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart has had a great weekend here. Good qualifying effort and a great run through the races to put himself on the front row of this Superheat in Mini. He'll start alongside the Team Bennett entry of Royce Vega. We look down the front stretch for the green flag on try number 1, and we'll get it. Mini Swift is green down into the first corner.
Yeah, and again, that inside line getting a massive jump. Kason Hodge there on the inside. A couple of drivers go around. Maxwell Macha is collected. Gleberman, Simon Jack Klein, and the list goes on and on and on. A lot of drivers have found themselves off the racetrack here and into the grass early, Xander.
Maxwell Macha and Ben Gleberman are trying their hardest to get the karts unhitched right there at the exit at turn number 2. They're going to get one marshal to help. There's more still stuck off in the grass. I mean, talk about a massive shakeup. There is Katowski. He's gotten away in no man's land, and well, we went from a massive group down to 4 in this lead pack. Vega, Wolf, Kason Hodge on the Sodi, and Ashton Woon on that Super Tune Paralyn is pretty much all of the major contenders that are left. That was a huge wipeout there for the field, Caleb.
Yeah, Ashton Woon, last night's shootout winner, is able to get clear on Kason Hodge that time by, so he's up to the 3rd spot. Hodge falls back to 4th, but again, you look at that gap, and that has definitely thrown this wide open here, Xander. And, you know, we're used to seeing that on yesterday's layout. That was so technical, and we'll take you back on that replay from the start. Everything just kind of got held up here. That inside line was able to get clear, but it all starts with Maxwell Macha and Ben Gleberman there. They make just a little bit of contact, sends him around, and then everybody else gets collected. Like Johnson spinned ahead of the field, and everybody else, just an accordion effect, kind of came together.
And I think part of that as well, Marco Samet, it looked like, if we can get another look later on when this race kind of spreads out at that replay again, he was trying to kind of get into line with Ben Gleberman and Maxwell behind him. The pack kind of stacked up as they hit the funnel. Really, they were 3 wide for, I think, about 4th or 5th there with Ashton Woon and Parker Ives and a ton of them. And as they got down to 2 from 3 down to 2, well, all of a sudden they're jamming on the brakes, and the pack behind nowhere to go and just kind of end up all on top of each other. So we're going to go side by side here, though, for the moment, because while we're going to break down more and more from this Mini Swift main, we've got to also check in with the drivers in the aftermath of that KA Senior Superheat. Let's go down to you, Alex.
Told us all weekend that you've had pace. You got to show it to us there for the Superheat. 15th, the first there. You were almost front row and center for a majority of the chaos throughout that. How can you describe that race for us?
Yeah, so at the beginning I was just calm, just didn't want to get wrecked on the start. Sat back for a couple laps. I think might have lost a position on the start, but then once the field started to spread out, no one was blocking after the first 2 laps. I just picked my way through, passed through as fast as I could. Like I said, we had pace. The A2Z engine TB cart is flying. Huge thank you to Race Lab for giving me the cart for this weekend after road tax, and I think we proved what we needed to prove. I mean, I was pretty amped up. By the end there, they started white lining just as soon as I got to them. Got a couple passes done, and then Hayden left the door open in the double right, so went for it, made sure I got stopped on the apex so they couldn't over under me, and then it was just blocking from there, and then parked it for the rest of the white flag, and then we won it, and I was pretty amped up, so I did a little tap. Thank you to the TB cart, thank you to the TB team, and yeah, I'm happy. Thanks to my brother for the setup, and let's go win a final.
You know, what do you think are your chances at repeating X30 Pro Senior later on today as well?
Yeah, so in X30, obviously we had a lot better of a weekend. I think we're starting P2 for the Superheat, so that one's going to be a lot different of a race. We're just going to try to get a good start and stay out front, be calm, finish inside the top 5, top 3, and I'm happy there.
Thank you, Dalton.
Thank you.
Dalton Haynes and the rest of the KA Senior drivers trying to roll through the scale line here on the full layout. Great intel to hear from Alexander Sill breaking things down, because again, you saw Dalton quick to grab a water. It's starting the sun's shining now, the heat's going to rise. The heat index has been high all week, and it's going to be another lengthy 18-lap Superheat that he's got to endure and hopefully try to go for the race win, Caleb.
Yeah, very humid out here as well. I mean, last night I was walking the grid and I was sweating. I'm not even racing, but I can't imagine how these young guns are holding up right now. We have a little bit of change as well on the racetrack. Ashton Woon has gotten up to the point of the field. Vega fell back to 4th. Cade Wolf is in that 2nd spot, and Kason Hodge is up to 3rd. So a little bit of a change, but Ashton Woon has been really good so far this year. And you look further down in the field, a couple of updates on some of the drivers that found themselves with issues. Parker Ives down in 21st, Maxwell Macha 22nd, and a couple of others as well looking to work their way up. And like you said, Samet indeed was involved. He's down in 16th. So a couple of the drivers that we saw in the shootout last night are way down the order here, Xander.
Well, it's a heartbreaker in Mini for the Ryan Perry Motorsport crew, having Parker Ives and Ben Gleverman go to the rear. At least for Peyton Phillips, he was able to fly that red, white, and gray RPM flag nice and high and into the top 5 at the end of that KA Superheat. Let's hear from him. Alex?
Provisionally for that Superheat. What was it like out there? It seemed pretty chaotic now that you guys are finally, bunched together as a full group of seniors.
Yeah, it was absolutely terrifying, I won't lie. You go into every single hairpin just hoping you don't get blown up or someone goes over the top of you. But we kept our nose clean, didn't actually hit anyone on purpose. There was one time out of the ball, we were 3 wide, went up in the air. Hopefully don't get a penalty for that, but yeah, the pace looked good. Hopefully we have some more in the final.
Is there anything you can do to kind of combat that at all? It seems like this is what we've become accustomed to seeing here in KA Senior. After seeing what we saw in the Superheat, we can probably expect the same thing in the final. Is that what you feel?
Yeah, I feel like it's almost going to be more of a fight for the first couple laps. Then we'll go back to how it was the middle part of the race where we all actually were kind of working together trying to catch the front. But then at the end, everything's off the table. Everyone wants the money, and it's going to be fun.
Let's talk about your go-kart a little bit. You didn't really get a chance to probably get a good feel for it out there because you're too busy defending other drivers, but does it feel all right for the final?
Yeah, I think in the first heat we had to use a lot of our tire to try to make our way into the shootout on points. We didn't, but we got the promoter's pick anyway. So we knew for the rest of the heats we were going to be struggling on tire wear and for the Superheat. So for us to go purple basically with the tires that we have, I'm looking quite forward to the final.
Thank you, Peyton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, as well here. Again, that final is going to be a pretty shaken up grid with all of the way that the drivers cross the line in different spots there, especially in just the last lap and a half in KA100 Senior. Those grids will be posted, of course, to the Trackhouse Motorplex official Discord. And for at least the Mini Swift grid, I think a lot of it being shaken up is going to come away from how the first few laps unfolded. Now, this lead group has been pretty tame while we've been chatting with some of our KA seniors. Let's go in and check on the forward progress of some of the drivers involved in that incident. Parker Ives, I believe, and Marco Samet. Marco Samet looks like he might be the highest running driver that was around. He's around the mid-teens right there, maybe 15 seconds back from the leaders on that LN Kart. The lead group pretty far ahead up the road. Here's Parker. He's half the track back, 30 seconds away in the 148 RPM Nitro Kart, and he's a long ways away from the next best driver. He's gotten around, looks like De Guzman on the LN Kart there in he's gotten around Bryson Scales. Sorry, he's got 4 seconds more or less to get up to Riley Dobelier. So 19th for Parker Ives, 21st there for Maxwell Macha. He was able to get obviously dislodged, and I think the best of the drivers kind of tripped up in that deal is Marco Samet. He's about 20 seconds up the road from them, just at the top of the screen there going into turn 4 on that LN Kart. P14 for Maxwell, for Marco, 21 for Maxwell. And at this rate, with the pack now so spread out, I mean, they are going to get a few more before it's over, especially Samet. He's catching up to, say, Simon Klein, this group up here, Nolan Carney on that orange and white U-Race Paralyn. So Marco might be able to get about maybe 4 or 5 more if he can catch the draft of the next couple and get into it. But, when you're traveling to drive back forward through the field, you need some fighting to go on because, at the highest level of American karting, the national scene, 1/10 of a second on lap time separates 5 to 10 cars. So for all just running qualifying laps, Caleb, you're not going to make up a 20-second gap.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the field as well, that's a very good point. The field's all spread out, and I mean, it's kind of hard to catch whenever you find yourself in no man's land, like we say there with Marco Samet. So, indeed, a lot of work to do for him and to try and catch the likes of Simon Klein and that group to try and get himself inside of the top 10 to kind of limit the damage of this result, and for other drivers as well, as Parker Ives just went quickest, and you wonder what that kid could have done and if he was able to get a good start. And for Royce Vega as well, we'll talk about him just a little bit. He's in the 4th spot. Just seems like they missed the setup or missed the long run pace here, to say the least. He's about a couple of tenths off in the lap times that Woon, Wolf, and Hodge are running. They're all in the 53.3s. Royce Vega, he's in the 53.7, so that's a couple of tenths, 4 tenths to be exact, off from the pace of your leaders. So Vega just a little bit off, and he was up there in the lead of the race 1 point, but it seems like his equipment just came in and came to life just a little bit too early.
And this is the best way to see, again, if it is going to be coming in a bit too early, Caleb, because when they're just only at 3 or 4 cars together, I mean, that's, you know, just going to be a long practice session, a long, big pack run. You know, there's 4.5 seconds to Nico Katowski and counting backwards from him. Again, Vega, a couple of tenths off the pace, but for what you mentioned in that K Senior Heat of wanting to try some things, wanted to do some tests, well, when it ends up in a battle the way that K Senior Superheat was, you don't really learn a lot. But when you're in a group like this where it's only a couple of fast guys, you get to drive around them and really see the minute differences. Last weekend, for example, for me behind the wheel at the Texas Sprint Racing Series Regional, you know, I had an issue in qualifying that sent me to the rear. I was able to go forward, and I had, I think, around probably 5th to 10th, you know, level speed out of my driving and my package, but I didn't get to kind of work on that so much through the heats because I wasn't around other drivers near my speed. I was just making passes, so when I wasn't around anyone near or a little better than me, I didn't know if I needed to, let's say, go up 1 tooth, go down 1 tooth, change my driving in this corner, brake deeper over here. These 3 drivers here at the front, and Royce Vega as well, because he at least was able to hang with them at the beginning, they're getting more intel, more valuable knowledge and data probably than any other driver that has run a superheat so far between the first 3 classes and the rest of the field here in Mini, because you're able to get a real bird's eye view especially in the case of, like, for example, Kason Hodge, who's 3rd in the pack of, all right, they pull me a little bit out of the slow stuff, or they pull me a little bit at the end of the straightaways. I'm better here, I'm worse there. And that's all, again, knowledge you can kind of keep in your back pocket for when things really matter in that main event later this afternoon.
Yeah, that's obviously this isn't the end game. That's the main event later on today. It's going to be just a couple of more laps in the superheat, but it's all about a kickoff here. Lap number 14 getting set to get wrapped up, and just about 3 laps to go when they cross the stripe. We'll see if Cade Wolf wants to go for a move here, and still they're staying very, very patient. Very, very mature driving, I must say, from the Timmy Tech Comkart driver and the Saudi Racing USA driver and Kason Hodge. These drivers are just kind of doing a little bit of a lead and follow session, pushing each other along, learning from each other, learning the braking zones of Ashton Moon, and seeing where, you know, he goes a little bit wider on exit or a little bit narrower on entry, where they can kind of try and get creative with them whenever those 2.6 do end up going in the air. But again, still learning a lot from a kid like Ashton Moon, who started off the year a little bit slow, broke his arm at the start, but ever since then picked up right where he left off last year and has picked up a whole lot of wins since, and picked up $1,000 as well last night.
Yeah, starting off slow is an understatement, right? He started off at 0 miles an hour, and he still had just barely gotten the cast off and had to go finish up the recovery process after his first race back behind the wheel in Houston. And like you said, he won there. He's won other races through the year. He was on a winning streak, a hot streak through the summer, especially at the MCC Kartplex in Cincinnati. But here at his new home over the last couple of years, him and his family have all relocated to chase Ashton's racing career here in Mooresville, North Carolina. So he knows this racetrack well now. Cade Wolf has grown up here. His father, Greg, a well-renowned racing driver in his own right, and former NASCAR Cup Series crew chief, who has crew chiefed at the highest level for many of the superstars these kids have watched on TV. And then behind to Kason Hodge on the Sodi. Well, he's not from here. He doesn't necessarily have a massive racing background, but guess what? He is right head-to-head with these 2 kids as they head out. Paul Wolf. I'm mixed up between Greg Ives and Paul Wolf. I just realized I misspoke on that. But Paul Wolf on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart with Cade out in front now to the outside, to the low side. Kason down the inside here, looking for second from Cade. And the 3 kids, let's focus back on the spotlight of the stars in the moment. Headed up the hill to turn 3, Ashton Woon parking the bus nicely.
Yeah, Wolf looked to go around the outside in turn number 1. He's going now in turn 3, goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Woon going to defend, Hodge going to open up, and that's going to open the door there for Wolf to get clear into turn number 4. He's now up into the 2nd spot, and Woon a car length in between himself and Wolf. And like you said, both these drivers have a lot of laps around this place. Wolf has probably been in this situation time and time again all year long.
And he's got to keep in mind that 2nd is still going to be more than enough for Cade here. If he can just keep Kason behind him here, Cade Wolf is still going to end up going 2-1 between the Superheat and the heat races. Ashton Woon's going to go 3-1, and that would put Cade on the pole. So he doesn't need to win it as much as he'd like to. He's just got to stay second. He'll get a run. Vega's going to get one as well, but Ashton Woon will win the Superheat. And at the line, Vega just stole second away. Royce Vega by half a tenth goes P2. Kaysen Hodge also beats Cade Wolf to the line. And in that last 100 feet, the pole just shifted for the feature. So right as I thought Cade Wolf was good to stay right behind Ashton Woon and just follow his tire tracks, he got 2 bogged down out of that last turn. Vega rebounds to go up to second. Hodge moves into third. And I think with Ashton Woon, a 3-1 might put him, or it'll be a 3-0. So it should put him as the tiebreaker over Royce Vega, who would then be marked as a 2-2. 4 total points for Royce, 3 points for Ashton Woon. I think 1 and 2 in the Superheat now, by my math, is going to be our front row if the results hold for the mini Swift class in their feature later this afternoon.
Yeah, that was wild to say the least for Royce Vega to get himself up into the second spot there in the end. You know, he was very, very far off there during that race, and to get himself up to second is definitely a good result to end off heat racing action. It's going to be the main event coming up next for them later on today, but your Mini Swift Superheat gets wrapped up. Your X30 Junior is getting set to go out on the racetrack in a couple of moments' time.
We'll be right back here with our final 2 Superheats, folks. You're watching the IAME Grand National Championship live on Kart Chaser here from Mooresville, North Carolina, and Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll be right back.
Just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website. That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US. Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks? But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free. Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at parolinusa.com.
Welcome back to the IAME Grand National Championship here from Trackhouse Motorplex as we all ready to bring the action with the X30 Juniors. Chase Gassia, Lee, Alexander Vanchev, your front row for their Superheat. Enzo Vidmontien there lining up aboard his Trinity karting group, Kart Republic, with Fianchi joining him, but it's all behind that blue, chrome, and black Costa Link custom printing EOS kart of Chase Gassiet Lee. He was able to sweep a ton of heat race wins through the result sheet yesterday on the alt course. That spread the field out quite a bit in most divisions, but now back on the familiar full course layout, especially for most of your front runners already having competed in that KA100 Junior Superheat, getting some valuable intel of the track conditions back on the regular circuit, what to expect out of it. Well, we're gonna see if that pays dividends at all. Nate Golseth as well, rolling from the rear, I believe potentially with an engine change for the 726 Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart, so keep your eye on him from P15 as he warms that thing up and tries to close towards the front of the field. Let's take a look at the overall grid though. We talked about the first two rows. It goes back then to row 3 with Ty Fisher's Race Lab TV, your KA Junior Superheat winner, and Davin Roberts. Again, Ty's already proven his pace. He had to start last in all 3 of the heats. He's driven well forward here in this X30 Junior class to line up 5th for the Superheat.
Yeah, starting alongside Davin Roberts in the Ryan Perry Motorsports machine. You go back to Max Weiland and Peyton Westcott on row number 4. Amador Martinez on what I believe is his first X30 Junior start here this weekend. Starts inside of the top 10 on row number 5 alongside the young gun Lucas Palacio at his home track.
Back behind Lucas is just the first row from the top 10. Jose Halfen in the 736 RPG Cosmic. Tristan Murphy, the Ryan Perry Motorsport rookies, already had sadly one rough go at things here today, and that was with the way that it unfolded in that KA Junior Superheat early, sent him to the wayside. William Kim making his first of a couple, I think maybe second or third actually, start with the Speed Concepts Racing banner. He rolls to the inside of Yago Lempin, and Nate Golseth, as we mentioned, rolls off from the tail end of the field here in today's Superheat. So hopefully he can make up some ground and make some noise with that engine change overnight in the X30 Junior class. We got issues though. William Kim is into the pit lane here. He's shaking his head. There is something well amiss on that SCR red speed, so heartbreak for William. We're going to be down to 14 drivers taking the green flag, Caleb.
Yeah, unfortunate there for William Kim, not even going to be able to start this race out, so very, very unfortunate there for him, but everybody else on that outside line going to slot up one position as we go into the tram lines this time around and get set to get the green flag.
Here we go, 18 laps. Looks good from our point of view. It'll be good for the flaggers as well. Green flag for the X30 Junior Superheat. Chase Gassiet Lee and Alexander Vanchev lead us up the hill. Bad start for Fianchi. He'll lose about 4 spots as they get to turn number 3 already, with Peyton Westcott being the last one to get through. Check out Enzo around the high side. He'll pick up 1, nearly 2. He goes into second with a nice outside move in turn 4 and Alexander Vanchev.
Yeah, he looked to kind of find the grip out there to try and get ahead of Chase Gassiet Lee as well, but just not enough there around the outside. He's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack now. Gassiet Lee going to defend. Everybody else getting stacked and packed here. Fisher got a blow from behind with Max Weiland, who went into his rear bumper. Weiland's going to go sideways there, lose a whole lot of time, and Westcott's going to be able to get through.
Up the hill now to put 1 full lap at speed complete here. Still a lot of defending there as Peyton Westcott tries to cover off the inside from her teammates. Nate Golseth has not been able to make any forward progress quite yet. You saw that white helmet poke out at the back of the 14-car train. But good moves early for Ty Fisher and Enzo Vidmontien. They're at least in the positive column as they head down the backstretch. Davin Roberts bearing down there, and again Vanchev behind. But Chase Gassiet Lee, what a jump here in the first few laps, Caleb. Now out by nearly a full second as they head through the infield.
Yeah, Chase has showed a lot of pace throughout the heat races, and I mean, he's already kind of showing why he's up there at the front, went quicker than anybody else on that initial lap, and everybody else still battling it out. So that's going to allow, you know, your top 5 drivers to kind of pull away here. Vanchev, Roberts, Fisher, and Vidmontien all kind of working together in single file. It's obviously going to get very hectic at the start, but as it all continues and as this race kind of plays out a little bit, they kind of calm down just that bit more, because this is the longest heat race that these drivers have been through all weekend long. 18 laps on the docket for all of them here today. And again, we talked about testing, we talked about patience. There's a bigger picture here today. You don't want to bend your setup, and you don't want to bend your kart before that main event, and you have to pick and choose your battles, as Roberts is going to pick one now into turn number 4. He's going to get clear on Ty Fisher. Vanchev looked to go through as well. He's going to stay in the 5th spot.
through the infield with 6, all in frame back to Max Weiland. And it did not take long for them to track down Chase Gassiet-Lee. But with Alex Vanchev going to the inside of Ty Fisher, Weiland into the side of him, that'll hurt all that progress that they just made to catch the leader and stay with him. Hopefully they can make it through the next couple turns single file and go back up to the rear bumper of Davin Roberts and stay close as we put 2 laps in the books here. Gassiet-Lee in the 7-1-3, now down to only 2/10 in front of Enzo Vidmontien. We've got one heck of a group here, and we might have more joining the party as Enzo catches Chase sleeping up the hill to turn 3. Talk about a surprise maneuver there. And now Davin Roberts is going to find a way by on the inside in the bowl.
Yeah, Roberts is absolutely flying early on this race. He went back-to-back personal best lap times and back-to-back fastest laps of the race, a 49.607. For Davin Roberts, he was a 10th quicker than Enzo Vidmontien last time around, so it looked like Vidmontien was definitely feeling the pressure there as they continue to fight. Weiland goes through on Fisher, and Fisher lost a whole lot of time after that one as Vanchev went through on Gassiet-Lee as well, so they're starting to shuffle, they're starting to pass each other 5 laps into this one.
Out of the last turn, another lap in the books here with a long way to go. Chase Gassiet-Lee a little bit slow here in the first couple of laps, and it looks like maybe it's more of a mid to top end horsepower issue as he got passed into turn 3 and he didn't look that good going down to turn 1 either. Got a great run through that fast corner, and well, he'll get closer now. The leaders are going to change hands again. Davin Roberts to the point for the very first time. Last week at the Rotax US Trophy Final, he scored a ticket to go and represent Team USA. It'll be his first trip to the Rotax Grand Finals. And the Brian Perry Motorsport driver is one of another. Oh, wow, big slider from Max Weiland in turn 8. That cost a ton of time, but Roberts is one of many who call Trackhouse Motorplex home as well. And he has got, I imagine, a pretty decent-sized cheering section for him here, as his father has spent a lot of time in NASCAR country working for some of the major race teams on the Cup circuit. Another lap in, though. Weiland, at least up the board position-wise, is better, although they've lost about a half second to the top 3. And I think Enzo Vidmontien, realizing that's going to hold on going by on Davin for a minute while they fight behind.
Yeah, Fion Shi there with Amador Martinez. They continue to battle, and she just lost a little bit of time there to the rear bumper of Amador Martinez. And we followed around Nate Golseth for a little bit. He went quickest the last time around, a 49.129 as Westcott on the inside of Ty Fisher, who continues to fall down the order, and Golseth continues to work his way up the order as Fisher going back on Westcott. He's going to lose a whole lot of time. Martinez going to go up a spot as Fion Shi going to go up another one as well, and they continue to battle, but it's been a wild, wild race so far in that mid-pack as they continue to battle it out.
Enzo Vidmontien going back by on Davin Roberts, though, now has brought that group behind a little bit closer once again. You can see all the positions gained and lost here. Golseth up a couple. He hasn't made up a ton. He's up 3. Up 2 for Max Weiland. Up 2 for Enzo Vidmontien, or sorry, Alexander Vanchev, down to up 2 for Weiland. Vanchev's going to get one of them back, though. Down the inside and clear. He'll go to second. Vidmontien now a net gain of 1, or net gain really a 2 in the 795 from third. So Enzo at the end of lap 7 with still 11 laps remaining has decided to go to the lead and see if he can't try to break away from the field. Chase Gassiet-Lee, our early race leader who had that massive gap, is kind of by his lonesome right now on an island in 5th there. He's half a second back from the top 4, about half a second away from an RPG line led by Peyton Westcott with Amador Martinez and Fion Shi. Here's Max Weiland to the inside, turn 8. Move him up to 3rd, and while it hasn't been maybe flawless, it has been a solid march up the grid for the Magic Kart driver. That's now, I believe, probably 3 spots gained for Mad Max on the session so far.
Yeah, and that pace that Davin Roberts had early on definitely kind of fading away now as Vanchev on the inside of turn number 1 on Enzo Vidmontien. Vanchev goes up to the lead now. He was your shootout winner from last night. He put $1,000 in the bank account as Enzo Vidmontien on the inside, not wasting any time. He's going to go back. Weiland gets through. Robert gets through as well as Vanchev falls all the way back to 4th in a couple of 2 corners.
Yeah, this race looked like for a moment there it was going to start to spread apart here, but now it is going to be a fight all the way to the inside for the first 4 cars. And in one corner, in about half a lap in total, we have packed up our entire field. Pole sitter Chase Gassiet-Lee now back to 6th as Peyton Westcott gets her elbows out. The young lady now into the top 5 as she moves forward. Highest of the Rollison Performance Group contingent here this weekend. Amador Martinez could not get through. He went a little wide in the last turn, and well, Max Weiland is now very happy. Mad Max as he goes up the hill, but he just lost that lead back in turn 3. Vidmontien back to the point. Roberts into 2nd. Vanchev and Weiland still side by side for 3rd. Max had that lead for all of about maybe 300 feet. Caleb from turn 1 to turn 3, and Enzo said, okay, that's enough playing around. I'll go right back on by. So Vidmontien back to the point here with 8 laps to go right now.
Yeah, and a similar kind of strategy to what he was doing in the KA Junior as Ty Fisher. All this battling has kind of prompted him to kind of work his way up the field and look to gain a couple of spots here as this group gets stacked and packed, and everybody else getting brought right back into play. But Vidmontien continuing to defend. He goes low in 12 as well, and I'm not going to be surprised if he defends into turn number 1 as Roberts is definitely closing in. He blocks off low there late on that main straightaway, and Roberts going to get slowed down just that little bit, and Weiland already looking to get creative here with Alexander Vanchev going down the back straightaway.
It is definitely going to be crazy here as they white line it down through turn number 4. The X30 Pro drivers are prepping on the grid, and I imagine they're hoping their race doesn't end up looking like this in the latter half, because there's about 9 or 10 of them all stacked up here. This group goes back to Golseth in the 10th spot, actually. And he's actually gotten, I think, one more now latching on behind them in the form of Yago Lempin in 11th. So all on the bottom. Maybe there'll be an opening for someone to make a move, but really Enzo Vidmontien has already shown that he's got some pretty good defensive prowess, and that has kept everyone tucked in with nowhere to go but just in the tire tracks of the 795 machine. So he's going to keep it pinned on the inside through 1, and we'll crest the hill now with 7 laps remaining and no changes at the first position on the field, and they're all going to fight to get down low. Check out Chase. That rule of 3 there you mentioned, Caleb. He tried to pick up 1. I think he just got Peyton Westcott, so he did get 1 gain there going to the high side in turn 4.
Yeah, good move there for that driver to get clear, and everybody else still single file line. Vidmontien going to go low to defend from Davin Roberts. Vanchev looks to go lower. Gassiet-Lee on the inside of Max Weiland. He gets clear. Westcott takes advantage. Over-under move for her. She's able to go through, and Ty Fisher now stuck on that outside line. Side by side with Weiland there for a second. He's going to lose it, and the RPG contingency continuing to fight here.
This looks to be a very good drive forward for Peyton as we watch Golseth pick up another spot there. But Peyton Westcott might be the biggest mover, as check out that big high-low maneuver from Alexander Vanchev. He's doing everything he can right now while he's got a gap behind him to try and make a spot up. He's got a nose down low on Roberts, who's going to send it to the high side in 4. Nowhere for Davin to go. He'll end up in the same spot back in 2nd. Enzo Vidmontien is going to need to get real fancy here in the last 5 laps, because when you become too predictable in your moves defending for your position, and everyone can get 4 or 5 laps behind to kind of set you up and figure out how to pick you apart, well, they can do moves like that with Peyton Westcott getting through. But ultimately, Vanchev able to over-under it. He'll stay 3rd, and Peyton Westcott now has to worry about Gassiet-Lee once again, who is also just as worried about Max Weiland behind him. 5 to go now, and the top 2 finally have some breathing room.
And you see Roberts just not interested in the whole white line game, telling Enzo Vidmontien to work his way forward and trying to build the trust in between the two of them, because, you know, Roberts doesn't want to bring in almost 10 cars into that lead fight, wants to keep it down to 2 with just Vidmontien. So if Enzo sees that and sees Davin continuing to push and continuing to work together, they could probably pull away from this pack that continues to fight, as Westcott going to look on Alexander Vanchev in a turn 8, just a little bit 2 ways back.
Oh, big move to the inside, big wiggle from Amador Martinez as he goes by on Fianchy. Golseth cannot follow. Check it out, Peyton Westcott up 3 after she went backwards on the start to now move up from 7th on the grid into the top 5. Chase Gassiet-Lee, again, he needs to kind of get back moving forward if he wants to hold that pole for the final here later on today. Down through turn number 1 we go with Weiland on Gassiet-Lee. Now that'll move him back to 6, so a 0 and a 6. That would mean that Enzo Vidmontien going 3-0 would get the pole. Davin Roberts going 4-2 would tie with Chase Gassiet-Lee. And I think Chase, depending on how the points get weighed, might win that tiebreaker to maybe go to 2nd. but he needs to at least pick up one, if not two more positions to make it a fight for that pole and hope that Enzo Vidmontien fades back a little bit. I think he needs to go third or better to clinch it, and he's back now into that sixth position.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Ty Fisher and Chase Gassi, Max Weiland as well, who's back there, and for Chase Gassi as well, just all fighting it out for the pole now. But this Superheat has definitely not gone the way that they would have wanted, but a driver who is kind of working his way back up. He won last night, and Vanchev starting to close down on the top two with the help from Peyton Westcott. And again, it kind of starts very hectic. It calms down, and then it gets hectic again here towards the end as Robert's going to go through. And I'm not going to be surprised if I see Vanchev try a move on Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, Davin Roberts through turns 5 and 6 now. He's waited a long time to pull that move off to get back to the lead. And right at the moment where we're getting ready for 2 laps to go, that was a perfectly timed move because the pack is all here. Enzo Vidmontien can only really follow. If he opens the door, Vanchev will go through. Vanchev now is going to have an opportunity to set them both up for a crossover because with Peyton Westcott going by on Weiland, Alex can go high and low, and the Sodi has about 2 more turns, maybe just one where he's going to have the chance to do that. Let's see if he goes back up. He doesn't in turn 1. Peyton will. She's got a big run up the hill to turn 3. Let's see if she can get a crossover move down the backstretch as they fight back for 5th. With Chase Gassi and Lee now back behind Ty Fisher in 7th, and it's Weiland and Fisher into 5th and 6th at the front of that second pack.
Yeah, that pack definitely starting to get just that little bit bigger as Gassi, Lee, and Weiland already starting to kind of work together just a little bit to kind of get up there, and you see them start to close down their gap. Robert's going to defend once again into turn 8. A fight further back in the field, Fionn Shi and what looked to be Lempin as well. They went side by side in 8, but everybody else further up, single foul line all the way through to turn 12, and you see Vidmontien thought about a move there in 11. Robert's going to block, but Enzo Vidmontien sets up the over-under. Just a little bit too deep on the brake there for Davin Roberts.
And Enzo did a perfect job making sure that Alexander Vanchev was going to be too far back to stuff it down the inside. Davin Roberts kicked up some dirt, going a little wide in that last turn, so now he's got to be really careful to not give up second, but unfortunately he's going to lose it. Vanchev threw in the bowl. Vidmontien, perfectly timed move in the last turn. We chatted with him during that X30 heat. He's done such a great job of perfectly timing his passes for the win. When to go, when to hold, when to go low and defend. He's got a plentiful gap here now, and as they fight for second, Enzo should be well safe. It'll be a question as to whether or not Davin can get back around Vanchev. Westcott is now there in 4th. Look at Gassi at Lee, your pole sitter, and Almador Martinez now all the way to the back of the main group. Goal set there behind Fionn Shi, and on the front straightaway, Enzo Vidmontien wins the Superheat. Vanchev versus Roberts give the nod to Davin. He gets back around him at the line.
Alexander Vanchev crossed the line in 3rd, Westcott 4th, and Max Weiland rounds up your top 5 across the line. Fionn Shi lost a couple. He went back to 9th. Golsath finished in 8th. Lempin 9th. Ty Fisher fell back to the 6th spot. And then Jose Alfin rounds up your top 10 here.
Let's take a look through that Coastal Link custom printing recap really quickly here from that X30 Junior Superheat, and get ready for our X30 Pro drivers. The last of the sessions to set our grids for that feature. Starting things off here, that Coastal Link custom printing EOS card at Chase Gassi at Lee leads our recap away, and with Alexander Vanchev and Enzo Vidmontien going at it on the opening couple of laps, and Max Weiland, Ty Fisher all kind of getting tripped up around them as well. Well, it gave Chase a bit of a gap, but the pack quickly hunted him back down and started to send the 713 back down the leaderboard. There he is, falling back all the way to 4th. Fisher and Weiland got into it a couple of times together, and the main 2 drivers at the front during this Superheat were Davin Roberts and Enzo Vidmontien, because the infighting was just all behind them. Ty Fisher trying to go forward, then going back, forward again, backwards again. And ultimately, Alexander Vanchev with that move on Davin Roberts got him to 2nd. And with Davin, he could not get any better, sadly, so it ends up with a last-second move that steals P2 back away. But Enzo Vidmontien was able to get the win in that Superheat. There's a look as Davin went back around him, but got crossed over coming to the line. And with that white flag waving, he had that tire hit the dirt, and it hurt him. He tried to trust Vanchev to hope that Alex would maybe give him a shot at Enzo and wait in turn 4. Alex didn't, and Davin at least got back to 2nd there in the last turn, but Vidmontien ended as the winner. There's a look at Mike Geeson rolling by in that white helmet. Super sub for Aiden Levy on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony card. He'll have to start tail end of this X30 Pro field. For the X30 Pro Superheat, it is the last of our Superheats, the class that bats cleanup here at the IAME Grand National Championship. Let's see how they will line the grid here. Hayden Jones, perfect through most of this weekend. He has not gone any worse, I believe, than second through every single X30 Pro session. He'll lead us to green alongside fast Frankie Mossman in the 301, and then Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino will make up row 2.
Nicholas Terlecki and Jacob Kolar on row number 3. Brandon Carr and the rookie and Carter McMurray on row number 4. Ryan Norberg and Cameron Weinberg round up your top 10.
Jackson Wolney and Justin Ataconis start just outside the top 10 in 11th and 12th. Rookie Nix Eggleston lines up behind Wolney, a fellow rookie as well, on row 7 with Kieran Rogers, an all-rookie row 7 in that Ryan Perry Motorsport machine.
You go back to Josh Holtz, Pierce Jasso, Henry Lepard, Santi Fernandez, yesterday's fan vote winner, and Austin Perrin and Mike Geeson rounding up your field here in X30 Pro.
Yeah, there were 21 on the entry list. The last one that potentially would join would be Christian Blevins Jr. He did cross the line, so indeed we'll have 21 total drivers. All of the drivers off the list will be competing in this Superheat with, again, Geeson to the tail, subbing in for Aiden Levy. He's already working on pinching the fuel line and leaning the needles down. Mike Geeson's known as one of the best carburetor tuners in the paddock, so let's see if he can use that to get a good start as the leaders take us green to 1. Mossman with a big slide down the bottom. He'll get into second, and Hayden Jones leads us through turn 3.
Yeah, Dalton just clobbered that curve there in turn number 1, and he fell back to the 4th spot, and everybody else side by side. Norberg, McMurray fighting it out. Looks like Norberg lost a couple there on the start to Weinberg and Carr, it looks like at this point, but everybody else still fighting, and single file for your top 6 or 7 drivers for the back as well. Going to calm down just that little bit. McMurray's right behind Carr. Jones going to fend low. Terlecki going to go way lower, and everybody else side by side. Weinberg goes on the inside there, Carter McMurray.
Yeah, Carter dropped that tire in the kink. That hurt him. Now Jackson Wolney getting roughed up a little bit as Ryan Norberg tries to close the door. He cut him a break, and he's going to end up getting punished for it. Nix Eggleston, Josh Holtz by. Here comes Ataconis. There's his teammate, Fernandez. Jackson Wolney getting sent to the weeds while his teammate, Frankie Mossman, takes over the lead in turn 1.
Yeah, Frankie with a good move there in turn number 1 as Jones back to second now. Paulie in the 3rd spot, and Dalton in the 4th spot, and McMurray way off the racetrack.
Big moment there for Carter. He has spent just as much time, it feels like, in the dirt here in the first lap and a half as he has on the asphalt. And he was trying to get some spots back, and now is going to have another lap with dirt on the tires. Meanwhile, for the lead, Jones versus Mossman down in turn number 8. And Frankie gets the over-under. Massimino into second. Mossman is third. Mossman leads, Jones is third, and Dalton Haynes on that SLA Sodi is 4th as they crest the hill.
Yeah, good move there by Haynes to get up there to the 4th spot, and everybody else still kind of single file at the moment and working together for now. Kolar in the 5th spot with Terlecki. They're pushing each other forward to try and get into that lead pack, and again, we've seen these 3 drivers be the class of the field so far. They've been quick as Massimino going to fend low and try to block from Hayden Jones as Jones looked to go on the inside there of Massimino, and Massimino just saw him coming and heard him coming as well as Jones faded low in turn number 4. So Paulie going to block off there. Going to work his way up to Mossman, and we'll see what he does. Mossman going to defend. They make a little bit of contact there as Paulie looked to go. Nick Terlecki with some sort of issue here. He loses a whole lot of spots here, Xander.
This is a very antsy and frantic Superheat, Caleb. I mean, these drivers have 18 laps. I'm surprised to see so much aggression so early, but it has definitely been through the entire field, not anyone specific. Mossman leads now about 9 cars deep to Nix Eggleston in 8th, and then a big gap to the 2 Holtz DD Tony carts that end off the top 10 and lead the rest of the field, it feels like, from 9th, 10th on back to around maybe 17th or so with Henry Lepard. So through the infield, finally a moment to catch our breath here in the booth collectively, Caleb. Fast Frankie Mossman to Paulie Massimino, who I think is about to come under fire for second. Hayden Jones is going to go through. Dalton Haynes goes through. And Jacob Kolar tries to follow as Norberg got by on Eggleston. But Kolar is going to be on the outside of the bowl. He'll stay back in 5th. Just add a fellow Kart Republic driver, Cameron Weinberg. You've got 5 different operations represented inside the top 5. Really 6 if you go back to Weinberg there in the top 6 on that CDR Kart Republic. And as they continue to go at it, Massimino falls down to 5th. Kolar in that 3:05, repping Miami on the Vice Racing colored Kart Republic moves to 4th. And the CDR Kart Republic of Cameron Weinberg is through for 5th now. So Massimino to 6th, Ryan Norberg on his heels in 7th, who is looking to really make some hay. I saw Ryan seemingly a little aggressive, kind of trying to find a gap there in the last turn. He's going to go by on Paulie here in the hairpin. Nick Eggleston getting his elbows out, the rookie side by side with Paulie, but now he'll get put on the outside in 9, and Paulie's going to punish him, and they're going to make contact. Eggleston, tire-to-tire contact. He's going to have the worse for wear on it. He'll lose about 4 more spots.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Nick, just stuck on the outside, and you know, in junior that probably would have would have been able to go through, but not in the big leagues here in the X30 Pro class. Everybody going to have their elbows out and just not going to let you have that around the outside. So everybody else working their way through here.
Thought Hayden Jones was going to go for it there, Caleb. It looked like he had a huge run on Frankie Mossman and maybe just kind of washed the front nose through turn number 3 and lost some ground. So now your run order, as Paulie Massimino's been shuffled out of the main group, has those 4 together. Here's that move for the lead. Jones is through and Haynes is through as well on fast Frankie Mossman. Dalton Haynes now to P2. Mossman trying to fend off Jacob Kolar for 3rd. That'll bring Weinberg back up and into the lead pack. And here comes the 3:48 9-timer. Back there in position number 6 is going to bookend our lead group at the end of lap number 6 here with still 12 laps remaining in the Superheat.
Yeah, Ryan's definitely working his way through. You see him kind of pick moves every single lap, and it's still a very long race. We're not even halfway through this race as well, so a guy like Paulie, a guy like Nick, who both had issues, they still have a chance to kind of work their way up the field and get themselves inside of the top 6 here. I mean, obviously Paulie was a little bit off the pace there early on, but I mean, it's still a very long race, and setups can vary as well for Paulie to see if he comes in and has a very late charge late on in this one. But Kolar definitely very strong here early on. He's going to go up to 3rd ahead of Frankie. Weinberg still there right behind these 2 drivers and looking like he wants to go. So look out for Cameron to kind of try a move, but right behind him, Ryan's been trying to get ahead of Cameron for quite some time. He's going to do it this time in a turn number 12.
Frankie Mossman frustrated with Jacob Kolar going to the low side. Kolar says, well, you're still right on my heels, so what else am I supposed to do? But Jacob Kolar here, he is setting himself up for maybe a bit of pain, because now there's 5 lined up behind him. If they're able to get a nose underneath him, he's not just going to lose 1 spot. I think he might lose quite a few. Massimino through on the inside of the bowl there. He'll get by to pick up 1 more spot. That was on Nick Terlecki. But Jacob Kolar, he went by on Mossman because Mossman had dropped a tire in turn 6. He's now just trying to fight for his life to keep Frankie behind him. And thankfully, it looks like Norberg, with a big send on Frankie there in the infield hairpin, gets by, and Paulie Massimino stuck on the outside in the runoff. He'll get through as he fights his way down to the inside, and Mossman now, oh man, did Cameron just really take it to Frankie, and he's going to lose maybe 6 spots here by the end of this lap.
Yeah, that blocking there by Jacob Kolar definitely didn't help Frankie Mossman out at all. He lost a whole lot of spots here, almost 7 in this race, and Kolar just running away with it there. Cameron going to start to defend from Justin Ataconis, who's worked his way finally inside of the top 10. Nick Eggleston right behind him, and another driver who's been just struggling all weekend long, Brandon Carr as well, finds himself in this group now, finally getting ahead of Nicholas Terlecki.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the halfway point in this heat race, this super heat of who's gone forward, who's gone backwards. Justin Ataconis rolled from outside the top 10. He's up 4 spots here from 11th. He's about to lose 1 though. Nick Eggleston going back forward to get himself a net gain of 5 on that ruthless karting X-Spree. And Ataconis said he felt pretty good after last night's shootout with a P4 result, trying to put himself in contention to drive towards the front of the field in the main this afternoon. There's Carter McMurray playing catch-up after dirt tracking it a lot and getting shoveled wide in the first few laps. He's got himself back around Josh Holtz. And for Nick Eggleston, going forward, he's going to get collected. Cameron Weinberg and Nick Eggleston together in turn 4. They're still together, and now they will finally come to a halt in the ball.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
The rookie there and the returnee to the X30 Pro class just out of this one early.
And it's got the throttle stuck on Cameron Weinberg's Kart Republic. That was the smoke there, sorry. And, yeah, they're done. That's it. Cameron and Nick Eggleston going, dude, why did we have to do that? And I'm sure far from an agreement of who was at fault for the incident, but it just spread your field out quite a bit more. With 8 laps to go here, let's reset a little. Frankie Mossman is back into the 8th spot right behind Brandon Carr. Justin Adaconis up the road there in 6th. The top 2, Dalton Haynes and Hayden Jones, have pulled well away, and with them safe up front, let's break down this replay here. Eggleston was on the bottom. Cameron, I don't know if he was a little tight. It looked tight kind of going in, but the moment they popped tires there side to side, there was nothing they could do. And then this was just kind of funny to watch as Cameron's like, dude, we've got about 50 feet with you on top of me. Tries to kick him off, and it spun Nix around, but it still kept that kart pinned on his throttle, so hopefully Cam's motor will be okay. Either way, they'll be going to the rear or towards it with that kind of finish here in the Superheat for the grid in the feature. Back to McMurray here, trying to march back up the board. He'll go by on Santiago Fernandez, last night's fan vote winner. Change in the 10th spot, Carter McMurray back into the top half of the field. Brandon Carr, Nick Terlecki together, chasing Frankie Mossman, who's gone around them for 7th. So Frankie back forward a little. Justin Adaconis next on the chopping block for the 301. And if Mossman can at least get back around Justin, a 6th place result should still put him well inside the first couple rows for the feature as, we got more contact and Mike Geeson's around in turn 8. More carnage here in this Superheat.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Mike Geeson. Henry Lepard in the middle of the racetrack there looks to have some sort of issue, or let's hope he's all right first of all. So he's going to be out of this one early. Unfortunately there for Henry Lepard, who's going to fall down the order. A couple of other drivers, Kieran Rogers just fell way down the order. He's down in 14th now and continue to lose a couple. Austin Perrin's up inside of the top 15, and everybody else still cycling their way through. We were looking in on Carter as well for a couple of laps there. He was able to get ahead of Santi, and he was finally able to get ahead of a couple of other drivers. So he's working his way through after finding himself in the grass. But your two leaders still working together. Dalton's been really patient behind Hayden and very happy to push along. But Jacob Kolar is definitely closing in. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the top 2.
Yeah, Jacob Kolar has been consistently better than both of your front runners on that Speed Lab engine-supported Vice Racing entry here. Kind of a satellite help from Speed Concepts Racing. They're pitted next to each other, but Vice Racing is a small team out of Miami here, led by Jacob's dad, Jiri, and they are having their best performance so far on the national stage in the Pro Class. P3 at a track that over the years has not been the greatest for Jacob and his repertoire. So this would be a fantastic result in the Superheat that would give him a real shot, especially with the speed that he's showing for the feature. And that, again, I want to put a little asterisk because we do not know who may have gone on to fresh rubber, if any of the drivers did. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole top 10 stayed on their scuffs and staved that second set of new tires for the main event and maybe even further back. But you do have the discretion, Caleb, to go to your second set of tires at any point you choose in the weekend, and that could be this Superheat if you've had a bad run through the heats and need to make up a lot of spots. For the top 2, though, Hayden Jones and Dalton Haynes starting forward, I think they've definitely both been on scuffs, and they're trying to just manage this race to the end, keep it between the pair of them, and fight it out for that Superheat win to move them up the grid a little bit. And in the case of Dalton, it would maybe just bring him 1 or 2 spots higher. Hayden, I think, could finish first or second. He'll still be on the pole for the feature.
Yeah, and everybody else cycling through as well. McMurray and the rest of the field as well. Holtz kind of at the end of the pack with Kieran Rogers. But, I mean, Ryan as well, he's in the 4th spot, kind of trying to close in at the moment, a 47.9. Similar lap times to the top 2. Jacob Kolar, again, still lapping quicker than anybody else and sets the new fastest lap of the race on lap number 15. He set a 47.817, and now goes back to Nick Terlecki, who's all the way down in 8th. But Jacob Kolar for sure has a lot of pace here as we're getting close to the end here.
Battle potentially for the 5th spot here while we keep a tab on the leaders with 2.5 laps to go. Paulie Massimino last time by lost a fair amount of time to his teammate Justin Adaconis. You can see Kolar is still looming in the background here of the top 2, but at the same time, the BJR MDR machines are closing together for 5th and 6th. Adaconis might be able to seal a top 5 if he can get to Paulie before Frankie Mossman gets to him. So let's check in to make sure nothing's changed there. Norberg's safe by himself. There's this duo. In fact, Nick Terlecki's gone back around Frankie Mossman. So they've changed hands once again for that 6th spot or 7th spot. Move Terlecki back in front, Mossman back to 8th. And with that, folks, let's take you back with a lap and a half to go to our top 2. the SLA Kart Racing group, that red and black Sodi for Dalton Haynes is typically piloted by Austin Perrin. Austin wanted to try out an OTK, a Tony Kart chassis this weekend. That meant there was a free go-kart for Dalton to be able to hop into for this race that he won 1 year ago. And for Hayden Jones, a partial schedule this year, even a little bit less than what was already a partial schedule in 2023, has him with his familiar home over the last few seasons at Rollison Performance Group, and a home racetrack for both of them with 1 lap to go. I don't know if either one makes a move here, Caleb, because while, yes, you want to take that pass if it's wide open, Kolar is definitely faster. He just picked him up by another 3/10 that lap.
Yeah, you really got to pick and choose your battles here. And for Dalton Haynes, who kind of needs a good result here at the end of the Superheat, he's going to need to kind of, limit the damage here in this one and kind of try and finish second. And for Hayden Jones as well, doesn't need to fight for the lead too much. As it stands now, I think if he even crosses the line in second, that's pretty much going to solidify the pole for him.
Yeah, I mean, Dalton, again, starting third, I believe, for this Superheat, either third or fourth. He was on the second row with Paulie. I think it was P3 for Dalton. P1, obviously, for Hayden Jones. So if Dalton jumps him here, it doesn't change a thing. Massimino back, Mossman back. This is going to be your front row as long as they go 1-2. And even I think if Haynes falls back to third, it should still be more than good enough to Paulie's 5th place result. So Massimino's banking on some fighting from Jacob Kolar. That did not happen, and that's where it ends up in the Superheat. Hayden Jones, Dalton Haynes, Jacob Kolar, checkers in the air, and no changes as they cross the line. 1, 2, 3, Ryan Norberg 4th, Massimino 5th, and on that final lap, Mossman did get back around Nick Terlecki for the 6th spot, and they all were able to get by Justin Ataconis, who falls to 8th. He was up a good bit, but sadly he gets caught there just at the end in the fighting. Brandon Carr and Carter McMurray conclude your top 10 in a wild one that did have a bit of a tame ending, but it was far from a tame race in your X30 Pro Superheat. That concludes our morning run of the sessions. Let's take you back through our Coastal Link custom printing recap while the drivers head for the scale line really quickly here. Hayden Jones, again, stays on top of the pylon, has been awesome throughout this weekend since the green flag dropped in qualifying Friday, and when the green dropped here in the Superheat, he felt the pressure, but he let it and kept the lead up the hill to turn number 3 with Mossman jumping into line behind Paulie right there. Dalton with a good start to hang on to 4th, and Nick Terlecki being consistent through the heats was 5th off the bat, but things started to change pretty early on, and it began and really kicked off with Frankie Mossman taking that SCR Red Speed to the lead, Caleb.
Yeah, Frankie was able to get through there in turn number 1, and it definitely didn't last long because Carter McMurray, further back in the field as well, found himself off the racetrack, and that really definitely didn't help his charge further up the field. And this is where kind of all the battling started to kick off. Nick really kind of found himself on the outside there, lost a couple, and this is where Paulie's backward slope as well started, and where Ryan's kind of started to go up and up and up, where he found himself at 4th at the end of that one, and a change for the lead here finally with Hayden Jones and Dalton Haynes going through on Frankie Mossman.
Then Mossman got trapped behind Jacob Kolar, who was defending quite a bit for 3rd, and it looked at first like he didn't have the speed, but as that worked out for him with everyone getting into a fight on their own, Nick Eggleston, Cameron Weinberg colliding and ending their Superheat early on the outside at turn number 4, but more importantly, buying Kolar time to hunt down the leaders, end in 3rd with a great result, and Hayden Jones, Dalton Haynes, they were more than content to ride as they were. They'll be the front row for the feature if nothing changes, winning out in our X30 Pro Superheat. So we've got the last couple of drivers getting through the scale line here that we'd like to chat with. And, well, let's send it down to the kid from Key West, Jacob Kolar, P3 across the line. One heck of a run and the fastest Kart over the last couple laps. He's standing by here with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Jacob, not only the fastest go-kart on the last couple of laps, I'd say even during yesterday's heat races, you were a rocket, but today there must be a missile on board that go-kart. I mean, you got to feel pretty confident now heading into that main event later today.
Yeah, I feel really confident. I mean, on the old tires, we're pretty fast, so as soon as we put the new ones on, I feel we should go even faster.
You were quick, starting the weekend on Thursday and a Friday as well, but what do you think has changed throughout the weekend that has allowed you to progress so quickly?
I think just getting back into the X30 competition and just getting used to the yellows.
Yeah, one more thing here. I mean, you're a driver that does some national level racing over in Florida when we go down there for the Screws of Winter Series, and obviously when we go to Orlando as well. But you do mostly club stuff and regional racing. Did it take you a little bit to get some of the rust off on national level racing, or you feel like you picked up where you left off?
100% took a little bit to get the rust off. I mean, the first heat was terrible, and then the second heat progressed again, and then the third heat, we got to P2, so, and now we P3, so it's getting better.
Thank you, Jacob. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you have it from Jacob Kolar, P3 here in that Superheat, and Alex is going to continue to roll and chat through with the rest of our drivers as they head through and out of the scale area, and we get ready to go into the lunch break here. It's a short turnaround. We'll be back at 12:35 p.m. with on-track action, beginning with opening ceremonies, and as well, we'll be going through with all 6 main events to crown our IAME USA Grand National Champions, beginning with the Micro Swifts. So there's more action when we return with the on-track activity at 12:40 for the drop of the green. But in terms of breaking back down that Superheat, well, let's go back to you, Alex, here with some more. Brandon Carr has been looking for a little more speed. He at least ends up with a top 10. Alex?
Thank you, Xander. I was able to get a hold of one more driver here. Brandon, I'd say it's not been the greatest weekend for you so far in terms of just continuing to have to search for pace. What was it like, fighting in the midfield there?
Yeah, it was a lot easier to stay in the position when we were all racing, but as soon as it started to spread out, we just couldn't really stay with them, so we just dropped back a bit. So we got a bit lucky when they started racing, brought us back into the mix, but we need to find a little bit more speed.
What do you think overall that you're missing? Then obviously I'm not going to ask for any setup differences, but where do you feel like you're lacking compared to the opposition?
I feel like I just can't drive into the corner, and if you can't drive into the corner, you can't get back on the power, and that means you've got no bottoms. So I just think we need to just set the car up a little bit better, just so that we can get that grip that we need to carry the speed.
Yeah, well, you're going to put on some new tires for that feature race, long race. You feel okay on the long run?
Yeah, definitely. When everything's set good, set right, and we can just calm and drive normal, and the car's fast, so we should be able to get it set up for the final, and let's just see what happens.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
There you have it from Brandon Carr, 9th in that Superheat here, and he's got work to do as well to try and find a little more, like he said, with his Trinity Karting Group crew. So we will return in approximately 25 minutes with opening ceremonies towards just about half past the top of the hour here with 1:35 or so Eastern time, I believe. Opening ceremonies, main events to follow, all 6 mains of the IAME Grand National Championship. We'll be back here with more of the action from Trackhouse.
For those of you here in the paddock, please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Absolute great weekend for racing. It's Championship Sunday at the 2024 edition of the IAME Grand National Championships. We're just 2.5 minutes away from going green with the first race on the docket. Your Micro Swifts to determine who's going to be your U.S. IAME Grand National Championship. All this coming up in just 2 minutes' time. We look on with the Bennick driver and Wynn Gottschalk and everybody else. It's been an electric weekend so far from the fence line. Everybody's been glued with eyes on the racetrack and all the superstars that have delivered us with some great racing action. This kid right here, the kid from Curacao, is getting set to start up at the front of the grid here. The 25 has had a good weekend so far, and a fellow Islander right behind him, Zane Burgess, looking to slot into his starting grid spot, which is on the pole position. So look out for this kid to work his way up the field as he gets set to go green on the front row alongside him. And it's definitely going to be a great race here for the Micro Swifts. They've given us a very good racing action all throughout the weekend so far. And this kid as well, Marcelo Flores, looks to get his first U.S. national race victory here for the SLA Kart Republic team. He's starting just back on the second row there, starting fourth right behind Gottschalk on that outside line. And everybody else as well. You see Santi Orioli just further down there on the grid as well, and a lot of other drivers who are going to find themselves within a shot to win this main event here in a couple of moments' time. Jaden Francisco has been a driver that bursted onto the scene here in 2024. He's been a contender week in and week out when he finds himself in contention for a race win. The Ryan Perry Motorsports driver gets set to go green just on that second row as well. He's going to start third, and you see him there, his family looking on, and some look at the camera, but this kid is absolutely locked in for this one, Alex. It's going to be a great day for racing. And the Micro Swifts, you were out there on the grid just a couple of moments ago. I mean, what are you getting from all this, I guess, being trackside?
Nerves, obviously, right? I mean, these are the youngest drivers that we have here for the IAME Grand Nationals. And I mean, no matter how much experience you have at the national level, this is the IAME Grand National Championship. You have one chance at it. This isn't the normal, championship format, 3, 4, or even 5 races in a series. You only have 3 heats and then a super heat to put yourself in the chance to go after it for a Grand National title here in 3 seconds' time.
Trackhouse Motorplex has given us great racing action for the past 4 years when we come here for the IAME Grand Nationals. A huge shout out to the entire team, Eric Jones, for putting on this event year in, year out, and for having us here back. And this is where we started, and this is a very sentimental place for us. And I know for all these guys and girls that are getting set to go green here now, it's going to be a great weekend for them as Orioli looks to work his way further up the field as well. He's going to start on the 4th row alongside what looks to be Camila Canache, and everybody else looking to give the last little bits of advice there to their drivers. You saw Marco Samet standing by with Lawrence Perriman and his mechanic Tanner as well, giving the last little bits of advice there to the BJR MDR drivers. So it's going to be a good weekend to say the least here, Alex. And I mean, we're super excited to kind of kick this off and get it underway. It's been great But these kids have given us great racing action all weekend long, to say the least here, Alex.
It's been incredible. I mean, this event, there's a reason why this is one of the marquee events here in the United States. The racing has been awesome. Trackhouse Motorplex never fails to provide entertainment, and I cannot wait to get this first Grand National Final underway.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really good day for racing. For those of you watching live, we thank you very much for joining us here. The racing is all going to continue. 6 classes are getting set to go green for the IAME Grand National Championship here this weekend. With that being said, let's run you down your starting grid order here in Micro Swift. It's Zane Burgess starting alongside Win Gottschalk on that front row. Jaden Francisco and Marcelo Flores are going to start alongside each other on row number 2. You go back to Lawrence Perriman and Dutch Westbrook on row number 3.
Yeah, and then further back, it's row number 4. It's going to be Santi Orioli and Camila Canache, Sterling Milana, Parker Stewart. That's your top 10. You go back to that 6th row. Isaac Carvalho, Slate Harrell. He was your pole sitter for the heat races, but we saw, unfortunate for the Superheat, he didn't get a chance to finish that race. He's going to round out your top 12 here.
You go back to Camden Clay, Jack Katowski, Axel Garcia, and Zev Gottschalk, who unfortunately couldn't start the Superheat here with some sort of issue off the grid. So we'll hope that Zev was able to finally get back out onto the racetrack now. But with all this being said and done, it's time to focus back out onto the racetrack here, because it's definitely, the action is definitely going to get ramped up. We're up on an upward slope here, Alex. It's going to start with your Micro Swift drivers, the youngest here this weekend. We're going to go to your KA100 juniors for the 2nd class, and then it's going to be your KA seniors. You know, that's going to be an exciting one as always. They're going to provide some great racing action and some side-by-side action as well. So we're going to look forward for that. And then it's all going to go to your Mini Swift drivers, your X30 juniors, and then your X30 pros. And how about this? The drone out and flying. It's back here for the 4th edition of the IAME Grand Nationals, and a good bird's eye view from everything going on here on the racetrack.
It doesn't get much cooler than this. I mean, shout out Trevor Blue on the drone camera, providing all the incredible shots here at the beautiful Trackhouse Motorplex for the first final of the IAME Grand Nationals here, starting with Micro Swift, like you mentioned. And our pole sitter, Zane Burgess, a little bit of an anecdote here. He almost missed the entire qualifying session on Friday. He was late to grid, missed the first 3 laps, qualified 10th for the heat races, but with the incredible pace on board the Sody Kart USA machine, he's able to put it on the pole here.
With all that being said and done, we're into the tram lines, yellow flag in the air. One more go around for all these drivers, just a little bit too quick to get on that gas there for Zane Burgess, but it's definitely going to be good. A lot of favorites coming into this one. Zane obviously started on the back foot, qualified almost 10th, and that's not at all where we're used to seeing him here, Alex. We're used to seeing him up at the front like he is now, and he had to race his way forward every single race, and he's finally been able to get up there now. And for Win Gottschalk as well, he still looks to kind of break through on the national scene and get that first maiden national race victory. It would mean a whole lot if he can get it here this weekend at the IAME Grand National Championship. Jaden Francisco as well already has a couple of race wins to his name. Doesn't have one yet here this weekend. He hasn't won throughout the heat races, but he's definitely been a contender every single session. And Marcelo Flores as well. This driver has developed a whole lot over the past month, working with Dalton Haynes under the SLA kart racing team in that Kart Republic, and Haynes has been, a big testament to Marcelo Flores, just slowing him down. And Marcelo is one of those drivers that wants to go and wants to make passes every single lap, but at times that's probably not the best thing to do, and Dalton's kind of slowed that down just a little bit, had Marcelo kind of follow all the time, and he put himself in contention at the United States Pro Kart Series when him and Zane pulled away from the rest of the field and fought for the race win in the last 2 laps, and unfortunately it didn't go his way, and again has that fire in his belly to finally get it done here this weekend. Dutch Westbrook as well, one of the other drivers who looks to break through. He got his maiden national heat race victory earlier on this weekend, but not a main event just yet. Into the tram lines we go for the first time this weekend in the IAME Grand National Championships. Your Micro Swifts get the green flag, and we are racing here already. That outside line looking to shuffle into the inside, side by side, all the way through. Canache with Orioli, and Zane Burgess going to lead us away here early, Alex.
A rocket should start for the inside lane. Westbrook from 5th up to 3rd already. Your outside pole sitter, Win Gottschalk, has fallen back to 6th here at the start. I mean, the outside lane, we know it's tough here at Trackhouse Motorplex, but they were seemingly sleeping over at the start there, and Zane Burgess has caught him off guard. So Burgess leads ahead of Francisco. Westbrook, Flores going side by side with Perriman. He was your front row starter for all the heat races. He had a bit of a rough, time throughout the heats with his luck, but he's looking pretty good so far as Gottschalk making amends for a bad start. He goes back to the inside. He's through to 5th. Behind him, it looks like the likes of Camila Canache's through as well.
Yeah, Camila Canache was able to get through, and as well, she started almost last in all of the heat races with issues for her in the qualifying session. Now she's falling under fire to her teammate here in Santi Orioli, who was able to get through. And further back in the field, Axel Garcia with some issues here early on, falling off the pace just a little bit. And look out for this driver here. Slate Harrell had issues in the Superheat. That prompted him to start way back in the field. So he definitely has had to try and work his way up in this main event. It's going to be a long charge up the field, but we have a very, very long race here, Alex. 18 laps still left in this one, so it's going to be very, very long, and you have to pick and choose when you're going to make your moves. We talk about this time and time again. Patience is definitely going to be the key here in this one.
Yeah, well, we see it all the time with these young stars as Gottschalk looks to the inside of Flores. Whoa, there's a half move there for Win Gottschalk, so he's going to be, he tried to make the move there on Marcelo Flores. Flores shuts the door on him there, so that second group of Flores is, oh no, the 15 Zev Gottschalk has spun around in the exit of turn number 8. He's going to go to the tail end of the field and has a lot of work to do to get back up to the tail end of this field. Unfortunate there for Win's brother, but for Win Gottschalk, look at this. Inside, can he make the move stick this time on Flores? He's going to try the outside. Flores going to hold on to fourth once again. He's making that Microsoft go-kart look very wide early here.
Yeah, that was good there by Marcelo Flores to try and hold on to the move around the outside, but this battling again is going to prompt them to lose just that little bit of time to the top 3 that are pulling away here. Gottschalk, Flores going side by side, and you see Zane Burgess absolutely clobber that curb in turn number 5 to try and get just that better line on the exit. And now Gottschalk still looking on Flores. Flores, I don't know how much he's going to fight it here, still holding on to it around the outside, and just Gottschalk doesn't seem to be having the runs. He looks down and looks low to kind of try and go for the move, but in reality, those half moves are kind of slowing them all down and losing time to the top 3 here as the rest of the field as well looking to catch up. Lawrence Perriman, Carvalho closing in. Gottschalk finally able to get ahead of Marcelo Flores. Parker Stewart not going to waste any time. He wants to go back, and Flores, again, he wants control of the second group. He wants to be ahead. He wants to be the lead driver when they get up to the top 3.
This is great racing here for the battle for fourth, but nonetheless, the train that's created behind them is really, costing them a lot of lap time here. Gottschalk got around him for a moment, but Parker Stewart is through, and around goes Orioli, Perriman, and I believe what looked to be the likes of Marcelo Flores. It is.
Issues already for Marcelo Flores. Unfortunate for this young driver who looked to get his maiden national race victory, and that was all the fighting from third on back, and just a little too soon, Alex, like we predicted. It's a long races. Parker Stewart gets collected, and this race has definitely been blown wide open as the top 3 are running away with it here, and everybody else continues to fight for the fourth spot and back. And this is just kind of not ideal for any of these drivers. And for a driver like Slate Harrell, who qualified on the pole position, it's going to be hard for them in the end to kind of get up there when we're fighting for scraps at this point almost, Alex.
5 laps in, 15 to go, and all this fighting. They're 4.5 seconds back from this trio of Burgess, Francisco, and Westbrook, and they're doing exactly what they need to do to pull away. They know how long this race is, and they know that if they begin to battle, they're going to look like this group right here, getting stuck for this fight for fourth. Gottschalk finally gets around the likes of Flores and them with that incident the last time around, so Gottschalk now gets to the lead of the group. He seems to be comfortable out front of this second train. Parker Stewart was really quick throughout the heat races, had unfortunate contact in that first heat race that's put him back, and that's why he had to start towards the tail end of this feature race. But with all the chaos that's ensued, it's put him inside the top 5. Carvalho behind him has had a great run so far, so look for Isaac to make a couple of moves as this heat race goes on. But further back, Camila Canache, that's the likes of, I believe, Slate Harrell now, who started near the tail end of this field. He was your pole sitter for the heat races, but with unfortunate, luck throughout the heats and the superheat, it's put him back there. So we know that Parolin is quick. We'll have to see if he can keep it up throughout this main event. 6 laps in, 14 to go, and we're starting the race here early, Caleb.
Yeah, the top 3 starting to fight it out just a little bit. Dutch Westbrook wants to go up to the second spot. Francisco not going to make it easy for him, to say the least here. Gottschalk there further back as well, looking to hold up. Your top 3 continue to work single file. And Alex, this is one of the biggest differences that we're seeing. Your top 3 have been here before. They've been in this position. They know that pushing is ideal, and when those 2 sticks come out in the air, that's going to be when they're going to have the room to fight, because at the moment they're just pulling away lap by lap, and you see the differences in lap times as well. Your top 3 are running 45.1s all the way down to Dutch Westbrook, and then you go back to the group with Win Gottschalk and Parker Stewart, Carvalho, Canache. They're all running 45.4s, 45.5s, and you see why the gap continues to open up. All that battling is definitely not falling into their favor, and that's allowed these top 3 drivers to kind of get away here. So it's just picking and choosing your battles, and unfortunately for some of these drivers, just picked them a little too soon.
Yeah, I mean, these 3 are proving what it takes to win a Microsoft. A little bit of a hiccup there for Jaden Francisco. We could see a move from Westbrook, into turn number 8, further back. Yeah, we do. Westbrook goes to the inside. That's all it takes here, Caleb. We know that no matter what class you're in, one mistake, and the driver behind you wants to get around you, but Francisco says, you know what, Dutch, you went a little bit too wide in turn 8. I'm going to take that move right back at you there. So this fighting is giving Zane Burgess a bit of breathing room here. So with the 3, pushing the first 7 laps of this race, they've been able to pull away from Godchalk. But I wonder now if we see some separation between the rear bumpers and front bumpers of this top 3, maybe that second group, if they get their heads down and work together, can close the gap. 5 seconds is a lot, but so is 12 laps left in the race.
Yeah, no, very, very long race here at hand. And again, I mean, when you talk about that, for Jaden Francisco, obviously he can't afford a mistake like that, because this kid, Zane Burgess, is going to be picture perfect every single lap. He's almost like a little robot, you can call it, right? He's always hitting his marks, always hitting his braking points, and always closing in. But the draft that Francisco has now is definitely falling into his hands here. But again, being in that second spot, you can't afford to make that mistake, because then a driver like Dutch Westbrook, if he sees you're making the mistakes, he doesn't want to let Zane get away. So then Westbrook's going to want to go, and obviously when he did go, went a little bit too late into the brakes and overshot the corner, which prompted Francisco to set up the over-under, and they just really can't afford that at that stage. But they're doing a good job so far. Francisco, finally got locked back in, and he's closing down the gap to Burgess as well here once again. So all over the rear bumper here for Jaden Francisco on Zane Burgess. Just half a car length separates those 2 drivers. And for Dutch Westbrook, again, he can't let these top 2 drivers get away. He is lapping a little bit quicker than them. He does have the fastest lap of the race, 53.845 on lap number 4. And again, you have to think about the setup and the tire pressure that all the mechanics and the team managers decided to put into these machines, because that's going to be another one of the big things that kind of, plays out. And we're going to see it a lot in the senior classes as well. You don't want your kart to come in too early, because we have very, very long main events at hand here, Alex. And from what you've seen so far, I mean, what do you think Francisco needs to do to kind of stay with Zane Burgess at this point? You see Zane, race week in and week out over at AMR Homestead.
Yeah, well, Zane, we know him, throughout the national, calendar all year long. He's been a driver that whenever he gets passed for the lead, he always goes right back. And I think Francisco's learned that throughout this year. And so he knows that Burgess, there's no need to fight him early, because at the end of the day, Zane likes to lead the group. And so speaking of leading the group, Wynn Godchalk doing a great job here, leading Parker Stewart and Isaac Carvalho. They've left Slate Harrell behind, and I will say this group of 3 is matching the pace of the leaders the last couple of laps. So it's 5.2 seconds as here goes Parker Stewart. He's going to bring Carvalho through, and that's going to be a pretty clean pass. You won't lose too much time passing in the ball corner there, but you can't really afford to pass too much if you're a group, 5 seconds back from the lead. I will say, around Trackhouse Motorplex, you tend to lose a bit of lap time throughout the session if you defend early. We've seen it in the KA classes, seen it in the X30 Pro classes as well. So to me, you're still in with a chance here. 10 laps to go. Burgess, Francisco, Westbrook, they're inevitably going to start battling eventually. Like you said, Caleb, most likely we're going to see it with 2 to go, but maybe earlier if they get a little bit antsy. Now, back on Westbrook, we were talking about Dutch the lap before. The gap is now 7 tenths, or 9 tenths as they cross the stripe this time around for Dutch Westbrook. He's really starting to lose track of that lead too, as Carvalho goes now to the lead of this group, and that gap has grown to 5.5 seconds. So these 3 are still not lapping at the pace that maybe they would like to compared to Burgess and Francisco. But for Dutch Westbrook, once you begin to lose the tail end of the kart in front of you, it's really tough to get it back, especially if the 2 in front of you just continue to work together.
Yeah, no, and that's also been one of the key things. I mean, he's losing 2 tenths a lap, like you said, Alex, and for Westbrook, just really has to get, back on and hitting his marks. The lap times that, he can set, and he's done a good job to do it so far, but just really can't close back in as Godchalk got past there by Carvalho and Parker Stewart. So that's going to change just a little bit. A couple of laps prior, still kind of working together here, and I would be surprised to see kind of moves at this stage of the race as they try and chase down Dutch Westbrook, who's kind of falling off the pace, and you see it there. Westbrook on the wick here once again. He went 2 tenths quicker than your top 2 now. He's at a 45.129, so that's exactly what Westbrook needs, but he needs to keep it consistent. Needs to keep it in there, needs to keep it in that window so he can continue to close down his gap. And for the drivers further back as well, they're going to need to kind of get on with it and leave the battling aside, because they need to be there in the end. And Westbrook isn't, I would say he's in a prime position kind of to be one of the favorites to take the race win here at the end of the day, because whenever Francisco and Burgess decide to go at it on lap 2, Westbrook's going to be a little bit further back, look to kind of plan and pick when he's going to want to make his moves, go around the outside or go around the inside when these drivers start to fight, because we've seen a lot of over-unders as well throughout the weekend in turn number 8 and turn number 4 as well that have been made and been completed as a second group. Again, continuing to fight, and it's almost like shooting yourself in the foot at this point. Just not helping yourself out at all to kind of catch up to that top 3, and that gap was at 5.5 seconds, and I guarantee you, Alex, we're going to get at over 6.
Yeah, well, somebody who is closing the gap is Dutch Westbrook. Is down to less than 0.4 of a second. The only driver in the 53-second bracket last time around. He was 0.3 faster than your 2 leaders out front. So Dutch Westbrook has really turned it up here and has found an extra gear on board that Micro Swift machine with the Benick manufacturer chassis. So Dutch Westbrook now has closed it to less than a kart length between himself and Jaden Francisco. Now, the question is, as he looks over his shoulder, he knows that the gap is about 7 seconds. He can't really calculate it, obviously, in the helmet, but if you see no go-karts within a straightaway of you, you know that you're far enough ahead to start battling early if you opt to do that. There's still 7 laps to go for Westbrook, but at this stage in the race, when you know that your go-kart is faster than the 2 guys in front of you, at this point, and Francisco knows it, he senses Westbrook behind him. He wants to be the one now that leads the group. He wants to put a go-kart between himself and Westbrook. And now I think the gloves are starting to come off here, because if you're Westbrook, you have the fastest go-kart on the racetrack as it stands at the moment. You want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Burgess looked over his shoulder there and definitely saw Dutch Westbrook right on his rear bumper, and everybody just tapping their helmets, happy to work together. Westbrook as well, happy to work in that 3rd spot, and this kid has had a wild couple of past weeks. I mean, it all started at Crescent. He, didn't have the best race there, and then when we went over back to the Texman Racing Series last weekend, he showed a lot of pace and absolutely ran away with it there, put on a clinic in that Micro Swift class to finally get his first regional race victory of the year. Now Dutch Westbrook, Captain America, what we started calling him over there in Texas. He's definitely showed his pace so far this weekend at the IAME Grand National Championships, and he puts himself in contention for his first top 3 finish in national race racing action this year, and as well putting himself well within a shot of a win. And for Wynn Gottschalk as well, just what could have been, honestly, for Wynn so far, as he sits in the 4th spot. And again, anything can happen. Those top 3 can all DNF, and that driver in 4th could definitely be within a shot for a podium or even a race victory in the end of it. So Gottschalk still leading them away in his Benick machine. Carvalho right behind in the 5th spot. Parker Stewart in the 6th. So those 3 drivers still working together and pushing each other along. But we've seen Zane kind of be in this position many times already this year, Alex. And usually, to me, it seems like Zane's one of those drivers to push and, learn from you just a little bit and kind of bait you just a little bit to either go defensive in a spot where he wants you to go. And then in that last lap, before that white flag even comes out, he wants to get ahead and wants to go to the lead of the race so he can control, so he can, brush the brakes middle of the corner and hold you up just that little bit more. Because we've seen this kid, he knows how to defend, and he's a masterclass defender in my book.
Yeah, well, here we go. 5 laps to go, or 5 to go for your Micro Swift drivers. Francisco still leads as they climb the hill towards turn 3. This is as close as Burgess has been all race long here, with a push from Westbrook. Somebody's going to go here, and yes, Burgess goes through. Westbrook follows through. He's going to move up the racetrack. Dutch Westbrook, with maybe some assistance from that front nose cone, is going to get up to the lead here. So the Benick driver, a 2 for 1 in turn 4, and move Dutch Westbrook to the point.
Yeah, that's a great move there by Dutch Westbrook to kind of get through, and you got to think about that pushback bumper. It looks fine to me now, but Burgess not going to waste any time there on Westbrook. He's going to go through in turn number 8. Francisco going to go back up to 2nd, and deja vu all over again to what we saw at the start of this race. Burgess going to be your leader. Francisco going to go to 2nd, and Westbrook going to be at the tail end of this pack in the 3rd spot. This is, if it stays this way, should be your IAME Grand National podium. So it will be a good finish for all 3 nonetheless, but they're going to want to end up on that top step as Westbrook fades low, and that half move again just hurting him just a little bit as he loses a whole lot of time there on the exit of turn number 1 to the top 2 drivers, and just struggling so far, to say the least, to kind of pick and choose when to make the right moves, but he's doing a great job to stay with these top 2 drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, well, just to give you an idea of how much time you lose around this place, if you defend like what we saw and battle like what we saw, it was 5/10 quicker now for that second group of Gottschalk, Carvalho, and Parker Stewart. They're going to need a lot more racing action in the next 4 laps to really, close in on this lead group. So I think at this point, the gloves can fully come off here for this group, and they don't have to worry about it too much. But for Burgess, he somehow has found himself back in the lead of this group with Francisco in second place. And Westbrook right now, every once in a while struggles to hold on to that lead group, but then we know how quick that Bennett machine is around this place and how quick it's been all year long, and especially with Dutch Westbrook at the helm. So, look for him to still make a lot of moves here, potentially, with 3 laps to go for Zane Burgess of Sody Kart USA. Leads them up the hill towards turn 3 once again. Francisco's got a great run here as they go to the bottom of the racetrack here, potentially for Westbrook. He's going to go to the inside. It might be a half move. It's a full move for Dutch Westbrook. He got a crazy run out of turn number 3, and it's going to stick. Westbrook to second.
Yeah, Westbrook has a lot of pace in that Bennett machine, and you see him go there in turn number 4, and that's exactly where Westbrook wants to be. You want to be in that second spot to try and be, the first up to, start taking your shots to the driver in the lead, and this is exactly where he wants to be, especially with 2 laps to go the next time they cross the stripe. So it's all to play for here in this Micro Swift main event, and Dutch Westbrook, Zane Burgess, and Jaden Francisco have played this right out picture perfectly, but all the fighting is about to begin because the 2 sticks are up in the air. Westbrook already looking for a move. Burgess not going to defend. Westbrook looking to take advantage. Doesn't have enough push from Francisco behind.
Here we go, 2 sticks in the air like you mentioned. This is when we expected the racing to begin, and wow, Westbrook thought about moving Burgess up the racetrack there. I think it caught him off guard with how good of a run he had out of turn 1. Westbrook throws it the inside of turn 4. They're going to go side by side on the exit here. Burgess with the preferred line, but wow, with running him out of room there is Dutch Westbrook. He goes back to the lead, and now it's Burgess' turn on the offensive.
Yeah, Westbrook doing a good job to get his elbows out and not let Zane Burgess get back in a line after he was on the outside. Burgess fades low. Looking to fend off Jaden Francisco, who's focused on that race lead and wants to get back up to Dutch Westbrook. The fence line is probably nervous as they watch on their drivers, the Bennett team, the Sody Racing USA team, and the Ryan Perry Motorsports camp as Burgess fades low on the inside of Westbrook, who's around the outside. Francisco looking to come away with the lead going into turn number 1. White flag in the air the last time around. Westbrook to the top of the racetrack. Burgess still going to defend.
Burgess defends. They're going to go side by side on the exit of 1, 2, and 3 as they climb the hill. Burgess low. Westbrook follows him through. Jaden Francisco seemingly nowhere to go at this point. They go down the bottom of the hill, through the bull corner they go. Westbrook followed up the high side. Burgess going to park it on the apex. Westbrook moves him up the racetrack once again. Deja vu from last time, but this time Burgess on the preferred line here, and Francisco's going to follow him through.
Westbrook slots back to the 3rd spot now. The last couple of corners getting set to come underway. Burgess at the bottom of the racetrack. Francisco going to follow him. Westbrook looking to hold on and rip the high side. Can he set up an over-under move? He's side by side with Francisco. That's not going to be enough to get up to, an over-under move into turn number 9. Dutch Westbrook emerges in the lead out of nowhere while Burgess was defending from Francisco. He caught him all sleeping, and for the first time in his young career, Dutch Westbrook wins a national race.
Dutch Westbrook wins the IAME Grand Nationals here for Micro Swift. Further back to the line, you can see what it means to Isaac Carvalho there. Beats Win Gottschalk to the line for 4th place, but unbelievable scenes here in turn number 9. The double right-hander, Zane Burgess was defending from Jaden Francisco, forgot about the Bennett driver and Dutch Westbrook. A 2-for-1 special and unbelievable stuff for Dutch Westbrook, who really didn't lead many laps in this one. Really, I think he led 2 laps, but he led the one that matters. He's an IAME Grand National champ.
That was insane there by Dutch Westbrook to set up that over-under move on the last corner, the last couple of corners of the race. That was madness, Alex, from start to finish. The green flag all the way to the checkered. Westbrook put himself in the perfect position, did something different. Francisco wanted to follow with Zane, and Westbrook said, thank you very much. I'll get my Christmas gift a little early this year, and set that over-under move quite perfectly. And that kid has been through so much in the past couple of months, and I know his dad is absolutely elated for him as he is getting set to come into the scale lines, and hopefully we'll hear from our first IAME Grand National champion here this weekend. And man, oh man, what a result here. You go through the rest of your results, a couple of drivers working their way through, Gottschalk to round up your top 5, but this kid, Dutch Westbrook, impresses us every single weekend that we see him out on the racetrack. Captain America, you're a national race winner there. You see Xander standing by with Dutch, and it's almost like nothing happened there for Dutch. You see a smile on his face, but that was a wild, wild end to that race there, Alex, and hopefully we'll be hearing from Dutch here in a couple of moments' time, but the K100 Junior is already getting fired up, and you see Santi Orioli, a good sign of sportsmanship, and you see that number 1 on top of Dutch's helmet. That's exactly where he put his machine here today. Xander, I'll send it down to you. Dutch Westbrook standing by.
How about that, Dutch? That's about as crazy as it gets to get your first national win. How does it feel, man? Talk to me about it.
It feels good. It was really just pushing in the beginning, and then we started to race, but it was good, and Zane kept blocked, and he went a little too crazy, and I made the pass.
Well, I know we want to talk to you some more, but we got to get through the scale, so I want to go over and give you a chance to thank everyone for helping make it possible for you to get your first national win.
Thanks.
Who would you like to thank, Dutch?
My dad, my coach, Binnick, my team, and Nick, my coach, and my mechanic, Enzo.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations, Dutch Westbrook. You're a winner. Head to the scales, and we'll send it back over to you, Caleb and Alex.
Thank you very much there, Xander. Dutch, very good to hear from him there. I know we were tight on time as he had to get through the scales and, wrap up his final celebrations. But I know his dad and his friend as well, Dave, standing by, and they're going to be super happy for Dutch as he finally breaks through on the national scene and gets that first national race victory here at the IAME Grand National Championships. But we're getting set to do it all over again here, Alex. Your KA100 Junior is getting set to go out onto the racetrack now, and Ty Fisher, Chase Gassiet-Lee starting on row number 1.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting KA100 Junior main event with, like you said, Ty Fisher, Chase Gassiet-Lee, 2 drivers looking for their maiden national victory on the KA side of things. Behind them, Vid Montien, Max Weiland, Forrest Adams, local to this racetrack. He's incredibly quick. Nate Golseth hasn't really had the best weekend on the X30 side of things, but on KA, he's still been pretty quick throughout this weekend as well.
Yeah, a lot of drivers have definitely been really quick, just haven't had the best of luck. One of those was Kai Mars. Emerson Lane as well found himself in the wall early on this weekend. And for a driver like Kai Mars, who found himself inside of the top 10, look for him to work his way up. Vidmontien, Weiland, Forrest Adams, Golseth, Hugo Pettit, Christia, Martinez, Rodriguez, who round up your top 10. You go back to Alexander Vanchev. Look for that driver to work his way further up the field, as well as Jackson Gibson to work his way up. And Peyton Westcott as well. She's been really quick this year and this weekend especially. So look for her to kind of try and get herself further up inside of the top 10, and you go down to the rest of your names, find your favorite driver. We're getting set to go green here. Everybody out there on the racetrack now. 39 drivers total here in your KA100 junior class as Ty Fisher and Chase Gassiet-Lee are into the tram lines at a crawling pace, and they're getting set to lead us to the green flag here. And the green flag is looking set to go out, and we are racing here in K100 Junior. Again, that inside line getting a really good jump. Vidmontien's already up to second. Peyton Westcott, she's way off the racetrack and into the escape route.
Yeah, a couple other drivers off onto the racetrack as well. Forrest Adams up in the 4th already, going bottom of the racetrack. Vanchev, a good move there on Nate Golseth. Golseth has dropped a couple of spots, and there's the 851 machine spun around on the exit on the entry of turn number 4.
Yeah, one driver there turned around on the exit. You see all the smoke in the air from those engines firing up, and Enzo Vidmontien on the inside of turn number 8. A lot of battling further back in the field as well. You see Malquit Jaramillo looking to work his way up. Still shuffling. Vanchev on the inside of Golseth. Getting over-under there by Max Christia. Very Dutch Westbrook-like there. That corner definitely going to be one of the ones to watch when we get into that final lap. But for the second time around, it's going to be Enzo Vidmontien who leads us away. Ty Fisher going to cross the line in second. There's Gassiet-Lee in third, and this group of Mad Max Weiland, Forrest Adams, and Travis Pettit are going to look to get themselves further and closer to the top 3. Martinez just right behind them, but here comes Forrest Adams on the inside of 4. He gets clear that time by.
Well, here's the name of the game, right? We've seen throughout the heats and the superheat as well, this KA junior class has the tendency to implode if they fight too hard, and that's what we've seen many times before all year long, especially with Enzo Vidmontien at the helm. You know, whenever he starts defending, even if it's early, he does a very good job of strategically, placing his go-kart very nicely. As Weiland, we saw make a move on Forrest Adams. He likes to be the one that leads his group. He's done so very well here. So he's up to 4th. That second train is led by Max, obviously. Forrest Adams, Max Weiland ahead of him. Pettit, Ty Fisher's teammate. Race Live TV has done a great job all weekend long. And here we go, once again, just like last lap. Forrest to the inside, he's through. Pettit's going to try to sneak his way on Weiland. They're going to go side by side and slow themselves up the hill all the way through turn number 3. Martinez behind them, and the more they fight, that third group's not going to make it one long train for P2 as Pettit with a half spin through the bowl corner. That's a scary place to almost lose the go-kart. Good good on him to, keep it facing the right direction. But unfortunately for him, that's going to put him way outside the chances of a top 5 here.
Yeah, that's for sure there, Alex, is Gassier looking on Ty Fisher. He gets clear in an 8. Everybody else still battling. Golseth gets through on Christia. As Christia looking to set up the over-under, he gets it done. So Christia's back ahead of Nathan Golseth, who is currently the fastest driver on the racetrack, 50.805 so far for Nate Golseth, as he's just behind Christia, behind Abador Martinez as well, and everybody else further back still battling it out. Westcott, she's not too far off of Antonino. Christia fading low, back in a line, but this driver looking to get himself further up inside of the top 10. He sits 9th at the moment. In your top 3, the battling obviously did kick off early on, but kind of settled down at this stage of the race, Alex. You're 5 laps in, you try and get the moves early on. You try to take advantage of what's given to you at the start, but after that, you can't find yourself driving desperate. And that's one of the things that we talk about a lot. Desperate driving is what leads to the crashing and what leads to, you losing a whole lot of time. And for Max Weiland, that was a really good move to kind of pick and choose. He was a lot quicker than Adams that time by, so he wanted to get through. He got it done, and now he's up to the 4th spot, chasing down your top 3. And for the drivers like Vanchev, who as well has been super quick this weekend, and find yourself further back, he got what he needed at the start of the race, and now he's working his way up. All this being said, why don't we look at your biggest movers and shakers so far in this one. Ty Fisher obviously down 3. Vanchev up 4. We were saying he was working his way up the field here, Alex.
Yeah, Vanchev up 4, like you said, one of the biggest movers in this one is Adams. We got the curbing there in 4, side by side on Max Weiland there. So once again, these two drivers, this is great racing for us to watch. But if you're on the fence line, if you're Magic Kart, if you're Brandon Druskrak Racing, you're looking at this and saying, what are we doing, guys? We need to go up and fight for the top 3. Vanchev says, you know what? I want another spot. Make it 5 up on the order for Vanchev. Martinez through. Adams going to drop back behind Max Christia as well. And behind Forrest Adams, it's actually your biggest mover of the entire race, John Antonino, up to 10th, up 7 spots.
Yeah, this kid is absolutely flying here, and I'm sure Chase Jones and Race Liberante watching on from home as they look on, as their driver looks to work his way further inside of the top 10. He's currently sitting 9th here, right behind Forrest Adams. But again, Alex, we talked about the battling early on in this race, and when you had Weiland and those drivers so far ahead from that second group and you see them fighting, you kind of scratch your head a little bit because you're allowing more drivers to close down the gap, and that's going to move you even further back in the field, like what's happening with Forrest Adams here. He was all the way and further up inside of this group. He was even, I believe, 5th at the moment, and then he fell all the way back to 8th, I think even outside of the top 10 now. So just kind of a head scratcher there to be battling so early in this race as well, because they're just losing a whole lot of time here as Golseth still battling it out here in the mid-pack with right behind him. It looks to be Edgar Rodriguez as well in that Telcel OTK, so he looks to go on Golseth here shortly. They're working together quite nicely, but the top 3, again, that's one of the things that they aren't doing. They're not fighting all too much. You saw Gassier obviously wanting control of the race. Vidamontien was not going to let that happen, and then definitely closed down his gap there. So it's all definitely changing up here just a little bit, and you see the differences there on the left-hand side of your screen. Just 2 seconds back to Max Weiland. A second back to Max Weiland, and your top 3 is still very much in tow and pushing each other along. So they're doing a good job to work together, and for Weiland and company, Vanchev as well right behind them, they want to get themselves into the fight. This is where they kind of calm down, tone it down just a little bit. Christia going to go on Martinez here, and they're going to now look to work their way up in the field, because that's exactly what they need here halfway through this race.
Yeah, we saw a good move there from Max Christia. Further back, we saw Golseth and Edgar Rodriguez get around Forrest Adams. So unable to stop the bleeding right now for the Brandon Druskrak Racing, Mike Doty Racing entry there for Forrest Adams. Unfortunate for him. I mean, it's just one of those things where if you get stuck in the middle of a battle and you can't get out of it, it just continues that way throughout the entirety of the event. And that just seems to be the case for these KA juniors. Here goes Chase Gassier-Lee. He feels as though right now his Coastal Link entry is quick enough to get to the point here. He wants to lead. Fisher on the outside of Vidamontien. He's on the wrong side of the racetrack there as we go through the fast left-right chicane there, turns 5 and 6. So that's going to slow these 3 down slightly. Further back, Weiland and Vanchev have calmed down, and they've actually reeled in your leader. So I think shortly here, Caleb, we're going to have a 5-car train, maybe even more. As further back, I think Max Christia as well is an absolute rocket, headed by John Antonino. That train is continuing to grow, and Antonino now up over 10 spots in this one.
Yeah, John Antonino is absolutely flying here in this one. He's gained a whole lot of spots so far and continues to gain lap by lap. This kid here who sits in the 6th spot now, he's been a contender all year long across junior categories. He was very strong at the Stars Championship Series, at the United States Pro Kart Series as well so far this year, and at the SCUSA Pro Tour as well with that entire MPG contingency, and he's done a good job this weekend being the lone driver in the field. Doesn't have his teammates like Jackson Dio and others to kind of help him out this weekend, but he's doing it great on his own, and it's been an up and down weekend for Antonino, to say the least here. He started way back in the order. He was almost starting last in all the heat races, and when you spoke to him yesterday, he was saying that he wasn't sure if it was a kart or if it was the driver, and today it seems like the driver and the kart are absolutely flying here, so he's getting himself closer and closer to the lead group here. And when you talk about closing down gaps, Max Weiland has definitely done so. He's now on the rear bumper of Chase Gassioli, Vanchev there as well, and Ty Fisher knows it. He wants to get away on the inside of turn number 1. He's clear on Vid Montien, who slots back into the second spot. Gassioli looked to go as well, just couldn't get it done here in turn number 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just tuning in, you may think it's the final lap of the event, but there's still 12 laps to go here in this KA Junior Final, but it begins now. The gloves are officially off, and, you know, we may have thought that these drivers, you know, wised up a little bit and said, you know what, let's make it a 3-car breakaway, but the moment you begin the battle, the moment you do this right now, the bottom of the racetrack, Fisher, Antonino around the outside of turn 8, finds grip where no one else has all weekend, and Vid Montien's gonna throw it at the inside, a 2-for-1 Dutch Westbrook style. John Antonino to the point.
This kid is on rails here, and for the first time all weekend long, he was nowhere at the start. Vid Montien is sent into the pits here after rim riding that entire runoff area there on that curbing, and finds himself out of contention here at the IAME Grand National Championships. Chase Gassioli is off. What is going on in this race here, Alex?
Well, this is just classic, right? This is what I meant, where it begins to implode halfway through this event here, and Ty Fisher is one of the only drivers that was in that lead group that has maintained his position. Antonino up over 15 positions. Further back, Max Christia. He qualified outside your top 10. He's up into third, and wow, that's a late fade for Antonino. Fisher thought about a move further back. Here's Edgar Rodriguez, Forrest Adams. They have seen new life now in this KA Junior main event. They were seemingly out of it. Behind them, I think we might have seen Nate Golseth trying to make a move there as well on Edgar Rodriguez, but this group will continue to grow as they battle harder. Vanchev defending on Max Weiland. All the while, MPG and John Antonino leads this group. Weiland fades slightly for third, but thought better of it. This is a huge group here, all the way down to at least 10th position, maybe further in this one. So let's look at your movers once again. Antonino up 16 spots, make it 15 or 14 as he loses a couple here. Fisher's gonna go through. Vanchev's going to go through as well as he runs him out of road potentially here in a turn number 5. But Antonino is going to hold that line slightly. Vanchev up on the curbing. That's a scary point to go 4 tires in the air.
Yeah, everybody bumper to bumper and getting their elbows out here as Vanchev going to defend from Weiland. Not going to defend enough though. Christia sets up the over-under move. That was picture perfect there for Max to set that up nicely. And you have there a couple of other drivers still continuing to fight. Rodriguez, Golseth, and Amador Martinez, and that's allowing Westcott to close down her gap there. She's at the tail end of this group as Golseth fades low in a 12, and here comes Isaac Malquit, Naomi Garcia, Jaramillo. Westcott not too far off. She's also locked in a duel here further back in the mid-pack, and she just fell outside of the top 10, and the driver that was able to get themselves up there was Chase Gastioli, who's down 9 spots. And Antonino, you saw him when he was getting passed on this back straightaway. He wasn't too happy there. Put his hand up in the air. He just wants to get a move on and wants to work his way forward. So look for Antonino to kind of work with Ty Fisher here a little bit and push each other forward and further away from all this mid-pack scrum that's going on here further back with Weiland, Christia, Martinez. You have Vanchev in this group, and as well for Rodriguez, who finds himself well inside of the top 10 now in the 7th spot. Golseth finally get himself up there as well. In the 8th spot, you have Forrest Adams and Gassiet Lee again. I mean, a lot of your front runners have really just fallen off the board after incidents and contacts, and that's just all due to the really early racing that we saw in this race, Alex. And that's stuff that can happen. That's stuff that we expect to happen whenever you kind of start defending and blocking early on in this race.
Yeah, well, at this point in this main event, 8 laps to go here. It's still anybody's race. Right now, it's Fisher, Antonino. Last time around, though, the fastest car on the racetrack was Max Weiland, the only one of the 49.9s last time around. So that magic machine is finding a little bit of magic here in this KA Junior class, and he's closed that gap now to less than 2 kart length to the MPG Motorsports machine. Further back, Christa, Vanchev, Martinez, Rodriguez. It's about a 7-car train, almost 8 if Forrest Adams can close that gap and bring Golseth and Gassiet Lee with him. We know how quick that Coastal Link machine is with Chase Gassiet Lee at the helm, but it's going to take a lot of work for him to climb up 9 spots and potentially become a Grand National Champion winner here. Crossing the stripe to finish lap number 14. Now we're starting lap number 15, and here comes Max Weiland. They're climbing the hill towards 3, and down the back straightaway we go. Antonino hasn't made a move all race, but I think he senses it and he has to go. Here he goes, inside and through, a clean move. That's what you need to do if you're 2 leaders.
Antonino felt like it was time, and then rightfully so when you have drivers like Max Weiland and Max Christia starting to close in, as well as Alexander Vanchev. Everybody's going to want to get up there. They're going to want to be in prime position to strike towards the end of this race, and Ty Fisher not going to attempt that move, but that's going to allow everybody else to start stacking and packing here, and Weiland just at the tail end here of Ty Fisher. You have Christia there as well, Vanchev, everybody inside of the top 7 within a shot. Then you go back to Forrest Adams as well, who's back in the 8th spot at the moment, looking to close down his gap. Chase Gassilee's in the 9th, and then Nathan Golseth in the 10th. They're all kind of spread out just that little bit, Alex, but again, if they stay in tow, they stay in line and stay pushing, they can definitely be there as this race continues to ramp up. Everybody's setting personal best lap times. Martinez set a personal best. Rodriguez set a personal best as well. They were both 2/10 quicker than your top 5.
Yeah, at what point do you begin to completely race? I know we've seen lead changes and we've seen passes for 3rd, 4th, and further on back, but that's just part of it. But at some point, we have to start doing this. Antonino bottom of the racetrack, Fisher and Weiland falls through. Vanchev says, you know what, if you're going to open the door, Max, I'm going to go through. So move Vanchev up to P4, Christia's through, and then behind them, that's a good battle between Martinez and Rodriguez. You don't want to fight too much if you're Amador because you don't want to lose track of the top 5. But here we go, Edgar Rodriguez is going to make his decision easy because he's going to go around him. So move Edgar Rodriguez up into the top 6, and you can see 1 move is all it takes. You lose a couple of kart lengths to this lead group. It shouldn't matter too much just because of the fact that we know that these top 5 are going to battle.
Yeah, everybody's starting to battle here, and you see everybody. Ty Fisher going to the low side. Antonino around the outside. Weiland sets up the over-under move quite perfectly, and Antonino's back up to 2nd. It looked like Fisher wanted to close the door there just a little too late. Antonino was already there, and that allowed Max Weiland to set up that over-under move. We talk about the rule of 3. Antonino going to the bottom. He gets clear on Weiland, who slots back to 2nd, and more drivers start to join this lead group. Golseth at the end, Adams, Gassiet Lee, Martinez, everybody there, as Christia going on the inside of Vanchev, who loses a spot there to Rodriguez, who's able to get through. Vanchev not wanting to waste any time. He wants to go back. Won't be able to get it done.
Yeah, look at this. Here we go. 5 laps to go for John Antonino and Max Weiland. They have a decent advantage over Ty Fisher. He's got himself back in that 3rd spot. Max Christia has maintained that 4th place position. Rodriguez now 5th. Look at this train of go-karts behind them. It goes all the way down to, I believe, what looks to be Hamarillo there, or maybe even Peyton Westcott down that 13th spot. We saw Vin Montien skateboard off the racetrack and almost into the pit lane earlier on. His progress forward has halted at 17th. If they battle hard enough, he might have a chance to be in the lead group. Too far back to make anything happen here, but Vanchev making things happen for himself and Sodi Kart USA. We know the pace is there in that KA package. He's a shootout winner, 2 nights ago, and so for Alexander Vanchev, the pace and the charge forward continues, but we saw the move from Gassiet Lee. He was 10th a couple laps ago. He's in the top 5 now.
Yeah, and everybody going to start to battle here. Does Max Weiland go in a 1? He's going to wait here, and Fisher going to wait as well, as Chase Gassiet Lee now at the helm of the 2nd group, looking to close down the gap to the top 4, and I mean, they're doing a good job. Let's compare the lap times here really quickly, and actually that's not, because Max Weiland's going to the point of the field. Ty Fisher goes up to 2nd. Antonino slots back in a line, and I was going to compare lap times, but Alex, there's no need for that now because they're going to lose a whole lot of time with all this passing, and that's going to allow Gassiet Lee and company to start to close down their gap to this top 4, and this is going to help them out as well, as Fisher on the inside of 8. He gets clear. Weiland stuck on the outside, side by side there with Max Christia as well, as Weiland's able to get clear, but Chase Gassiet Lee officially arriving on the scene now and on the rear bumper of Max Christia.
Here we go. We're getting ready to cross the stripe to see 3 laps to go here for Race Lab TV and Ty Fisher. The pace has been there. He won the KA Junior Shootout 2 nights ago and was $1,000 richer. Now he's trying to add a Grand National title to his name. Further back, Forrest Adams around Malquit gets pushed through by Amador Martinez. That was the fight for about 8th on the racetrack. A little bit further back now. Antonino's going to go around the outside potentially of Fisher. Has to slot back in line with Weiland in 3rd. Gassiet Lee thought about going up the inside of Max Christia, but the door was immediately shut. Like you said, Caleb, the more they begin to battle, as Fisher drops a tire there, he's going to have to go low now because his run out of 6 was compromised here. Late on the brakes for Fisher, around the outside for Max Christia. He's going to get run out of road, though.
Yeah, definitely getting run out of road, drops the tire into the dirt. You can have the inside line, though, on Vanchev. So that definitely fell into his hands. And for Gassi Lee as well, was on the inside of Vanchev, who gets run wide there onto the escape route. And everybody cycling their way through. Vanchev stuck on the outside. And again, Adams looking to get clear. But this time around, 2-6 are up in the air. And officially crunch time for Antonino, who goes up to the point of the field and up in the air. 2 tires went up. We saw the bottom of the go-kart there for Rodriguez, who went airborne for just a second. He's still battling, and we have about 10 to 15 cars in this lead train as Antonino's leading us away.
Fisher, what a move around the outside of Max Weiland, who's generous enough to give him room there. Fisher now back to P2. Antonino, we saw the move down in turn number 1 on the inside of Fisher. He left the door wide open there for the MPG driver, but maybe, just maybe, Ty Fisher's in the spot that he would like to be in P2. The entire top 6 goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Nobody trying the over-under. There's too many go-karts to count here. We see further back, Naomi Garcia going off the racetrack. Vidmontien's actually back in the lead group like I had mentioned after skateboarding off the racetrack in the midway point of this one. Nonetheless though, one more time around here for your KA Juniors and for John Antonino.
Yeah, you say Vidmontien's in the lead group, but so is everybody else here, Alex. Is Antonino going to start to defend? Fisher looking to set up an over-under coming up the hill. Antonino to the bottom of the racetrack needs to be careful with how wide he washes out. Fisher gets a nose down low. He's at the bottom of the racetrack, and again, Antonino just washed out way too wide. He's around the outside. Weiland going side by side.
Weiland's going to run him out of road there and move Max Weiland up into that second place spot and maybe in prime position to make something happen, get creative against Ty Fisher. He inevitably goes to the bottom of the racetrack here. Who goes high, who goes low? Fisher low, Max Weiland low, round the outside goes Antonino, a little bit too wide there. They're side by side through 9.
Yeah, and here Ty Fisher needs to be careful, can't get over-undered as there goes Antonino side by side. Ty Fisher is within a best shot to get his maiden national race victory. One more corner to go. It's been a long time in the making, to say the least, for the Lime Green TB Kart, but the wait is over today. Ty Fisher is an IAME Grand National Champion.
Race Lab TV and Ty Fisher, well, they earned that one, Caleb. You see the work that it took for Ty Fisher to get it done. You see what it means to them. I heard the screaming on the fence line. I know TV is ecstatic for that one there. They had the shootout victory a couple nights ago, but they wanted the Grand National title, and they got it. Antonino, though, an incredible run, up 15 positions in this KA Junior main event. He rounds out your top 2. Weiland to 3rd, a great podium there for Magic Kart USA and KA Junior here, only 800 back from what would have been a Grand National title. Max Christe as well, he was up a handful of spots in this one. What a run for TKG and Kart Republic there. Chase Gassi-Lee, he got shuffled back and thrown off the racetrack at the midway point of this one at the exit of turn number 1. He holds on to a top 5 position. Alexander Vanchev, P6. Edgar Rodriguez, Amado Martinez, we saw them going after it for majority of this one. They finished 7th and 8th, and just to give you an idea of how close this field was, the top 8 separated by less, or just about a second, which is incredible here. Martin Amarillo, Forrest Adams, rounding out your top 10. And here's a look at Ty Fisher. The celebrations begin. Antonino, you see the good sportsmanship there. I mean, those are the top 2 here at the IAME Grand Nationals, and you see what it means to Ty Fisher and for Antonino. It's always cool to see for a driver who was, the bridesmaid, I guess you could say, in this one, but always good to see the congratulations going here. And for Ty Fisher, like Caleb had said earlier, this is a long time coming for a driver that's been oh so close so many times on the national level. We know he has the talent to be a race winner, and what an event to get your first national victory, the IAME Grand Nationals. It doesn't get a whole lot bigger than this, and I see Caleb Vieska down there at the scale line, chatting with Ty Fisher. I think he's just about ready for us here, so Caleb, when you're ready, send it on down. What is Ty thinking right now?
Thank you very much there, Alex. Ty Fisher, it's been a long time in the making, but I can finally say you're officially a national race winner. How does it feel?
It feels awesome. Just so much feeling, so many feelings going through right now. All the hard work's finally paid off, so really happy for the Race Lab and TB Kart. Really feels good for everybody.
Yeah, and walk me through that race here firstly. It seemed like a dogfight from green all the way to the checkered flag. You find yourself kind of working your way back in the order, but having to work your way up. Just walk me through how that race was.
Yeah, I had a good start. Me, Enzo, and Chase were pushing away, but once they passed me, I slowed down. I was saving my tires, so then the last few laps I could push as hard as I could. And then as soon as the group behind us caught up, I pushed as hard as I can past Enzo and Chase. Tried to keep the lead and stay in first or second as long as I could. And then the last few laps, just defending and just trying to get it by anybody.
And lastly here, I know you have a big support section before our KE seniors go out into the racetrack. I'll give you this time to thank whoever you want.
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Damon, my mechanic, Martin, who's on holidays right now, my coach, and yeah, that's everybody.
Well, there you guys have from Ty Fisher, lost for words here in this one. We'll send it back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Caleb. I mean, you can see what it meant to Ty Fisher. He was speechless for a part of that interview, but he was able to get some words out towards the end of that one. And for Race Lab and TV, congratulations on that IAME Grand National title. And obviously for Ty Fisher, a long time in the making for him, that young star. He has a bright future ahead of him, and he has one more chance at another Grand National title later on today in the X30 Junior class. So he could be one of the first. He could be the first guy to do the double and win them both in the same weekend. We've seen a couple of drivers attempt to do it and get close, but Ty Fisher has a chance to do it in junior here. But now on to the racetrack, KA100 Senior. This has been the show, or one of the shows of the weekend. Hayden Jones has been dominant. He swept his heat races yesterday, so too did Paulie Massimino, but Massimino didn't have the best of superheats, unlike Hayden Jones. That puts Hayden on the front row alongside him, Cameron Weinberg and Chad Dawkin Racing.
We go back to from Cameron Weinberg and Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino on row 2 with Parker DeLong and Frankie Mossman, the West Coasters, Arizona and California on row 3. Peyton Phillips and Adam Brickley back on row number 4.
Further back, Kai Hunter. He's been in the mix of it all throughout this weekend, seemingly in the middle of every single duel on the racetrack. Behind him, it was the likes of Caleb Gaffera and others. I think we'll have to get a better look at the rest of the top 10 here. Yeah, it was Caleb Gaffera. Row 6, Finn Bailiff, A.J. Myers, Chase Buscalia, another Chad Dawkin Racing entry for Kart Republic, and behind him, Jared Clark alongside him for BJR MDR, and then it's his teammate James Overbeck, and then it's Sodi Kart's Steven Iser, your top 8 rows there. Colin Lloyd, Lucas Zabel, Andrew Hamill, and then Drew James for TKG Kart Republic as well, your top 20.
As the last bit of the field begins to form towards the entrance to turn number 8, we will get set for more action here from Trackhouse Motorplex with the full K Senior field, back-to-back 40-car grids. You and Caleb called one barn burner in KA Junior. I think that set the bar pretty darn high for race number 3 of 6 in the IAME USA Grand National Championships. Hayden Jones will lead us through out of that last turn. Cameron Weinberg, again, will bring that Chad Dawkin Racing black, white, and blue brand new livery for this weekend. Kart Republic to the outside, but that all too familiar position for Hayden Jones on the weekend. He gets to start from there in both of his mains, but the rest of the field was not ready for him to take us down to turn number 1. You saw a lot of stragglers there at the back of that group. So this should not go and get burned against the grid for not being able to get all together for the start of it. Let's see if we can't take you through the lineup one more time before we get going here once again. So that's, again, the first half of the field with going all the way down to Andrew Hamill and Drew James back on row number 10. And then flipping the page on back here, we'll take a look at the final few rows here, the back half that have some work to do in this one. The 2 drivers are missing. Anthony Rivera and Brandon Carr showed back on row number 19, and we will be at 18 total rows for a grand total of 36, I believe, on the grid, getting set to get after it in this feature race. Jordan Hernandez, Max Saga on the back row, if that's all correct. Again, Ben Gaunt, Grayson Thorpe, and Autumn Fisher we saw have some issues in that superheat. They'll be going from the rear. Eli Warren as well. So here we are for the second try. Hopefully everyone can get into position quick enough. Stephen Miller from the back of the grid also on a last-second move has us racing now, and there's contact further back. Looked like Miller was trying to get around some of the chaos. He got kind of tripped up as there was a bit of a moment down on the inside, but at least everyone has made it forward through to turn number 4, and we are underway after one extra outlap for the K100 seniors. Hayden Jones, Dalton Haynes, 1 and 2, and the last time we saw them in that X30 Superheat, they are 1 and 2 right now here in the main event to kick things off in KA Senior. And Hayden's going to take us down to the low side as Paulie Massimino's going to send it to the high side in turn 8, and he will pick up a spot. He gets around the off-pole man. Cameron Weinberg back to P5.
Yeah, we see further back a couple drivers going side by side, one of them being Kai Hunter with Caleb Gaffera. Hayden Jones, he's under fire from a couple drivers here. Dalton Haynes inside and through. He wants to lead early. He goes a little bit wide here. He's going to have to maybe concede the position back to Hayden Jones, who has help from Parker DeLong and Ruthless Racing. So here we go. Hayden Jones through, Parker DeLong through. Massimino might be able to sneak his way through as well as he hops over the curb in turn number 3. He's through, and now Dalton Haynes is on the outside looking in. Here's on the wrong side of the racetrack. He might concede a few more spots, but as he storms around the outside of the pole corner, what a move for Dalton Haynes to hold on to third.
Lots of fast moves on the racetrack and fast wording right there, Alex, to try and keep up with it all. There is going to be quite a bit of movement here. The big thing for your favorite driver, folks, watching along with this race, as long as it is, well, yes, you can have some superhero moves to try to get to the lead early like that, but the important part is that they don't end up in the weeds off to the wayside or in the grass. As long as they stay kind of in frame or in the top 10 or so, they'll have more than enough time to get back to the front. This 22 lapper here is a long time at Trackhouse Motorplex. Check out all that gaggle back behind the leaders. Look at this. James Overbeck leading the crew as Haynes is going to lose a couple spots there in turns 1 and 2. Mossman, Weinberg through. Phillips trying to go as well. Up front, Hayden Jones is going to continue to defend early and try to hang on to that lead with Parker DeLong and Paulie Massimino kind of applying some pressure. But the important part again, Alex, is that again that they stay in the top half. There is going to be a lot of different drivers we're going to talk about and a lot of crazy moves over this 22 lappers. So don't freak out if your driver like Peyton Phillips gets shuffled back a couple spots. This is early. The race will get back to him as long as he stays in the mix and near the front.
Well, we heard Ty Fisher say it in the interview, right? He got shuffled back to outside your top 5 as DeLong goes through on Hayden Jones there early on in this one to take the lead of the race. But Fisher said, listen, I got shuffled back. I didn't panic. I actually said, you know what, let's not overheat my stuff and, overheat my own body during the race as well to, maintain a chance at a victory as Hayden Jones and Parker DeLong once again go after it. But like you said, with just the nature of KA Junior and Senior Racing, you can get shuffled back and still have a chance at it. We saw Vidmontien get pushed almost into the pit lane and was back in that lead group on the final lap of the race. So anything's possible here, and if this race is anything to go off of, this is going to be a crazy final 18 laps of this final. Hayden Jones is stuck having to defend, but Frankie Mossman finds room on the bottom of the racetrack. Cameron Weinberg's going to run Hayden Jones out of road.
Yeah, lots of packed up Talladega-style racing here, and I don't know how long it's going to last. Hayden Jones and Paulie Massimino got hooked together just behind the frame, and Massimino's going to go off, trying to get that bumper unstuck from behind the left front tire. Big recovery there. Paulie's trying to just reset that as he is still stuck trying to kick it out, and he will, but he's going to be put 3 wide, and Eli Warren, what a moment there. Eli Warren just started nearly dead last, and he is already up about probably 20 positions. What a charge forward for the War Power Racing privateer. And that's the one thing you didn't want to have happen. What happened just a moment ago to Paulie Massimino, dropped down 10 or 15 positions. Let's recap after the first few laps some of the major movers here. Warren is up 9 already, as now Cameron Weinberg will take a point at the lead. Haynes will go through on Jones, and just as he goes, Kai Hunter gets by both of them, picking up some of the things he's learned over this weekend, that with the momentum style racing that this package brings and requires of the driver, you can actually over, under, and get clear by the next turn if you see a couple go low or go side by side in front of you. So as we see it, Hunter, biggest mover in the top 5. He's up a net gain of 4. James Overbeck up a net gain of 5, and he's going to try and make it one more as AJ Myers concedes that spot in turn number 4.
How about it for James Overbeck? He's been a driver that has been, under the radar, so to speak, and for a driver of his caliber who's almost, swept the summer stretch of the KA Senior National Level Racing. This has been a down weekend for him so far. I talked to Brandon Druskrak during the Superheat of the KA Senior event. He said, listen, I don't know what's wrong with James, because when you compare the data to him and Paulie, they're driving identical. It's just one of those weekends where the go-kart just seemingly isn't rolling. So far, I think the racing up front's helping James, but he's looking as good as he's done all weekend long. We saw some good moves throughout the top 5. Hayden Jones now stuck defending from Dalton Haynes. You don't want to do that too much here early on in this one, but so far it's RPG 4 and 5. Kai Hunter, one of your biggest movers in this one so far, started in 10th, up to 4th. Do we see any moves down the bottom of the racetrack? Goes Hayden Jones. Haynes going to follow through as well. You can't afford to do this too often because you don't want to lose track of the leaders, but at the end of the day, we've seen defending up front as well, so it's going to bring them back up front inevitably.
It's taken a few moments to pick our packs apart here, but we've kind of started to get a good idea of who's going to ride towards the front as we enter the midsection. I like to look at a lot of these races as 3 segments, really. That opening segment is just craziness, trying to either go forward or not go backwards, or especially not get cleaned out like that. Lucas Zabo off the racetrack and turned around in front of the field. He will continue at the tail end with probably some damage to that RPM Tony Kart, but further back. Move there for Gaffera. At this point now, completing 7 laps so far of the 22, we're probably going to see a lot of the pack just kind of ride. Maybe moves here and there, like Kai Hunter making that pass for 3rd, but we've finally spread our drivers apart enough that you're going to start to see it spread further because the leaders are going to get some clear racetrack, a little bit less battling as we got 2 more in the wall over there in turns 5 and 6. Hunter making another move in turn 8. And oh no, wow, that is not good. Peyton Phillips off and into the wall, and that's gonna bring the red flag out. Oh my goodness, Peyton Phillips and one more collected. He was across the line that time by right around AJ Myers, James Overbeck, Caleb Gaffera. I was trying to ID who was the other driver near him. Looks like Overbeck's through, Myers is through. Is it maybe, no, yeah, Caleb is okay as well. Not sure who is the other driver involved with Peyton Phillips over in the kink, but we are under red flag conditions, and to be honest, I'm surprised as close as they were racing, we didn't have more carnage or go to this sooner. That was intense. So confirming now Finnegan Bailiff, the other driver involved in the incident. Peyton Phillips, you saw him with his helmet off. He was obviously awake and alert, but they are going to go and quickly check out the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver. If either of them are able to continue, while they are showing right now in 10th and 12th, which is this will go back to that lap. 7 laps completed with everyone, so the order on your screen is the order they will restart. We have not made it to halfway, so the race will be restarted. But if Peyton Phillips and or Finnegan Bailiff are wanting to continue and are medically cleared to continue, they'll be placed at the rear, and it will be a single file restart with Frankie Mossman taking us back to green. So right as we got, it seemed like spread out, we are now back, going to pack them all up again, Alex, and just got word as well. Finnegan Bailiff, the damage too big to continue. The Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver, his day is done.
Well, a couple things, right? Whenever a red flag occurs, for one, we hope that all the drivers involved are okay. But secondly, I mean, like you mentioned, finally we got a little bit of a spread field, and then all of a sudden you pack them together. It's also one of those things as a driver, you have to regroup, recharge, and, you know, figure out if your piece is still going to be good enough. I guess it's all the same for every go-kart, but if you had your tire pressures maybe set a little bit higher, you don't really want your go-kart baking in the sun right now and getting heat in those tires more than you would like. So for some drivers, maybe this is okay. For some, frustrated. For some who maybe lost track of the lead group, you're actually pretty, you know, okay with the fact that, okay, this group's going to get back together again. Obviously, with red flags, you go back to the lap before as well, and there's a look at Finnegan Bailiff's go-kart. Yeah, for sure. Too much damage on that to continue. But good to see that Finn is okay and actually picking up his own go-kart, so that's always good to see.
That thing is tore up. Look at the front end damage to Finnegan Bailiff's machine. The front crash part looks like it did his job, as well as the front bumper. Like you said, great sign to see that Finn's up and okay. He's all good. Trying to chat with the marshals as well of what happened there. The drivers up front also kind of getting a moment to catch their breath. And sometimes when you go back from a red flag here, we go back to the kind of that stage one, segment one, you know, mindset that you saw in the first few laps, and everyone looks at it as a chance to go back forward. Other times we kind of spread apart, but either way, you snap out of this, you know, mindset that you get into to go out and compete, try to get the race win when the session gets sent to red flag conditions. So we'll give you more updates when we receive them. For now, KA100 Senior at a pause for an incident involving Finn Bailiff, Chase Buscalia, and Peyton Phillips down at turn number 5. All drivers being tended to by the on-site medical team, and this race will continue, but after the damage repaired and the drivers are cleared.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Car Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati, and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
For those of you just joining us here in the paddock or just tuning in on the live stream, we are under red flag conditions for a moment involving Finn Bailiff, Chase Buscalia, potentially Matthew Mockabee, who was a super sub in Aiden Levy's go-kart, and Peyton Phillips. We didn't get a really good angle at what transpired over there. It was coming out of the bowl at turn number 4. And by my guess, having seen enough races at this racetrack, Alex, that there may have been some side-to-side contact that put them, as they were trying to get from too wide out of the bowl to single file for that turn 5-6 chicane, off and over into the tire wall.
It's pretty easy to do, especially in a go-kart race. You know, side-to-side contact, tire to tire. This is all speculation, but like you mentioned, out of the bowl corner, I've been here enough. You've been here enough. You've racetracked here as in your past as well. So just from what I've seen on the racetrack, I think, like you mentioned, just one of those pop flies, and out of nowhere, there's a barrier.
Let's go down to the drivers that were leading at the time of the red. They're getting ready to get restarted. Caleb Viesca is down with them on the track here while we wait for the on-site medical team to continue their procedure, checking out those involved in the incident. Caleb?
Sir Xander, first and foremost, I want to confirm that Peyton Phillips and Finnegan Bailiff are okay. They're unfortunately not going to be able to continue. Matthew Mockabee as well was involved in an incident that was aside from that incident that we saw on the racetrack. But again, like you said, we'll talk to some of our race leaders. Frankie Mossman was the driver that was in the lead of the race whenever that red flag did come out. Frankie, it's been a wild one from start to finish so far, but you find yourself up at the front.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy that, we had a little bit of a stressful moment with 1 minute to go on the grid, but the team, we have a good kart so far, and it's just going to be about positioning ourselves. I don't know if this is going to end like this, but, we still have like 12 laps to go, so I'd rather finish it out.
And lastly here, I mean, I have to ask you about your tire pressures. You know, your tires are going to be baking here in the sun. Do you guys feel like you guys made a right choice coming into this one with whatever tire pressure you may have chosen?
I don't know. I think I'm not going to last before my tires do. It's so hot out here, and we're all just baking in the sun right now, so I'm waiting on some water.
Yeah, and I do have to confirm the asphalt definitely is making it very, very hot out here, so I can only imagine how you guys are feeling. Thank you very much, Frankie, and best of luck in the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll move on here. Dalton. Dalton, we'll get you up here as well. Dalton, if you can have a word with us as well. It's been a wild race for you. You've been shuffled through the field as well, found yourself further back when that red flag came out. Just walk me through your race to this point.
Yeah, so I think me and Hayden and Paulie and Parker had a bit of a gap at the start, but I talked with Hayden about it. He couldn't see that we had a gap, and he started blocking a bit more, but I had no fault to his own. Like, if I was him and I saw 3 go-karts behind me and it's only 2 laps in, I'd start blocking in KA2. And then I don't know how I got shoveled off, but when I did, I ended up behind Paulie and Hayden. And then in the double rights, they shuffled. Everyone piled in, and Paulie got a nose under Hayden. And I'm on Paulie's bumper, and I was going to push him through. I tapped him a little bit. He got even closer. And then he realized that he wasn't close enough to make a pass. He wasn't fully alongside, so he tried to back out. So I got on the brakes, but then someone pushed me right into him on his bumper, and now he's almost on top of Hayden Jones's rear bumper. And then all of a sudden his cart lifts up and he flies left. So I went underneath there, and luckily I didn't go with him. And then, yeah, it was kind of just damage control trying to get back up. And then we made like 1 or 2 spots, and now we're here. So, but everyone's literally the same speed. We've been talking about how it's pretty much NASCAR. Whoever has momentum is just going to slingshot to first, and then they got to defend or whatever they want to do.
And we're just getting confirmation here that all drivers need to back away from their go-karts now. So we'll walk over here and catch a word with a couple of others. Thank you very much, Dalton, for speaking with us. We have Paulie and Hayden out here as well on the racetrack. So we'll talk to these 2 guys out here as well. We'll walk and talk here with Hayden. Hayden, the race for you, you were up there in the lead for a good bit. Just walk me through the race at this point.
Everyone's the same pace, so, I mean, we're all going around the track at the same speed and just trying to keep the position where we want, and it's just hectic. So I think it's going to be a fight for the next however many laps we have. I think we only did 7, so it's just going to be a fight the entire time.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like more and more drivers have found themselves in that lead group as well with the full national layout coming back. I mean, how difficult is it to, to hold on to a position out here at this racetrack?
I mean, this is just the drafting track now in the KA, so, I mean, literally everyone can do the exact same time. So no one's faster, no one's slower. If you're a little slower, there's a draft, so you're back up there. So, I mean, it's just anyone can win.
Sounds good, Hayden. Best of luck on the rest of the race. Back here with James. James, we'll pull you aside here. It's been an up and down weekend for you, but you have really good pace so far in this main event. I mean, walk me through. You're finally finding yourself within a battle inside of the top 10.
I don't really know how I'm up there, but I found myself up there. The pace still really isn't there, I feel like. I mean, when Caleb passed me right before the red flag, he pulled me about 2 kart lengths, so I'm not really sure how the rest of it's going to go, but just take advantage of the situations that happen in front of me in the hard racing. But hopefully I can keep it up there. Pace-wise, I think hopefully maybe it comes to life a little bit after the red flag. But like I said, I don't know how I'm up here. But, yeah, the BJR boys, I think we've been picking away at it all weekend, and we're finally up there. And I think we have a decent shot if they keep racing up front, so we'll see what happens.
And I also spoke to your dad earlier this morning and saying that you guys found a little bit more this morning, but you find yourself, I think, for the first time this year within an actual shot to an IAME Grand National Championship. I guess, what's your mindset coming into the rest of this race? Because I know it's going to be hectic from the start, starting single file.
I think just treat it like any other race, honestly. I know I have to play this one a little bit different with pace-wise, because I feel like at most races this year we've had the pace, just need to get in the right spot. But I feel like here we're missing a little bit of pace, but I still have to figure out how to put myself in the right spot at the right time to really get it done. And I think just so far all weekend, I mean, being slow on practice day, I think my confidence is just a little bit down, but I think I got a good start there, made some good moves, and I think confidence is back definitely. So I think I just have to make the right moves at the right time, and it'll be good.
Sounds good. I wish you the best of luck in the rest of that race. So we get some water and talk to Brandon here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, there you guys have it from those couple of drivers. But another point while we're out here on the racetrack, something that we haven't talked about yet this weekend, this groove and this part of the racetrack especially, Here at the bottom of my feet, super sticky at the moment. It's about to pull my shoes right off of my feet, and this groove continues to get wider and wider every single time that more and more cars work their way out onto the racetrack. So it's definitely, this groove has gotten a lot wider. You see why drivers have been prompted to hold moves around the outside and look for moves around the outside as well. So this is going to continue to get a little wider. I'll send it back up to you guys here momentarily while I catch up with some more drivers.
Thank you, Caleb. Again, that's a great point as well, that, truthfully, the groove widens naturally as guys get past, in any given passing zone, right? Because they're not always able to instantly get down to the racing line before they get, before they get to the apex of the corner. So when we go through practice, when we go through qualifying, we're going to lay down rubber typically on the racing line, some passes here and there, but guys are going to let each other go a little more. And then naturally in the race, when everyone's packed up, sometimes you don't have a gap to get down to the groove, and you end up having to run around the outside. And so what that does is two things, like Caleb said, it lays down rubber and kind of widens that grip patch throughout the corner. It also just kind of pushes all of the dust and debris. Either you pick it up on your tires or you're shoving it, driving by like a snowplow, off and further to the wayside. So as we've raced on this racetrack throughout the weekend, that has opened up more and more across the way. Now, you heard from Frankie Mossman and Caleb both mentioning how hot it is. Well, kudos to the IAME USA Grand National Championship officials. They have brought the drivers to the fence line and allowed all the mechanics and family and friends and parents to get them some water. You see Mateo Pappas, I'm pretty sure he just doused himself in a water bottle there, shower, to try and cool back off a little bit as well. I'm sure that felt good. And again, they've only done 7 or 8 laps, but the heat index this weekend has been a major talking point because it has been unbelievable how hot it has felt, especially considering that it's only been, in maybe the mid 80s, pushing 90s, air temperature wise. But regardless, that's a great point with what Caleb mentioned there, and was cool to be able to walk on the racetrack with the range to demonstrate that it's clean, the line is widening, and the line is, man, super sticky right now.
Yeah, it reminds me actually of when we went to MCC throughout this summer break, where turn 2, that second groove really formed throughout the the pre-finals and the main events, the SKUSA Pro Tour, USPKS, and Stars Championship Series. And here we're seeing it again, not only in the final corner, but I'm sure if we go to that bowl corner, almost that entire banking is probably grooved up pretty good with that racing line as well. So this racetrack really starting to grip up for these drivers. We're seeing a lot more passing opportunities, and like you mentioned, the more that drivers go to the bottom of the racetrack and drivers are forced to go around the outside, the more the group's going to form, and that's really exciting stuff for these KA seniors, but not only them, but later on when half of this field at least goes for the X30 Pro main event.
Well, it just makes it possible to be able to stay side by side through the corner and gives a little more forgiveness to any issues. Now, here's a look. We already heard from James. I see Caleb standing by with Paulie, so Caleb, we'll send it back down to you. Trackside in the heat and the sunshine.
Xander, in the sunshine. Indeed. Paulie, you're a big golf guy, and it's, quite usual there to get mulligans. It's not often in racing that you get a mulligan there. You found yourself way off the racetrack there at the start of that race. Just walk me through that incident.
Yeah, I felt like we had a good start, got ourselves up to third. We were rolling pretty good, I thought. I was kind of confused on why we were still white lining when we had a pretty decent gap to fourth on back. But, we kept white lining for no reason, of course. And then, the rest of the pack caught up, and going through the double rights, whoever was the back person on that was just going full throttle the whole time, all the way through the double rights. So, I'm fully locked up on the brakes, but my bumper folded underneath the tire, so that's why I took out those poor 2 cones over there. So I think the pace is okay. We'll just see how the start goes. A lot of these guys, we're blocking for like 20th place. So, I think we got a good amount of laps to go. So if it's anything like that first half, just keep our nose clean, try to make some spots forward, and I think we could still get back up in that fight.
Yeah, and lastly here, you're a seasoned racer. I will say you're a veteran here in this class as well. But every time when a red flag comes out, almost halfway throughout this race, how do you have to kind of reset yourself to get back in the groove whenever the green flag flies for the second time?
To be honest, I wasn't, after that happened, I wasn't really in the groove, so I'm just kind of, I don't know. I guess you just try to put your head down and get back in it. Seems like everybody's hot.
I'm okay. I feel fine, so we'll see.
Alrighty, well, I wish you the best of luck here on the rest of the race, Paulie.
Thanks.
We'll send it to you guys in the matchup with more drivers.
Thanks, Caleb. You could tell how much, Paulie and Dalton, I guess, but Paulie especially because he got bit by it worse, were frustrated by the way that incident went. But even hearing from Hayden, hearing from Frankie that, they're expecting it to be a 2x2 full throttle pack race here. And it's funny because that was what I think was the goal a little bit with the CNC Performance Engineering KA shootout layout that shortened the racetrack, kept it more high speed. Then we got the typical southeastern summer rainstorm, heavy rain, by the way, Friday evening, that doused the track. We didn't even get back onto dry tires until the main event. And then even still, it was, a little bit spread out. But here on the regular layout, now that we've got a lot of grip laid down, we've got a groove that has been widened by 2x2 racing over the course of the weekend, we're getting that packed up super speedway racing that we weren't quite anticipating. So, well, let's talk to one driver that might know a little bit about this place. His senior debut, Mateo Pappas, and, well, he's got the smartest idea. He found himself a snow cone. Caleb?
I am not entirely sure if this is allowed due to weight regulations, but it's just water. It's just ice, so we'll allow it here. But it's your first senior race, we have to say, and one of the first times that we talked to you so far this weekend, and you're in senior racing action. Just walk me through this race for you so far.
So far it's been honest. It's a lot crazier than I expected it to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more chill than like a junior race, but it's just as crazy.
Yeah, definitely just as crazy. And talk to me about the snow cone as well. Who actually came over and handed this to you? It seems like over there, it seems like your brother.
My brother did. My brother did, yeah. Just for us to cool off and everything because it's really hot out here.
Yeah, it's good. And it seems like everybody as well. Pretty spirits as well, knowing that you guys are probably going to go out there and time as well. So you made any friends so far in the senior class? Anybody that you're looking to work with when the green flag comes out next?
Yeah, I'm honestly just trying to have a chill race. Just go home with just have a clean race so far. Yep.
So we'll wish you, Mateo, and is that actually flavored or is it just pure ice?
Pina colada.
Pina colada there. Because he's not old enough for an actual pina colada, but he's having a pina colada snow cone. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Caleb. We're still waiting for more information here from Race Control. It looks like they are starting to get the carts lined in the proper order, but they have been very courteous to do so without making the drivers push their own go-karts and allowing them to get some more water. In Mateo Pappas' case, a snow cone, a little pina colada. And apologies there about a little bit of the audio difficulties here. That's the first time we've ever really done something like this where we've been able to go onto the racetrack and talk to drivers. And I think Caleb just ended up with Mateo in probably the one little dead zone that didn't quite get all of that audio intel. But it got it good enough, and we at least know the flavor of the shaved ice that he's got. So you can see, folks, we're getting closer to going back racing, and we are looking forward to it. Just a handful of laps in, 7 down here. 15 laps to go in this KA Senior main event. We will be ready to bring them back onto the racetrack towards their go-karts and refire for the 22-lap main event here from the IAME Grand National Championship. So we will see you on the other side of this break.
Check.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Car Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside
Mic
knowledge.
check 1 2.
So
Mic
what does
check
Car
1
Class
2.
offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit carclass.com to get your track information.
Massive turnouts, world-class venues, and an awesome family-friendly atmosphere. All of these and more are pillars of the U.S. Pro Kart Series, which is gearing up for its biggest season yet in 2023. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, Cincinnati,
and Mooresville. Welcome to the top level of North American karting. Welcome to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Here we are back looking at the race director, Justin Dittrich here. He is giving drivers instructions of what we're going to do to go back racing in the KA 100 Senior Division. So Frankie Mossman is going to be leading us to green when they send them back over to the go-karts. So there you can see Justin Dittrich, the race director here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship, having a quick powwow with all of the superstars before the K100 seniors are released and ready to get back underway. We will be going green with what looks to be 15 laps to go and 7 laps completed in this feature race. That'll be 22 laps in total if we get the full distance. So the red flag procedures, once the race, and this goes weather as well for, weather delays or inclement weather that would take it where the track's no longer safe to be on dry tires, that once the race gets to halfway, it's official. So if we were to get this any moment, any other break in the action past the completion of lap number 11, if we got onto lap number 12, Alex, that would be the end of it. But talk about the contrast, right? You got a couple drivers there kind of hashing it out, playing a replay in, secondhand storytelling, and then you got Dalton over there sleeping on the barriers, taking a nap, and a handful of others that are just kind of waiting around to go back green. So you've got everyone in different bits. I mean, right, like Kai Hunter focused in here. You got Frankie Mawson, Paulie Massimino all having a good time with Mateo Pappas, Stephen Miller and company, and then, again, one driver half asleep, but hopefully he'll be able to wake back up when they go back racing.
Well, so many drivers have many different routines, right? I mean, I know you would know, Xander, and for me as well, I have my routine. I'm usually one of the quiet ones on the grid as well, in terms of, I like to lock in and sit in the go-kart, put my helmet on, and, maybe not be so chatty. But I think during the red flag situation, a lot of these drivers just want to get some of their nerves out, some of the butterflies away, and just talk with their buddies, like you said. Most of them now obviously having to pay attention to Justin Dittrich, but like you mentioned, most drivers seemingly, smiles on their faces and just replaying kind of the first 8 laps of this KA Senior main event. There's so much to talk about, I'm sure, within themselves as well.
I'm surprised that we haven't gone back yet. I think the last couple of bits that they're trying to sort out have to be over in the lineup. Oh, there it is. So there is the command to start letting the drivers head back over to their go-karts. They were all able to get a little bit of water, cool back off, basically a halfway break. And thankfully, as Caleb mentioned before we went to commercial, that the drivers involved, Peyton Phillips, Finnegan Bailiff, Chase Buscalia, all okay. In fact, Chase is still on the racetrack there, so hopefully he'll be able to continue. And looks like he will, but they may send some of them. I think Chase was involved in an unrelated incident on that same lap, so that's why he was off on the side. He'll get to go back to, he'll get basically a full-on mulligan back to his original spot. But the drivers involved, Finn Bailiff, his kart, too much damage to continue. Peyton Phillips involved. He was the main driver for the incident. You saw him just for a brief moment there, helmet off on turn number 5 as well. So he was cleared and okay, and as they begin to suit back up, well, let's pull that leaderboard back up and take a look at how they're going to line to go back green. So if this is correct, which I would imagine that it would be, it'll be Mossman, and judging by the way the karts are lined up, it looks like it is. Frankie Mossman on a single file restart. From where they are, they're probably going to be able to do a full warm-up lap and then get back to right where they are now and get ready to go back green. Mossman to Cameron Weinberg second. Parker DeLong third, Kai Hunter fourth, Dalton Haynes fifth, Adam Brickley in the 6th position on that Fernando Alonso Kart Republic machine. He's the one of few privateers in the field, and he's the only one in the top 10. Then Hayden Jones, the top qualifier, who led us to green, on pole. He was third, I think second or third overall in qualifying. And then on back from the rest of your top 10 to James Overbeck, Caleb Gaffera. A.J. Myers will move into the 10th spot, jumping ahead of where Phillips was. Finnegan Bailiff obviously out as well. That'll promote Colin Lloyd and Chase Buscalia. And looking for Chase there. Yeah, indeed. So Chase Buscalia will move up 2 positions. He'll get to restart in 11th. Colin Lloyd in 12th. Massimino will restart in 13th. So for a driver that rolled off from the front row, went to the back, and as Caleb brought up, he's got a reset, but at the same point, just kind of got caught out a little bit. So he's still got work to do to get back up to these drivers here at the front of the field, Alex.
Yeah, but I think if there's one driver that can make it happen, it is Paulie Massimino, a driver that knows his place just as much as anybody else. There's a good look at Kai Hunter, who at the end of it all, I mean, he's been in the middle of just about every single, scruffle throughout the weekend, but he's put himself in a great chance. Here's Parker DeLong, a driver who's not in the karting seat very often, showed up, like we mentioned, all weekend long on the lid of a Fiat 500. He's put himself third to get this restart underway. Frankie Mossman is, of course, replacing Garrison for this weekend, and he's done a fantastic job to lead this field now. 8 laps in, 14 to go when they get going green here. And behind him, Cameron Weinberg. He's had a rough day in the X30 side of things, but in the KA 100 senior category, he has been the head man here for Chad Dawkins Racing in the KA 100 package. He talked to me, on the grid before our interview. He said, listen, it's been good. The entire team's been fast. He's been doing, data and coaching and helping out the rest of the crew as well. So he has been the lead man that Chad's brought in to, coach the young drivers that he has on his team. Buscalia as well. This is his, freshman year in the senior class, full-time. Stephen Miller's brought back into Chad Dawkins Racing. He's done a great job as well. Caleb Gaffera, a driver who knows his place very well, but again, not as much experience as Cameron Weinberg does as well. So Caleb's been very quick. I think Caleb could have done maybe a better job for himself throughout the heat race and the super heats to put himself in better positions, but nonetheless, he's in a decent chance. And then in front of him, I gotta say, James Overbeck, as much as in the interview he said, I don't know how I'm in this position, I think as long as you can put yourself in the right spot, we've seen many drivers win from maybe having an outsider's chance heading into it in a KA 100 style event. So for James Overbeck, you can't ask for much more if you're Brandon Jarsacrack and Mike Doty looking at this one and saying, you know what, James, maybe the package hasn't been the best for you this weekend, but you've made the most of it, and we found things overnight, and now you have a chance inside the top 10 to go out there and make something happen.
As they begin to warm the tires back up and clean them off, we will watch our field head through turn number 4 and slowly creep around the rest of the racetrack to go back green. I will say, Alex, track knowledge I don't think is going to make a darn difference in speed. This is going to be a 20 driver, 15, 10 driver, at the least 10 probably lead pack outside of when things explode and get crazy. Where that insider track knowledge is going to come into play is knowing where to position yourself to avoid the chaos and to maybe make up spots when the field inevitably goes on defense mode and all ride on the inside lane. That's where that extra bit of racing gear many times over will help. At this point in the weekend, at a high caliber event, and especially the way that the draft is working here for the K100 seniors, whether you're a 10th off or 2/10 off or on pace, it makes zero difference. And if they start white lining, you could be half a second off and end up in the fight. So yeah, Frankie Mossman from California has driven here a couple times. Cameron Weinberg grew up in Georgia, recently relocated down to Florida. He's been here a good bit. Parker DeLong hasn't at all, and Kai Hunter, his first trip ever. Doesn't matter. This isn't going to be about speed. This is going to be about grit, determination, staying out of trouble, and hopefully being the first one to the checkered flag in a scrum of 10 or more. All drivers that are able to continue will be, and we are ready to get K100 Senior back underway down to turn number 1. Great start for Frankie Mossman here as they quickly fan out of line, and Cameron Weinberg nearly caught him sleeping there in turn 1.
Yeah, Mossman opened up for the corner on a pretty low-speed section of the racetrack with how late they throw the green here, so Mossman almost actually cost himself the top spot. Now he's going to open the door here for 4. Side-by-side further back, that's Caleb G going alongside James Overbeck. Further back, one driver going way off the racetrack there. Couldn't get a name for the number, but you see already gloves are off, elbows are, rubbing together here, and Frankie Mossman is not going to defend. Now he does super late into turn 8. The rest of the field's going to follow him through. Caleb Gaffera around the outside of Brickley. He might get run out of road, but Brickley very nice to give him a little bit extra room there. Is now Dalton Haynes defending from Caleb G behind him.
AJ Myers and James Overbeck are going at it. They've been trading blows here for the last 3 laps. Buscalia going to go through. Massimino to the inside of Overbeck now. He'll pick up a spot, and we've got more movers down the front straightaway. Here comes Kai Hunter to the inside of Parker DeLong. He'll take over 3rd, and that will connect the packs once again. But Frankie Mossman and Cameron Weinberg are trying to break away from the group. Well, they were. Weinberg now to the lead in turn 4.
Weinberg through the inside, and every single time that we've seen drivers make moves around this racetrack, especially in the K100 side of things in junior and senior, it seems to bring the rest of the field together. And like you mentioned, Xander, we're going to see at least 10 drivers in this mix. Right now, it seems to be the entire field. So for Weinberg, he opens up for the corner as Mossman defends now from Kai Hunter. DeLong, Haynes side by side with Gaffera. Caleb Gaffera has gotten around a couple of drivers last time around. He's up into the top 6 as well. And look how long this lead group train is. I can't even call it a lead group train because right now, because we just got the green a couple of laps ago, it is essentially the entire field all the way back to Andrew Hamill in 16th. That is how long this lead group train is. Here goes Mossman. Mossman to the inside is through, so too is Kai Hunter.
So side by side up at the front of the field there, that time on through turns 1 and 2, and they're going to continue to battle. But while they do and go a little low down into the bull corner at turn number 4, we'd like to get a bit of an update from some of the drivers involved in the incident. Let's send it down very quickly here and go side by side with Caleb on pit lane.
Thank you very much there, Xander. Finn, you were involved in that incident, obviously, that brought out the red flag. Just walk me through what happened there.
Yeah, we were pretty quick. I was trying to get a pass on Peyton Phillips, and I think my rear just clipped his front, spun me out, and then I hit the barrier and flipped the cart. Hopefully Peyton's all right. Other than that, I think everything's good.
Well, there you have it. Good to hear Finn's all right, and Peyton as well, taken offsite to get evaluated further. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Caleb, and there is the update. So our thoughts with Peyton Phillips here, but I'm hoping that he's going to be the only one that has to go off-site for a further evaluation, as there was a lot of close moments right there for about 4 drivers, maybe 5 coming out of turns 1 and 2. Door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel action, and it is the Brit who has gone to the front of the field. Kai Hunter now leads us through the infield here with Cameron Weinberg lined up. Parker DeLong looking low. And for the first time in a while, they won't necessarily low line, but there's not going to be a lot of movement in the top 10. There's Dalton Haynes going by on Mossman. They'll get hooked up, and that'll allow Massimino to slip by as well as the bumpers get lodged. And look at Parker DeLong down the inside on Cameron Weinberg. That's going to give Kai Hunter some breathing room, the biggest lead we've seen all race.
I tell you what, as they fan out further back, Overbeck defending from AJ Myers. I wonder if that BGR machine is starting to slow down here. The pace has not been there all weekend for him. He's found himself in a decent spot, but now defending from the Magic Man down the back straightaway they go. Hayden Jones goes to the high side, trying to find grip around there. Couldn't make it stick. Hayden Jones He has been one of the drivers to beat in this class. He got shuffled back early on, and now he's on the outside looking in.
So this 3-car pack that we're watching here, Overbeck, Myers, Jones going into the hairpin. They're losing a lot of time. And, well, James can only low line for so long. One more off. That was Jared Clark. Got pushed wide in turn 7. He'll lose about 7, 8 spots as he goes wide again in turn number 8 on the exit. So rough go for 2 of those BJR machines. In this case, Overbeck going wide and having a white line, and then Clark losing a lot of positions as Jones goes around Myers. And the 2 of them now, as they frantically check behind, try to go back to their marks and make up some ground. That has broken us down to 8 here in this lead group. Hunter, DeLong, Weinberg, Gaffera, Haynes, Massimino is back, Mossman, and then Adam Brickley tails the train as they head to the infield.
Well, here's what's interesting here, Xander. Cameron Weinberg, Caleb Gaffera, 2 Chad Dawkins Racing Car Republic's teammates, 3rd and 4th. So whether you're Parker DeLong or Kai Hunter and you don't want to battle, those 2 teammates, I guarantee you, are going to begin to start to work together in this one to have a chance at an IAME Grand National title. This top 4 beginning to pull away slightly over Dalton Haynes, but Haynes leading that second group of Massimino, who, if you would have told Paulie a couple laps ago with his bumper lodge that he'd be in a chance at a Grand National title, he'd call you crazy. He's up to 5th.
One thing to remember, folks, as well, it's a pretty big payday here if you can win the KA Main. Parker DeLong now to the inside, and Kai Hunter, Cameron Weinberg, door to door. Caleb Gaffera going through as well. Here's Massimino now ready to challenge the RPG driver into turn number 4. He'll fend him off down into the bowl. And it's Parker DeLong leading the way on that yellow Fiat that he rolled up with that go-kart strapped to the roof of it. He's pitted with his good friends from Arizona at the Ruthless Karting Group. It's a team that we don't see all the time out east. But now, behind him, he's getting a gap because Kai Hunter and Caleb Gaffera are going at it again. And we've seen this story already unfold once this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. We saw in the shootout all throughout that night event on Friday night with the KA Senior Shootout. These 2 are going after it really seemingly from heat number 1 on Friday afternoon. They put their differences aside. They're starting to work together slightly, but at the end of the day, 6 to go at an IAME Grand National event. You put everything aside and you want to go after it and do battle for a title here. But all this fighting for 3rd is going to allow the top 2 to slowly pull away. And if you're Cameron Weinberg and you're Parker DeLong, you look back and see that small gap start to form. I think you start to work together here. I know around this racetrack with this KA Senior package, no matter how much quicker you are, you mentioned it earlier, Xander, you could be a 10th or 2 faster, even 5/10 faster. This is going to help, though. Kai Hunter to the inside. Massimino's going to try to follow through, but I think Caleb G is going to be on just enough of the right racetrack here to hold on to P4.
Yeah, he'll stay right there on that bright red Circle K suit, and the CDR Kart Republic hangs on in the top 5 for the moment. But Paulie is on a mission. Massimino picks up another in turn 11, and that charge back forward continues for the 908. Brickley now trying to fight with Frankie Mossman at the back of the train. He cannot get by, and that just is a testament to the grip level that has gone down on the main line and just off the line as well. Further back, making up ground also. They were over 3 seconds away, but Steven Eisert on that black and orange Sodi has moved his way up to 9th. He has closed up to the top 8 now. Hayden Jones trailing as well in 10th. They are going to arrive on the scene shortly. Here's Haynes to the inside. He'll go by on Gaffera there. Parker DeLong leads us, and when we hit the line here, Alex, it'll be 5 laps to go. Can Super P get it done? Can Hayden Jones, who started on the pole, push with Steven Eisert and affirm himself in the main group as Brickley sends Mossman way wide?
Well, that's going to help Hayden Jones and the rest of the crew. Kai Hunter now to the inside of Cameron Weinberg. He wants to be the first driver that gets to the rear bumper of Parker DeLong. DeLong doing a heck of a job here at the front of this train. A driver who's not in the karting seat very often, but doesn't matter because he's in the TA2 seat as well, and he's been doing laps just like Ataconis does on the car side of things. So clearly still working out for him. So too is Mossman further back in this group, but they're starting to close up. Kai Hunter, this is as close as he's been all race long. He has a chance at the lead. He's going to take it. We know the Brit, when he wants to lead, he takes it. There he goes, inside. Massimino inside as well. Dalton Haynes, a 2-for-1 in turn 8. He's to 3rd.
Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino on the inside. Caleb Gaffera on the high side. Gaffera is going to keep the momentum up. He and Paulie Massimino still are wheel to wheel into 11. Caleb will find a hole down low, and that has given a pretty sizable gap. Kai Hunter and Parker DeLong now with 4 laps remaining get a little bit of breathing room. Brickley to the inside of Weinberg. Here comes Frankie Mossman down the bottom as well. And Hayden Jones, Steven Eisert, they have arrived. AJ Myers and James Overbeck are on the way too. You even go further back, you'll find Chase Buscalia, Nix Eggleston, Mateo Pappas, and Eli Warren. Couple drivers who started pretty deep in the field, starting to make their way into the top half, while we stay glued to this awesome fight up front that is looming here now with 3.5 laps remaining. Check it out. Hayden Jones is going to get another spot back to the inside with Eisert, and around Eisert goes out of 8. Steven Eisert side by side trying to get along with Cameron, and it looks like it might have popped it in the air and disconnected the battery. He is beached in the grass, and that day is done for the 939.
3 laps to go for Kai Hunter and Rollison Performance Group, a driver who hasn't driven this package in his entire career. The only thing similar enough is in England, the Club 100 side of things. So for Kai Hunter, he hopped on board this package on Thursday afternoon and figured it out pretty quickly with how good of a driver he is. But with the help of Parker DeLong, they have slowly started to pull away from Dalton Haynes. But how about it? The 2 North Carolina natives, Haynes and Massimino, 3rd and 4th at the moment. If there's 2 drivers at this racetrack that you don't want behind them, it's those 2.
Paulie Massimino was the only driver in the 49-second bracket anywhere inside the top 20 last time by. A 49.99. That 908 machine is wicked fast. Nearly 3/10 better than the top 2. Dalton Haynes was a 10th better. Both are going to get there here in a moment, but the battling is about to commence. Hunter looks back, sees DeLong, says that he's willing to push him for a little while longer and try to buy them more time, but I don't know how much it'll matter, because with 2 laps remaining, that's still enough time for Dalton and Paulie to get there. Gaffera lurking back there in the 5th spot as Dalton fades a little low in front of Paulie to kind of cover that inside and keep himself positioned in 3rd.
And so it begins here. Kai Hunter is a lap and a half away from a Grand National title, but the more they battle, they're going to bring the rest of the KA Senior field with them. Bottom of the racetrack he goes, so too is DeLong and Haynes. Massimino wants the over-under, but couldn't get enough grip on the exit there to make it happen. He looks over his shoulder. He sees Caleb G back in the mix. They're going to see a lot more drivers behind them when this white flag is thrown in the air. But for Kai Hunter, one more time around for Rollison Performance Group. Haynes thought about a lunge, wasn't close enough.
Paulie Massimino still nowhere to go behind the TB cart. Haynes going to fade low now into turn 1. That'll give the gap back up to Parker DeLong and Kai Hunter. Now as they go up the hill to 3, can Parker pull out a stunner here as Hunter looks low? He covers the bottom side. Haynes going to block back for 3rd. DeLong high and low, nowhere to find a gap there, and now Paulie's got to deal with Caleb Gaffera back for position number 4. There's no points on the line, no championship, but a whole lot of cash. Kai Hunter looking to ride back with a big bag of US dollars as here comes Parker DeLong around the outside. He'll get shoved into the runoff. Now Dalton Haynes moves up to 2nd. Hunter on the bottom side trying to hold on. Kai Hunter has 1 turn to go as they are crashing behind him. Massimino into 3rd. Hunter looking low. Haynes nowhere to go. A big over-under from Paulie, but Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior.
And you see what it means to the Brit, fist in the air. He's pumping it. You know what it means for Kai Hunter. He wins ahead of Dalton Haynes just over Paulie Massimino, and there's the rear bumper of Caleb Gaffera. That must have been the incident there further back that we saw at the corner of our screen. So they were fighting further back. I believe it might have been with Adam Brickley as well. He finishes 11th, but a couple of drivers went off the racetrack towards the end. But for Hunter, Haynes, Massimino, your top 3. Hayden Jones, a great charge back up to 4th. Frankie Mossman, we saw him go further back. He finishes 5th. You see the congratulations from Massimino, from Dalton Haynes as well. Kai Hunter, what a run for the Brit.
And there you see Hayden Jones, like you said, pumping his fist. Big sign of sportsmanship there from Dalton and from Paulie. I got to feel a bit for Massimino specifically. That driver was unbelievably fast. He just ran out of laps, got to the lead a little bit too late, or at least the lead grouping of Parker DeLong and Kai Hunter didn't have enough time to get all the way forward. But he and Dalton Haynes have stood on the box now. Dalton, I believe, twice on the weekend, and Paulie in every money podium. He's gotten himself some cash. $4 grand to Kai Hunter, and the payout goes down to P3, I believe, in KA Senior. It might go all the way down to Hayden Jones and Frankie Mossman in the top 5. And there still, of course, is post-race tech inspection and penalties to go through with Cameron Weinberg on the outside looking in. AJ Myers ends up in 7th. James Overbeck 8th. Chase Buscalia 9th. And Nix Eggleston on the Ruthless Karting X-Spree, his debut in the senior ranks in both KA Senior and X30 Pro. A top 10 in one heck of a fight there, and already we're ready to get after it with the minis. But first, let's go down to the scale line here with one happy man from the UK. Kai Hunter is your Grand National champ here provisionally in KA Senior. Caleb.
Preferred the UK or the US more, and you said you preferred the US because there's a lot of money on the line here, and you just won $5,000. How does that feel, man?
Yeah, it feels great. I think it's been so hard. This KA class is like, everyone looks at it and think it's like slow or whatever. It's the hardest class I have ever raced. Everyone's so close, everyone's so competitive. So yeah, I don't know how I've got here, but I've done it, so I'm over the moon.
Who would you like to thank for this race victory?
RPG, Mike really helped us out, Ryan, my girlfriend, everyone back at home. Yeah, they've all done a good job for us.
There you guys have it. Kai Hunter taking $5,000 US back to the UK.
Still got to get through with the scales and everything else, but Kai Hunter is victorious in the RPG Cosmic. They'll go to Tech. We will be chatting with more of our superstars later on at the end of the broadcast after the X30 Pro main before the podiums get underway. So for those watching along, you get to hear more from some of the top contenders, but we've got to switch back over to the on-track activities once again because they are rolling fast now with that delay in that KA Senior main event that has put us into ready racing formation. So the mini slifts are ready to go. Let's show you the starting lineup really quickly here for that main event. Pulling it up with Royce Vega, Cade Wolf, having an awesome run in that Superheat. Originally, it was going to be the pair of them on the front row, but Ashton Woon getting the battle through, and Cade shuffling back to position number 4 in the last couple hundred feet. Changed up the lineup, and the Super Tune Paralyn is going to lead us off to green with Wolf and Jason Hodge on row number 2. Nico Katowski and Marco Samet, Josh Bergman and Holden Myers, Parker Ives and Isaac Payne, and as they round the last turn, we'll quickly flip the page to show you the last couple of top starters here in this Mini Swift main, going all the way back to Bryson Scales and Riley Dobelier in the 12-row, 24-driver Mini Swift feature event. So here we are, ready to go racing for 20 laps in the Mini Swift category, and we're underway down to turn number 1 for Ashton Woon and for Royce Vega. Clean start for the pair of them as they climb the hill to turn number 3.
Yeah, all the drivers able to get through up into turn number 3, and already Ashton Woon gets the lead out early. Bergman fades low, looking to go on Marco Samet. Everybody going side by side. Further back in this field, Xander, it's been crazy. We saw how that Micro Swift race played out, and for everybody else, picking and choosing when to make the right moves and when to go is going to be really critical for the rest of the field. But for now, Woon gets up there early. Wolf right behind him. Bergman still looking to defend here, and that's not going to help their charge up. But Nico Katowski still in tow in the 5th spot, so a good run for him as Holden Myers goes wide there off the racetrack on the exit of turn number 8.
Parker Ives on the inside of Holden now, door to door as they exit turn number 9. Maxwell Macha takes us out of turn number 9 and up the hill to the last turn. We'll put one lap fully in the books here. It'll show 2 complete, though, as they hit the timing loop. So it'll be 1 down, 19 to go. And there's a nice little move down the inside by Nico Katowski for 4th. Marco Samet behind is going to take over 6 from Bergman. And you can see Holden Myers is going to try to follow up in the next corner. He will bring Parker Ives with him. They both will pick up another spot apiece. So 8th and 9th, and now to 7th and 8th. For the 136 and the 148, Josh Bergman goes from well inside the top 10 to on the bubble spot there in that 9th position, and now he's going to try and get one back as Parker goes back to the inside on Holden in the infield hairpin. Altogether, though, it looks maybe not as packed up as the KA Seniors, as we've got problems for the 178 of Arturo Aguillon back at 18th, but we've got maybe 9 pushing 10. I would say 10 there back to Maxwell Macha in the main group. And you might see 11 if Isaac Payne can get there. He's all by his lonesome there on the 179.
Yeah, and a couple of these drivers had disastrous starts to their Superheats, and they were nowhere to be found at the end of it. Vega was one of the drivers that we talked about. He lacked a little bit of pace there towards the end. Ives was involved in that early incident, as well as Marco Samet and Maxwell Macha. So for all these drivers to find themselves well inside of the top 10 is definitely a good showing here in this one. But again, they definitely missed that comparison that they could have had against the other drivers that were inside of the top 5, like Wolf and Ashton Woon, to really, compare what your equipment has compared to everybody else's. So that's the only thing that's probably a question mark for that RPM Nitro team in Parker Ives, and for the BJR MDRLN team in Marco Samet's machine, but nonetheless, they're holding up pretty good 4 laps into this race, Xander.
Just the early stages of this Mini Swift final, and with a handful less go-karts than the KA senior class, it may be a bit more tame, and we might get to kind of the midsection of the race where things do spread apart. Already, Cade Wolf is going right to work trying to push Ashton Woon away from the field and away from the battle for third, as Kason Hodge and Nico Kotowski are going to gift them a couple extra tenths going by on Royce Vega. So Royce now fading to the 5th spot, and this pack, if they are not careful, if Kason Hodge gets past here in the hairpin, or if he makes a mistake, well, they could quickly lose touch with Cade Wolf and Ashton Woon and never see them until they get back into the scale line. I know it's really early to call it like that, but with the Mini Swift division, if you can get 2 drivers that are really good and working together, and one really good pusher, one really good leader that doesn't make any mistakes, it is hard to beat, especially when you get to a gap like where they're at right now. 9 tenths back from the lead, 8 tenths back from Cade Wolf. This is on the bubble. The race is going to be decided, I think, Caleb, as to who has a shot at the win right here, right now. If they fight for third or if they stay in line, they'll have a chance.
Yeah, Ives as well looking to make a move there on Samet. And again, for Ives, his goal is to kind of try and get up there to the, edge, to the top, to the sharp end of this group that he's in right now, to try and push it himself closer to the top 2 and be well within a fighting shot to be there. And again, he's going on Marco Samet. He's clear that time buying a turn and break, picking him off one by one here for Parker Ives, who currently holds the fastest lap of the race, a 53.033 there for Ives, and for Bergman as well, who's finding himself inside of the top 10 to try and close down a fellow Kart Republic right behind him in Maxwell Macha. But all this being said, everybody still trying to catch Ashton Woon and Cade Wolf, who are doing a really good job to open up their gap at the moment. But with everybody else working together as well, they're closing in. But Holden Myers and Marco Samet, they're not working together, to say the least here, Xander, and they're fighting in a turn number 1.
And they, as well as this, the group from third on back overall, are now putting themselves at the risk of losing touch with the leaders. In this case, it'd be for the 2 of them losing touch with Parker Ives and the back of the main group, because credit where credit's due to Nico Kotowski and Kason Hodge. They have caught back up to Cade Wolf and Ashton Woon. Parker Ives pushing Royce Vega, going by him now as they've, got back into the drafting window of the top 4, is a smart play. Be the first driver to the group, but still use the driver in front of you to push and catch them, get kind of within that safety net of the draft, and then you can start making some passes. And in Holden Myers' case now, he's hit a couple good corners. He's pulled away from Marco Samet. He should be safe and still well within the toe off the back of Royce Vega, crossing the line last time 4 tenths away. Still only 6 laps completed, 14 laps remain, and while for a moment we might have seen a 2-driver breakaway, that is not going to be the case, at least for now. We are bumper to bumper for 1st through 4th, and still less than 2 seconds cover your top 10.
Yeah, Kason Hodge did a really good job on Nico Kotowski to kind of bide their time. No passes were being made in between the 2 of them, and lap by lap they started to close in. Last time around they were 4 tenths of a second quicker than your top 2 drivers. And then for Parker Ives as well, who's been picking off his opponents one by one, he's running the same lap times that I guess the 2 drivers ahead of him are running, but he's had to make moves throughout all the laps where he's kind of put in his personal best as well. And then you look over to the movers and shakers here, Xander. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, let's go back here. Well, actually, first, check it out. New leader for the first time in a while, and really first time since the drop of the green. Cade Wolf is at the helm. He brought Kason Hodge with him. Ashton Woon goes back to 3rd. Is there any moves going to be made in turn 4? Kotowski's going to send it. He'll take over position number 3 and push Ashton back down to 4th as he goes alongside Parker Ives. But like you said, movers and shakers. Ives up 4 spots here. Remember, he had that kind of rough go in the Superheat earlier today. Parker now moving forward here in this main event. Up 6 for Nicholas Mose, up 3 for Ben Gleberman. And Callan Berghofer is up 1, but he's got speed to go if he can get to this group here on that AKT Energy. He qualified in the first couple of rows on Friday afternoon on this layout, and since then has just had a rough go of the weekend. Let's see if he can't get there. He's at the top of the screen on that black helmet with the blue and white and red Energy livery, and if there's fighting like this all the way through the main group, he should be able to arrive. He's already picked off a couple of tenths as of last time by, but he needs them to continue it all the way up to the lead, and, well, he's going to get it right there in turn 4. Nico Kotowski to the point here on the J&M Racing Sodi.
Yeah, heads up move there by Nico Katowski to go through on Cade Wolf, who's in the second spot now, and Parker Ives has arrived here. He's P3 at the moment with Woon right behind him. Ives looking to go for second. He's going to get through, and everybody else further back, Vega, Hodge, and Bergman still continue to fight here as Case and Hodge, unfortunately, continue to lose some spots in this race. Just a backward slope for Hodge at this point, and Bergman and Vega still continuing to fight. And to me, it almost seems like Vega picks the right lanes when it comes down to it, but just whatever it is, I don't know if he's down on power, if there's something wrong with that machine, but just outright doesn't have the pace that the top 5 do.
No, it doesn't quite seem to be all there. And we're at the halfway point now, or almost really to it. 9 down, 11 to go. You would hope that the Kart would have started to show some more speed, but the good news for Royce, the fighting is not slowing down at all at the front. Ashton Woon now takes command through the bowl here. What a great race we've got going on in Mini Swift. What a great couple of races we've had to start this weekend. I mean, talk about it. Dutch Westbrook, a first-time winner here, Caleb, in the Micro Swift class. An incredible KA Junior win and another first-time U.S. national winner in Ty Fisher. Kai Hunter getting a win in that absolutely insane KA Senior main event. And in his words, he said, I don't care what anybody says. This is the hardest class, the hardest race weekend I have ever had. And, well, that was definitely shown with how hard it was to fight and stay at the front of the field. So 3 awesome mains. We're in the middle of what looks to be another one for main event number 4. And we've got in frame here at least 7 back to Cade Wolf. And if that next group can get rolling again, we might add some more to it. 10 down, 10 to go. Ashton Woon and Parker Ives, we've said those names a lot this year, Caleb. They're first and second.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, these 2 kids have definitely been the class and 2 of the standouts in this Mini Swift class in the field as well. I mean, Ives was your most recent winner here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Vega as well had a good showing last time out at the United States Pro Kart Series and across all the other series that Vega runs, and they're always contenders here. But Woon and Ives, I mean, it seems like time and time again we find them together up at the front of a Mini Swift class, and they're doing that once again here this weekend, and as well for a couple of other drivers. And I'll give a shout out here to Maxwell Macha as well, who's doing a good job. But Ives is definitely going to take the words right out of my mouth and go up here to the lead of the race and go and have the control from here on out.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha's having a good run in this main here. He's riding there in that 6th spot on the yellow helmet with SLA Kart Racing supporting his Kart Republic entry. Another move made there. Ives had it for all of 3 corners. Woon back to the lead. Our cameras did catch that Callan Berghofer is moving forward on that AKT Energy. Let's see if there's any other lead changes here in the pack going through turn 8. There is not. Further back, that next group, 3 seconds away. Callan was up as many as 4 seconds away as Marco Samet ends up backing out of a move there on Nico Katowski. That would have been for 4th. But Berghofer getting around Royce Vega, catching up to him and Josh Bergman. Case and Hodge has faded back to that 2nd pack right now. They are lined up single file. The leaders are side by side again. Holden Myers now will make another new name at the top of the leaderboard with a move down in turn number 1. So Holden on that Timmy Tech comp kart takes over command down the back straightaway with Parker, Woon, and then Katowski. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the last lap, they gave up 2 tenths to Berghofer. They might have just given up another 10th or 2 with Holden making the pass at the end of the front stretch.
Yeah, got to move there by Holden to go up to the front. And again, we'll just see how much that pretty much brings everybody else back in as Woon looking on the inside of Ives. He gets clear. Maxwell Macha gets clear as well and up into the 5th spot. And this is the first time really Macha has found himself in the top 10 so far this weekend after issues in the Superheat for him, kind of put him out of contention and on the back foot, but he's done a good job to kind of race his way up and inside of the top 4. And I mean, Xander, you've seen this kid kind of grow up whenever you were working over there at AMR Homestead, and to see him up here now a couple of years down the line, this is crazy to see all these kids develop how they have.
Supernats winner here, and again a multiple-time national race winner now in his first Mini Swift season after advancing from the micro category, like Parker Ives, who he battled with quite a bit last year, including at that Vegas race to close out the season. Countless USPKS stars and SCUSA events throughout the year. Maxwell Macha, Parker Ives, showing how good they really are by in their first half of the Mini Swift rookie year, if you will, running against drivers like Ashton Woon, who have been at the front of the class last year and a little bit the year before as well, driving against Holden Myers, who was up front last year and who is so fast here at this racetrack. Marco Samet, also a micro graduate, now in his second full mini Swift season, looking phenomenal. And then back behind, we saw Royce Vega go back around Callan Berghofer a few laps ago. Their progress seems to have halted, so all the drivers in frame all the way back to Cade Wolf in the 154 Cop Kart, your Superheat almost winner, ended up 4th across the line and best through the heats, best in qualifying as well. I think he may be the last one with a shot in 7th, because with 6 laps remaining, you'd need a lot of white lining and defending and passing and maybe a little crashing even to back up into that next group.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be critical for the likes of Berghofer, Vega, and a couple of others that are also back there. Josh Bergman, another one of the drivers that we kind of thought that wasn't all there here this weekend, whether it's setup, whether it's driving, or whatever it may be, just doesn't have the pace that these top 7 drivers have at the moment. Or I can even count out the top 3 as well, who are pulling away from Nico Katowski here at the moment. We'll look at the lap times this time when they cross the stripe, but we're getting really close to the end here. 16 laps down, 4 laps to go. Left in this race. This is the start of lap 16 here, sorry, so 5 laps left in this race. Woon, last time around, a 53.2. The same thing for Holden Myers all the way back to Parker Ives as well. And everybody kind of running similar lap times, but for Katowski, the only difference is it's going to be really hard to catch whenever you're running identical lap times to the top 3, because they're kind of keeping their gap just even to you. You're going to need that little extra push from the driver behind, which happens to be Maxwell Macha, but he's a car length back from the rear bumper of Nico Katowski. So they're going to need to kind of find each other here and get themselves back up to the top 3. And we've seen Woon, Myers, and Ives fight it out all year long. And, you know, these kids are going to be patient. They're going to bide their time. And when those 2.6 go up in the air, the gloves are going to be thrown off.
Just got some more intel from that KA Senior main. Penalty for Dalton Haynes is going to promote Paulie Massimino up and into 2nd, and will move the rest of the field up. He's got a 5-position penalty looming for, I believe, avoidable contact in our communications with the officials. So that will jump him down the board, unfortunately, and off the podium. But for Mini Swift, it looks like we have not seen any official intervention yet. We haven't gotten down to the end of the race. They're starting to get a little more aggressive. You saw Samet and Maxwell Macha playing a game of chicken into the chicane. Maxwell Macha giving way. Marco now into the top 5 once again. Up front, Ashton Woon to Myers to Ives and Katowski here. The group further back, 8th on. You can see Callan Berghofer's gone back around Royce Vega. They've now fallen outside that 3-second window. And with this trio here, there might even be a shot that they break away. Oh, take that back. Parker Ives going for 2nd right there in the last turn. Didn't quite work, and here comes Katowski to apply some pressure down the front straightaway. Parker's going to block low, open up, and leave the door hanging wide open. Nico is through.
Yeah, that half move there by Ives definitely not falling into his favor there. So Katowski gets ahead. He's now up to the 3rd spot and now going to want everybody else behind to work together there. You saw the hand signal there by Ives to get everybody else to kind of put their head down and tuck under the steering wheel to get up to Ashton Woon and Holden Myers, 2 drivers who have been really, really strong so far this weekend. Myers especially in that Timmy Tech Concard. He has had a whole lot of pace and done a really good job to kind of keep himself up there and keep himself in the fight, and he's definitely done that against the likes of Ashton Woon, who, like you said, Xander, has had a really good summer stretch so far, and again, to start off the year, I guess, here in the fall, has done a good job as well to keep himself up there.
Well, I think Parker Ives might be kicking himself a little bit if when we get back to the checkered flag, the best he ends up is maybe 3rd. What'll help, though, is here as the 2-to-go signal flies, Ashton Woon goes low, opens back up a little. Holden Myers with an over-under. High, low, again high in turn 3. Woon opens up. Here comes Katowski through into 2nd. Ives with an over-under. He'll get all the way to the bottom into 2nd now. And Katowski goes back to 3rd. Holden Myers around the outside. Side by side with Marco Samet coming out of the bull. Marco's got nowhere to go. He'll have to let him into line and stay back in 5th. But Ashton Woon now has Parker Ives to deal with as they go to the infield hairpin.
Yeah, Parker Ives has arrived here once again. Everybody to the low side. Holden Myers looking to rip the outside. He finds himself in the runoff. He's able to get back in line. Katowski's around the outside now. Samet around there. Katowski looking to set something up around the outside. He's going to go side by side with Woon and Ives. Going to be stuck there on the outside, and unfortunately here, probably going to get freight trained by Myers and company. Still looking to hold on to it here for Nico Katowski. Everybody else to the low side of the racetrack, but the white flag is up in the air now.
How in the world did Holden Myers get to the inside now? Maxwell Macha's going to go to the inside. Oh, contact through turns 2 and 3. Side by side, 2 and 3 wide up the hill. Here comes the rest of the field. Holden Myers now back to the lead on the back straightaway. Final time to turn 4. Macha into second. Ashton Woon has led the majority of this race. He's back to third, and now Royce Vega's into fifth. Look at Josh Bergman. Bergman side by side, contact with Katowski. It's all coming glued in sixth. They are all over the place going through the infield, and Holden Myers has a massive lead.
A big, big lead as everybody else still fighting back. Vega, Bergman, everybody else, but Holden Myers has gotten away from the rest of the field, and Macha has caught them all by surprise to get up to second.
We have seen already 2 first-time national winners. We're about to see a third. Holden Myers wins the IAME Grand National Championship in Mini. What a run to the line and what a move to pull it off. Unbelievable. Kaysen Hodge and Kate Wolf fall down to 9th and 10th. Ashton Woon survives, ends up third. Parker Ives fourth. Look at the damage to Riley Dobelier hanging on. The nose cone is flat up and in the air higher than her head, headed down the front straightaway. But Holden Myers gets Timmy Tech and Comp Kart on top of the box here in Mini Swift. Maxwell Macha ends up second. Unbelievable stuff here in Mini. I mean, they said the KA race was Talladega. That was a straight up 3 wide Daytona 500 run to turn number 3 here in Race City, USA. And Holden Myers defends home turf here with a win at Trackhouse Motorplex. Of course, all results provisional. I'm sure they'll keep a close eye on it, but what an incredible way to send off the 9 to 12-year-old division here with that awesome finish here. Maxwell Macha, Woon, Parker Ives, and again, Royce Vega. He's able to claw his way back to a top 5 in a race where it didn't look like he quite had all the pieces to try and challenge for the win.
I mean, to see this race, these kids never cease to amaze us like they do every single weekend when they hit the racetrack. And again, for Royce Vega to get himself in a top 5, that's going to be a good result at the end of the day. Marco Salmon as well down in 6th, and everybody else cycling their way through. But for Holden Myers, he's finally a national race winner.
Well, they're going to hold here to make sure that everything's official. Engines are firing for the X30 Juniors as Holden quickly gets his helmet off, and we'll see if maybe we can get a word with him. If not, we'll have to wait a little bit. Hopefully they'll be able to let us get in to get a quick moment with Holden if the results are all good before they send them through the weigh scales. So I know Alex is standing by down there. In the meantime, the X30 Juniors are released and beginning their warm-up laps now for their feature event. So what a run. Holden Myers will roll to the scales, and he is just now able to celebrate. There is a huge cheering section for Holden, and what a way to get your first career national win. An unbelievable run for Holden Myers there through that Mini Swift main. But with X30 Junior on the racetrack now, let's take it to the grid for them. Enzo Vidmontian and Alexander Vanchev, your front row.
You go back to row number 2 with Davin Roberts and Chase Gassie lead, 2 drivers who have had a lot of pace and definitely impressed us in that Superheat. You go back to the Race Lab TB Kart, who finally got his first national race victory in KA100 Junior. He looks to go back-to-back here in X30 Junior. He's starting alongside Fian Shi.
Back to row number 4 with Peyton Westcott and Jose Halfin and all Rollison Performance Group. 7th and 8th place starter, and then as well 9th for the RPG Cosmics with Amador Martinez on the inside of Max Weiland in the Magic Kart.
You go back to Tristan Murphy, who's starting on row number 6 alongside Lucas Palacio. Murphy had some issues as well earlier on in the day. Palacio has looking to get himself inside of the top 10 here this weekend. You go back to Yago Lempin and Nate Golseth, who had issues as well in his X30 Superheat, and William Kim, who couldn't even get that one started.
Yeah, he did not get a single lap in the Superheat, so hopefully he'll be able to rebound here in this feature event. William Kim on that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. We are just about ready to take you through the main event here in the X30 Juniors. On the inside again, Enzo Vidmonti, and on the outside, Alexander Vanchev. Here we go. X30 Junior is green down to turn number 1.
And already Davin Roberts gets a good start, side-by-side action. Max Weiland takes to the escape route. He's all into the dirt and definitely going to get those tires really, really dirty. Everybody else to the bottom of the racetrack. Gassiet Lee looking to go on Ty Fisher. He couldn't get it done, but already Enzo Vidmontien does what Enzo Vidmontien does, and he pulls away from the rest of the field. Davin Roberts up in a second.
Davin Roberts already all over Enzo Vidmontien, but he will not dive bomb him down there on the inside in turn number 8. There will be some moves further back as Chase Gassiet-Lee gets around Ty Fisher's Race Lab Karting TV cart, so he'll make that move stick. And as they crest the hill, we'll put 1 lap complete now, and 21 laps to go as we go side by side to another first-time national winner in Holden Myers with Alex.
Holden, I mean, you didn't fail to let me know afterwards. This is your first ever mini win ever, and you did it at the IAME Grand Nationals. How great does this feel?
I mean, it feels amazing, just struggling pretty much all weekend until we finally got the kart set and just went for it.
How did you make it happen in that feature race? It was pretty chaotic throughout.
Just, I don't know, just kind of pull away from the people behind me, catch them, pass them, and go.
One more thing here, Holden. Who would you like to thank for this incredible Grand National title?
I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, my brothers, my sister, Timmy Tech, Vulture Engines, and that's it.
Thank you, Holden. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Alex here. Holden Myers, first ever mini Swift win, period, and he does it on the biggest stage here at Trackhouse Motorplex, the IAME Grand National Championship. What a performance and what a race to do it in as well. And we've got one heck of a race starting to spool itself up here in X30 Junior. Enzo Vidmontien, Davin Roberts, Alexander Vanchev, Chase Gassiet-Lee, and Ty Fisher, the top 5. And we're going to change that order now with Vanchev making up a spot in the infield hairpin. Fisher making up a spot on Gassiet-Lee there in turn 9, and Gassiet-Lee nearly getting into it a bit there with Peyton Westcott through the end of that corner. Peyton will send it down the inside in the last turn, and now Chase Gassiet-Lee is surrounded by the blue, pink, and purple crew. All sides, front, left, and rear. He ends up going 3 more spots back behind Amador Martinez.
Yeah, he was just getting jumped there into turn number 1 because Fianchi, Martinez, everybody was super close. As Martinez goes on the inside there of Fianchi, and Chase Gassiet-Lee looks to get back ahead of those drivers, but back up at the front, Alexander Vanchev has closed down his gap. He's up to 2nd. And right behind them, Ty Fisher isn't too far off. Vanchev wants to take the lead of the race. He's going to take it in turn number 8. He goes through. Davin Roberts is going to go through as well. Enzo Vidmontien falls back to 3rd, and Ty Fisher is going to hold on to that 4th spot. But for Peyton Westcott as well, this is probably the best run that she's had so far this weekend in the X30 Junior class. And to be able to be here in the top 5 and closing in on the top 4 is definitely a good showing. You know, Chico Brown isn't here this weekend, but Peyton Westcott has definitely kept that RPG Cosmic up at the front.
Down the backstretch now, Alexander Vanchev headed into turn at number 4 with Roberts, Vidmontien, and Fisher all close. Really, the whole field's still pretty close right now, about just 3 seconds through the top 13. Back to William Kim, who's already picked up a couple of spots from the drop of the green flag here in this 22-lap main event. Down into turn number 8 here. Vidmontien to the inside of Roberts, going to run him a little wide, and that'll allow Fisher to get through, and Davin's going to bounce it in the dirt. Peyton Westcott, heads up move inside, getting her elbows out in turn 9, and she moves up into P4.
Yeah, heads up is definitely the correct word there by Peyton Westcott to be able to work her way through Davin Roberts. A little bit of damage for her on the front bumper, but doesn't seem pushed in, isn't pushed down either, so should be quite all right here for Peyton. For Davin as well, he's doing a good job to stay ahead of Amador Martinez, who looks to be closing in as well. Amador has had some pretty good pace so far in this race. A 49.0 for Amador was really good. He's running a lot quicker, the same lap times that your leader and Alexander Vanchev is running, so look out for Amador to work his way up the field, and with him, Fianchi as well has really good pace in his RPG Cosmic to try and get there inside of the top 5 and get himself in the fight.
Down through the infield 180 once again for Alexander Vanchev, Enzo Vidmontien, and Ty Fisher. There is a small gap, a very small gap, I will say, back to Peyton Westcott, but it is just enough that if they can wait a minute here, we will have some more separation. If they begin to fight some more, well, we might end up with the whole pack all together. Spoke with Chase Gassiet-Lee's father Nick at the lunch break here. He had broken reeds in that X30 Junior Superheat. That's what sent him to the back of the field. Remember, he led us to green, and now he's just hoping to march back forward. You saw him get shuffled back as now he rides in that 8th position. But thankfully, with another pass for the lead there up at the front, Enzo Vidmontien going by on Vanchev. he's got a chance to stay with them, and these two are not slowing down the fight at all. Vanchev and Vidmontien wheel to wheel. Now Fisher to the inside for second. Westcott to the inside for third. She gets into the back of Ty, gets him a little bit sideways. She should still get through on Vanchev, maybe in the last turn. She's going to overshoot that a little bit. Here comes Davin.
Yeah, she was able to hold on to it quite nicely, though Davin couldn't. Unfortunately, he has to slot back into the fifth spot. Chase Gassiet-Lee finally able to get back around Amador Martinez into turn number 1, so he's able to get through that time around, and everybody else still single file in this lead group, but it's safe to say Peyton Westcott is definitely closing here. She was a 10th quicker than Ty Fisher the last time around, and Enzo Vidmontien was a 10th quicker than Westcott, so a 49.4 for Vidmontien and a 49.5 for Westcott. This fight is definitely going to start to kick off, but Vanchev looking to slow her down on the inside of turn number 8. He gets clear.
Side by side, and now back to single file over to turn at number 9 here, folks. We've got a little bit of a break now with Fisher and Vidmontien single file up the hill. We'll put 8 laps down now this time by. That'll mark us with, I believe, just a matter of 14 laps remaining. Not quite to halfway, and the winds are shifting here. You're seeing the sun start to fade a little bit. There is some inclement weather looming, so for those in the pits here, be careful as you begin to tear down your setups, and for those on the racetrack here, you've got to keep your eyes up, and I can only imagine the nerves for the X30 Pro mechanics and drivers as they get set to be our next and final race on the afternoon, with a potential for a very dynamic track when they hit the racetrack here in about maybe 15 minutes time. Now for the X30 Juniors, back to the action on your screen. Well, there was a little gap. That's gone from second to third. They're 5 in line. Gassiet-Lee is on the way there in 6th. And then this group here, 7th on back, Fianchi, Amador Martinez and company are trying to hunt down as well. This group of 5, and with more passes for the lead, they get a little bit of extra help. Fisher to the lead, Vanchev into 2nd, and Davin Roberts, nice move there up the hill. He takes over 4th. Vanchev back to the point there on the Sodi in turn 4 as well.
Yeah, Vanchev not wanting to waste time. He was able to get it done there in turn number 4. Vidmontien looking now. Not going to see too many moves being made there in turn number 6. But he looks now into turn 8. He fades low. He's able to get clear. Ty Fisher looks to follow him along, and they make contact. Vanchev goes into the dirt. He's going to lose a lot of time. Chase Gassiet-Lee gets up to 2nd, but Enzo Vidmontien, if they're not careful, we see what he does week in and week out. That driver is the one you do not want to let get away.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontien, he's done this many times over, but now Chase Gassiet-Lee, who was unbelievably quick through the weekend on both layouts, nearly swept all the heat races yesterday, and just had a mechanical issue in the Superheat, is back into a place where he can fight for the lead. He's got Ty Fisher as well, who was driving from the back of the grid forward in the heat races. He's right on his heels and can push him forward, and we've seen Peyton Westcott and Alexander Vanchev battling more for that 5th position. They've got to sort it out for now and just kind of, push together again to catch the leaders. Behind them, here's a look at some of the midfield fighting. That's Nate Golseth, Max Weiland, along with Tristan Murphy and Jose Halfen all kind of duking it out. William Kim is in the mix now with that card at least back and firing properly. Check out that move from Chase Gassiet-Lee up and over the curb. He takes Enzo Vidmontien's lead away, and Ty Fisher's with him, and we are already back into a 4-man nose-to-tail dogfight for the lead and the win.
Man, Chase completely flew over that curb there as he was up in the air, but now Ty Fisher looking to take that spot back on the inside of turn number 4. He's going to lead the race for the first time. Enzo Vidmontien and Gassiet-Lee side by side. Vidmontien a much better run there on the exit of 4. He's going to get clear in a 6. And able to get ahead, and Roberts as well, brought right back into play. Westcott isn't far off. Gassiet-Lee going to start to defend. He's trying to stop the bleeding, but with all that, he's bringing in more and more drivers. The likes of Weiland is able to get up there. Westcott now going on Davin Roberts. Vanchev going to over-under those 2 drivers and get himself up into the 4th spot.
As they go up the hill here, Davin Roberts now going to take a spot back, try to stop the bleeding, move up the grid once again. He gets around Weiland down the front stretch with 10 laps to go, and the entire top 13 are covered by less than 2.5 seconds. Ty Fisher's already got his first U.S. national win earlier today. Could he get his 2nd and sweep the junior divisions? It would be incredible for the Race Lab TV group to put the lime green machine on top of the box in both classes. Enzo Vidmontien, though, right on his heels with the most checkered flags, I think, of any driver in the field on the year, is definitely probably the most intimidating color scheme and driver combo to look back and see when you turn around. Gassiet Lee still on the heels of both of them, and they all now have gotten a little more of a gap as Peyton Westcott and Alexander Vanchev are still about a half second away and have once again traded that position between the pair. So they're staying at 9/10 off the lead and about 7/10 off of third.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of action so far in this race, and we're just over the halfway point here as Gassiet Lee on the inside of Enzo Vidmontien. He's able to get through in a turn number 4, but like I was saying, we've seen a lot of action. It almost seems like we're nearing the end, Xander, but we still have a whole another half of this race, and we have no idea how any of it's going to play out. We can only, I guess, be given hints and some spoiler alerts here and there when some drivers find themselves way off the racetrack to put them out of contention. But all these drivers up at the front, Westcott, Gassiet Lee, Vidmontien, and Fisher, show us week in and week out their class.
Well, one other thing to keep in mind, Caleb, we mentioned this earlier while you were down with the drivers at the KA Senior Red Flag, and Alex and I were up in the booth. Races are marked official once they hit halfway. As Gassiet Lee goes through to the lead here, he knows that also. This is a little bit like sudden death right now. They know that the radar is a little bit ominous. At the moment, we're still safe, and the sun is obviously poking its head out through the clouds right now, but at any given moment, if something, the heavens open up and we get a torrential downpour that makes it no longer safe per the race director discretion to stay on slick tires, this race will be over. So if the drivers were coached at all, or if they're just trying to march their way up the grid, that would make it at least a little bit easier to explain why we're seeing all these desperation moves with still 7 and 8 laps to go. But in any case, Vidmontien has now been put down to 4th. Gassiet Lee defending a little bit in the last turn. He'll go low again down the front straightaway. Ty Fisher was pointing forward, but now he's going to go to the inside and say, you know what, fine, I'll lead the way up the hill.
Yeah, Fisher definitely doesn't want to risk losing another spot here as he's going to have Vidmontien on the inside of Chase Gassiet Lee. He's going to wash him out way wide, and Gassiet Lee going to lose 3-4 spots in the process. He was all the way in the lead of this race. At the start of the lap, he finds himself all the way on the edge of the top 5. He's currently sitting 7th at the moment for Chase Gassiet Lee. Roberts was able to get through. Weiland got through. He's looking to get through now on Davin Roberts on the inside of turn number 8. He gets clear, and he's up to P4.
Now, can Davin Roberts and Max Weiland link together and hunt back down the top 3? Still plenty of time to do it. How about Fianchy as well? This will help them. Vanchev back into the lead. Gassiet Lee behind Roberts now retakes the 6th spot. There have been more passes, I think, in this race than any other session they've had all weekend as Fianchy collides with Jose Alejandro Helfin. And now William Kim is going to go by, and I believe Tristan Murphy might have been able to go as well. So, I mean, you have seen drivers go from 1st back to 7th, back to 1st, more times than I think anyone has expected in this 22-lap main. And at the same point as well, for the drivers from 7th back to 13th, they have shuffled quite a bit. And yet, granted, knock on wood, we haven't really lost any of them. The only DNF so far was a mechanical failure for Lucas Palacio. He bailed out a long time ago on that TKG KR. We've got all 14 still running in one line, and out of the last turn, they're trailing that lone Sodi Kart entry of Alexander Vanchev here with 5 to go.
Yeah, 5 laps to go, and Alexander Vanchev put in a flyer, a 49.0 that time around, and everybody else as well putting in some pretty good lap times considering they're still battling as Roberts goes on the inside. Vanchev is going to start to defend. This race is going to get even more interesting here. Gassiet Lee, Weiland went side by side there for a second. Gassiet Lee was able to get the better of Max Weiland. He gets the spot. He's up to 5th. But you look back into turn number 8, Vanchev going to start to defend again. Westcott looking to get creative, setting up an over-under here on Weiland. Couldn't get the exit that she wanted. Not going to be close enough, but everybody getting stacked and packed here by the Sodi Racing USA machine.
All the while here, the rest of the pack lining up means that we are going to see a 2 and 3 wide fest just as we did in Mini. But this time in the 125cc X30 Junior class, Vanchev covering the low side off from Vidmontien down to turn number 1, and you can see with that head-on shot, all the frantic maneuvering to try and find a gap and mainly to stay in position motivation, if nothing else. Check out Ty Fisher, ripping the high side. He'll go from 4th to 3rd there on the outside of turn 4.
And that's how you start to pick them off one by one. If everybody's going to go low, you do something different, get creative, go around the outside. And again, it paid off there for Ty Fisher. We'll see if he does it again. He's not going to follow through. Gassia Lee's going to do it, though, around the outside of Davin Roberts. Max Weiland looks to get through. Nate Golseth is going to go through as well. And Davin Roberts going to lose almost 3 spots there as Martinez washes Nate Golseth out wide.
Out the hill to the last turn, back on the inside for Alexander Vanchev. Side by side for 4th. Big over-under from Weiland. He'll run out of momentum. They're 2x2 further back. Enzo's trying an over-under. Gassia Lee couldn't quite get there to get to the inside of the 795. Alexander Vanchev is keeping that Sodi nice and wide right now. He's got 2.5 more laps to try and hang on as Chase Gassia Lee goes to the outside again. Not quite going to be able to get anything done there on Enzo, though.
Yeah, it wasn't close enough that time in turn number 4, but Ty Fisher, again, we saw that move kind of work out for him. We'll see if he tries it here in a turn number 8. Again, it's going to be really critical to hold on to what you got, and Ty Fisher drops the tire, holds on to it, went sideways there on the exit. He's going to lose a handful of spots. He's behind Martinez now. Gassia Lee got through. Robert side by side with Vid Montien, who's stuck on the outside.
Ty Fisher and Chase Gassia Lee had the same idea to try to go to the outside and pick him off, and as Gassia Lee opened up for the corner, it pushed Ty into the dirt and got the right rear tire dirty, but he's not out of it yet, and Chase Gassia Lee finds a hole down low on Vanchev. He goes to the lead now as they climb the hill to turn 3. A lap and a half to go, and the Coastal Link custom printing machine leads us into 4.
Vid Montien again getting back up there and into the fight here around the outside on Weiland. He can get that done. Golseth's right behind him. Martinez isn't too far off. Gassia Lee still leads us away. Vanchev in the 2nd spot. Left just enough room at cart width for Gassia Lee to sneak through. Gassia Lee's going to do it as well. Vanchev on the inside looks to get through, but here comes Davin Roberts. He sets up the over-under, and he goes to the point of the field.
Davin Roberts was out of this fight here moments ago. Now he finds himself with a couple car length lead. 1 lap to go. Vanchev still trying to hold on for 2nd. White flag in the air. Gassia Lee's going to block low for P3, and that's going to allow the top 2 to get away. Weiland on the low side in 4th, and Vid Montien trapped behind as well in 5th. Chase Gassia Lee just trying to hang on for a podium with them stacked up behind him. And Davin Roberts gets away with Alexander Vanchev chasing him down into turn 4. A big outside move from Ty Fisher. He gets by on Golseth, and we go to the infield for the final time. It'll be a mano-a-mano fight here. Roberts and Vanchev into 8.
Vanchev a car length and a half away. Roberts knows it, goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Not enough room for Vanchev to get clear. Gassia Lee going to run away with the 3rd here as Fisher and Vid Montien go side by side. He's off the racetrack. Last couple of corners here for Vanchev to try and steal the win away from Davin Roberts.
It will be a first-time Grand National champ either way it goes. Side by side, crossover, drag race to the line. Davin Roberts wins it by 300ths. Davin Roberts scores the IAME Grand National Championship win. Back-to-back weekends, he gets the big prize. Last week, a ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals, and now today, Davin Roberts wins the IAME Grand National Championship. X30 Junior Main and the Ryan Perry Motorsport crew are fired up here for their lead junior driver. What a run to the line. Alexander Vanchev gave it everything he had, fought tooth and nail. He comes up 0.03 of a second shy in 2nd. Chase Gassia Lee 3rd. Max Weiland 4th. Ty Fisher provisionally 5th. Back to Vid Montien, Nate Golseth, Amador Martinez, Jose Halfin, and Tristan Murphy. I mean, the whole field basically was lined up for almost the entire 22 laps. What an incredible race, an incredible finish. And the only thing you can take away from that is that we are in store for one amazing X30 Pro main event, with especially some weather looming in here as we look to the heavens just above the racetrack. There is all kinds of different vantage points that could give you a different reading, but there is a look at the stark contrast the radar will have up for you shortly. But when we return, it's X30 Pro main event time from Trackhouse.
you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you ready to get... Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex. The last couple of drivers are rolling up to the grid from the fuel farm. The top 5 starters have been told to roll up to Tech with empty fuel tanks, empty fuel lines. And Tech has pre-mixed their fuel, and that has now sent them back up to the grid. So a last-second run around the backside of the garages for your first few starters. And you can see the last couple are getting into their positions. Jacob Kolar, Nick Terlecki and company. Let's go down to Alexander Searle. What is the vibes like? What are we expecting down on the grid here from a very topsy-turvy landscape, it looks like?
Can expect chaos, Xander. I mean, if that X30 Junior main event is anything to go off of here, the X30 Pro Seniors are set to put on a show for us. I mean, you can probably see my hair right now moving all over the place more than usual. It's getting pretty windy down here. The temperatures have cooled down, so if it stays dry on the racetrack, we could see lap times picking up. But if we can point the camera out to the clouds, we've seen them before we went to commercial break, but look how dark these clouds are here. It's starting to cool down on the racetrack here. But let's talk about some of the drivers that were late to grid because they had to go get their fuel emptied out, and they put the fuel on from IAME Grand's folks. So for Hayden Jones, he is your pole sitter for the X30 Pro Senior main event. Hometown kid, doesn't get in the seat too often anymore off to college, but for Hayden Jones, he has been one of the fastest drivers in both KA Senior and X30 Pro Senior all weekend long. On his outside, it's the reigning IAME Grand's champ, Dalton Haynes, wearing the Xander Clements suit, of course. SLA karting on board the Sodi machine. You saw him on the TV kart for KA100 Senior. He actually got his penalty overturned. You heard it earlier on in the broadcast. He had the penalty with contact, got it overturned, fortunately for him. 1 minute, engines are fired. So whether or not the racetrack begins to dampen up, I will say I have felt a raindrop or two. That's all that I felt so far on the grid. So maybe if these X30 drivers are lucky, it'll stay dry. I will say, if there's one driver that wants the rain, I spoke with Brandon Carr. He says, bring on the rain. My piece is not fast enough right now on the drive, but in the rain, it's a rocket ship. Here we go. Go-kart's getting ready to go on the racetrack, and I'm going to send it on back down to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Alex. As we take a look into the minds of all the drivers here, a last check, and Paulie Massimino looked like he had something he wanted to check there behind the seat, but no time for it. It's time to roll for the X30 Pro main event, the last of our mains here from the IAME Grand National Championship. So here we are, ready to go racing one more time. And as Alex mentioned here, it is the front row duo of Hayden Jones and Dalton Haynes, and all North Carolina front row ready to lead off our final event of the weekend. Paulie Massimino and Frankie Mossman on row number 2.
You go back to Jacob Kolar and Nicholas Terlecki on row number 3. Ryan Norberg, the 9-time national champion, starting on row number 4 alongside Brandon Carr, the Brit, who is hoping to see some rain here in this one.
Back to row number 5 to complete the top 10. Rookie Carter McMurray has had an up-and-down weekend here. He rolls off from the 9th position alongside the BJR MDR entry of Justin Ataconis. Jackson Wolney and Kieran Rogers make up row number 6.
You go back to Sansi Fernandez and Cameron Weinberg on row number 7. Josh Holtz and Pierce Jaso on row number 8. Nick Eggleston, the rookie, alongside Henry Lepard on row number 9.
Austin Perrin and Christian Blevins Jr. will make an SLA Kart Racing and Soda USA final row of the grid. And when you go back to the final driver on the lineup, if he's opted to go out, it'll be Mike Geeson behind the wheel of Aiden Levy's Ryan Perry Motorsport. Tony Kart, there he is. Again, having to go to the rear, being a substitute, having no points scored, of course, through the heats. Aiden did a great job driving that thing into the top half of the field. And here's a look of the fences lining for the last event on the weekend. $5,000 up for grabs. One heck of a payday for whoever can take it home. Hayden Jones has been close, but he has been a bridesmaid throughout every session this weekend at best. Can the 316 win it from the pole? Can Dalton Haynes become the first back-to-back winner in the X30 Pro main events from the IAME Grand National Championship? 25 laps to decide it. X30 Pro is green from Mooresville, and here we go down to turn number 1 with Hayden Jones and Paulie Massimino getting away.
Nicholas Terlecki moved over to that inside line really quickly as soon as that green flag came out, and it definitely fell into his lap here because he's already looking to fend off from Ryan Norberg, Brandon Carr around the outside. Everybody able to work their way through. Geeson picks one off.
Mike Geeson will get one right off the bat here as we work through lap number 1 in the big show from the IGNC, our 4th running of this awesome event, and Hayden Jones is going to fade just a little bit to the bottom, and there's contact already. Carter McMurray getting down the inside on Brandon Carr. He'll pick up one spot there. See a bit of a dust cloud from turn number 6. Couple drivers going off early, but we've got at least, I think, them all still running up the hill towards the last turn and to the end of lap number 1. One down, 24 laps to go, and it's about 7 deep in the lead group. Change for second. Dalton Haynes is through in turn 1.
Yeah, and it's a North Carolina 1, 2, 3 at the moment. You have the kid from Key West there in 4th, and Frankie Mossman not too far off in 5th as Dalton Haynes looking to defend here from Paulie Massimino. Jones still looking really good here out in the lead of the race, but you have to think of the pace that his teammate Ryan Norberg is going to have. We saw it yesterday in the shootout. We see it every time that we come here to Trackhouse Motorplex. What does Ryan Norberg have in store for us?
Paulie Massimino going to now be the one defending a little bit in turn 8, feeling the pressure from Jacob Kolar, who was wicked fast in that Superheat. Frankie Mossman, Ryan Norberg, as you mentioned. Nick Terlecki was another one of the drivers last second up to the grid with his good starting spot. Pass for 3rd. Kolar is through on Paulie, and so the 305 is into position number 3, and Frankie Mossman had a little look there in turn 1. He did not go. Massimino, not the quickest off the bat, but I wouldn't bank on him being that slow for long. And at the same time, Dalton Haynes and Hayden Jones are trying to push away from the rest of the field right now. No moves yet for the lead for the 317.
Yeah, none of these drivers able to complete some moves at the moment. And the only one was Jacob Kolar to get up to 3rd the lap prior, but nobody else going to try a move. And as I say that, Frankie Mossman going to prove me wrong into turn number 8. He's going to go side by side with Massimino, and when you do something like that, Ryan Norberg is definitely going to take advantage.
The 348 has been looking for a little more speed most of this weekend. Last night, got his mojo back, won the MG Tires X30 shootout, and already has a $5,000 check headed his way by the time he heads out of North Carolina. Could he double up in both of the major X30 mains, the shootout, the All-Star race Saturday night, and the main here today to become the first 2-time X30 main event winner? Well, he's got to get up to his teammate who just lost the lead, Dalton Haynes, to the point in turn 4.
Yeah, Dalton Haynes got there early in turn 4 to catch Hayden Jones by surprise. Jones had to kind of evade Haynes there for a second and fall back into the 2nd spot. Kolar there in 3rd, not too far off. And for Haynes, it was a Kart Republic last year. It's a Soda USA machine this year. And there you have Ataconis looking on the inside of McMurray. He got clear, and for Justin Ataconis, he surprised us last year when he got himself into the top 5. He's definitely not going to surprise us this year. We're expecting to see him join this fight later on.
Dalton Haynes will lead his first laps across the loop here. 4 down, 21 to go. Long race ahead still, but Jacob Kolar having his best performance of 2024 with the Vice Racing Small Kart Republic team out of Miami, Florida, running nicely inside the top 5. And then again for Ryan Norberg, we've watched him pick apart this X30 Pro class many times over the years. He is having another one of those slow and consistent runs up the grid here in the opening couple of laps, with Frankie Mossman, Nick Terlecki, and Paulie Massimino in tow. And it looks like it is now Justin Ataconis up another spot. Mark the 318 into position number 8, and he is on the charge towards your lead group, with Dalton Haynes leading at the end of lap 5.
Yeah, Frankie Mossman doing a good job here. I believe he just retook the fastest lap of the race. And as I say that, Norberg went quicker, actually, a 47.4 for Ryan. He's going about a tenth quicker, a tenth and a half quicker than the top 3. And Hayden Jones probably knows his teammate's on his way. Going to go in turn number 4. Haynes going to go around the outside there of Jacob Kolar. We see Haynes. He gets creative here in X30. Is he going to go in 6? Going to think better of it, stay in line here right behind Hayden Jones.
Into turn number 8 here. Does anyone go back to the inside? Dalton does. Last second on the brakes and through. Kolar's going to go alongside for the lead. He is clear. Jacob Kolar to the point now out of turn 9. Norberg's on the outside with no way to get down to the bottom. Jones, Mossman, Nick Terlecki lined up there as well through 11, and he'll get by on Ryan. Here comes Paulie, 3 wide down the front straightaway. Massimino to the inside for 5th, and Norberg goes back through on Terlecki, who has to go to the cut through. Nick Terlecki bounces it in the dirt up the hill.
Yeah, to me it seemed like that rear bumper of Ryan Norberg just clipped the front bumper there of Nick Terlecki, which kind of sent him off to the wayside, and he had to take the escape route into the grass to kind of avoid clobbering into those barriers. So good, I guess, evasive driving there by Nick Terlecki to kind of keep himself in the fight here. He's up to 5th, just on the edge of the top 10, I should say, but with very dirty tires as the rookie Jackson Wolney going to go through an 8.
Jackson Wolney, his X30 Pro debut amongst a couple of rookies making their first senior start here this weekend. He has now gotten himself out of the mid-pack fray. Another one of those rookies is right there. Carter McMurray picking up a spot on Brandon Carr back in turn 11. Carter now up into the 8th position at the end of lap number 7. Still a long ways to go, but Jacob Kolar leading the way with Dalton Haynes in tow. Hayden Jones and then Frankie Mossman a couple of car lengths back from the top 2. It was such a cool story a couple of years back here, Caleb. Jacob Kolar and his family, their apartment they were renting down in Key West completely burned down. They lost all of their belongings in that house fire. They were able to get a GoFundMe going, and a ton of support came from the entire karting community that not only allowed them to continue their lives, but also to get behind the wheel a little more. Kevin Harvick himself helped be a partner to sponsor him at this event previously, and it has given new life to a career that may or may not have been back behind the wheel. Now, Jacob Kolar, a year later here, I believe, if not 2, is leading the way here at the IAME Grand National Championship Final in his own father and son duo team. The Vice Racing Group has a lot of supporters back in South Florida, and they are leading here with 8 laps complete. Still a long way to go, but what an impressive showing they have had here on Sunday.
Yeah, and right behind him, Dalton Haynes. I mean, you talk about this kid's projection throughout the karting ranks. He showed up here at the IAME Grand Nationals all the way back at the start of Kart Chaser in 2021, surprised everybody by qualifying up at the front. He ended up the weekend with the podium, and then he came back his second year, unfortunately had a DNF, and then last year that wait finally came to an end when he put on a ride for the X30 Pro shootout here and for the X30 Pro main event, and he went up against the best driver in the world at the time, Joe Turney, and he was able to get the better of him in an all-out brawl all the way to the end, and that wait finally was over for Dalton Haynes, and this year he finds himself in the same spot, fighting up at the front, fighting for another race victory, and looks to put himself as the first driver to go back-to-back in IAME Grand National Championships.
As the clouds continue to roll in here and that sunshine has gone away once again. Remember, folks, they've only got to get to halfway for the race to be official. They technically should be going all the way to lap 25, and they'll do everything in their power to let the drivers race it out so long as it's safe. But at that same point here, the moment they get past lap 13, this race could end at any time. Nick Eggleston making a move there at the back. That's the only pass right now being made as we have spread them out a little, and we're starting to see the real pretenders versus contenders kind of sort themselves out. Justin Ataconis, fastest kart inside the top 6 right now. Ryan Norberg has the fastest lap, but the two of them, along with Paulie Massimino, were all a little bit better or even with the leaders here. So Jacob Kolar, Dalton Haynes, and then back through this group here, all the way to Brandon Carr in 9th. I mean, evenly matched, as even as it gets right now, with just a matter of hundreds and little mistakes making the difference between the rest of the field.
Yeah, mistakes like that are definitely not going to help you out when you have drivers of this caliber chasing you down and, breathing down on your neck almost, as everybody going through this first couple of corners. And for Jacob Kolar, you look at the lap times, he's running a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Dalton, but Dalton has a really good run on the back straightaway. He looks on the inside of turn number 4. He's able to get clear on exit. Hayden Jones is brought right back into play. Frankie Mossman isn't too far off, and with him, Paulie Massimino, Justin Ataconis closing down their gap as well.
So the reigning event champion, Dalton Haynes, takes the lead, and Hayden Jones, the fastest driver through the weekend, goes into second now. Kolar back into third, and the next one up to challenge will be fast Frankie Mossman, although he kind of tripped himself up off the back of Kolar's rear bumper, and that'll buy Jacob some breathing room to kind of clean those tires back off and hit the reset button. Further back, Paulie Massimino's fallen victim to Ryan Norberg. He's faded to 7th, and Carter McMurray is following the 9-time champ up the road. So let's see if the 340 can find a way around Paulie Massimino, as there's the race director pointing to the sky. We are starting to get some liquid sunshine. The rain is here, and this is going to get really interesting now, as Dalton Haynes will be the first one to try and make sure he doesn't overcook the grip and go too far off the racetrack.
You just got to hold on to what you got at this point. For Dalton Haynes, you have to tiptoe your way around the racetrack. It's going to start to get wet, and everything online is going to be super slippery with all the rubber that's been laid down, Xander.
This is going to get super interesting, folks. It already was shaping up to be an amazing main event. Now it's going to get even more crazy. Kolar back to the inside there at 11. He'll take over second, and we hit the halfway mark officially. 13 down, 12 to go. This race is official. It's sudden death here, and as long as it stays like this or a little more, it'll be okay. But if we get lightning in the area, or if we get a torrential downpour where rain tires will be the only safe tire to keep the drivers on, that could end it prematurely. So you've got to go. You cannot afford to wait. Kolar knows that, and if it rains anywhere as much as this, as quick as this, it definitely is in South Florida. Jacob Kolar's got a lot of experience in the wet here. He knows what to do, as Paulie Massimino now falls victim finally to Carter McMurray. So the rookie is into 7th, and it's Dalton Haynes trying to back up his title and get another $5,000 payday. Jacob Kolar looking for his first career Pro National win, and Hayden Jones trying to at least get one trophy this weekend that has a number 1 on it, and not a 2, and not a 3, as he rides in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, it's been almost over 365 days since Dalton Haynes last won a race. For Jacob Kolar, still looking to break out here and get himself on the top step of the IAME Grand's national podium. And for Hayden Jones, who his last win came all the way back at the United States Pro Kart Series when we ended off the 2023 championship here. He looks to get back up there on the podium. It's been over 300 days for him as we look on the radar.
There's a look at it here at the storms that are right close to us. We are that red dot in the top center of the screen. You can see that this wave of rain has just formed around us, and we've got a new leader, Jacob Kolar, to the point in turn 11. They are all stacked up behind the 305 machine. Haynes going to go back to it in 1. Kolar stays side by side, and he goes off the racetrack. Jacob Kolar holds the lead, but now there's dirt everywhere. Haynes side by side with Jones. Hayden Jones into second. Mossman, Ataconis, they're all slipping and sliding right now through turn 4.
Everybody with dirty tires at this stage of the race. Jacob Kolar, it looked like something flew off of his go-kart there, so I don't know if that's going to have a post-race penalty or what, but he's doing a good job to keep it out in front. And there goes Frankie Mossman on the inside, looking to hold on to it there. And Hayden Jones around the outside drops the tire into the dirt.
Frankie Mossman now into P2. They are tripped up. Haynes is off the racetrack and wide. Norberg into 3rd. Ataconis on the inside of Jones for 4th. He'll get through. Massimino to 5th. McMurray 6th. Haynes and Jones collide again. Jones hangs on for 7th. Still plenty of laps to go as they let them race on. Jacob Kolar, if there's no call made there for that move, he might have been able to buy himself a gap here to try and bring it home. But there's still a lot of racing to go here, Caleb, as a move is finally completed for Dalton on Hayden in turn 4. Brandon Carr looking on back there, but it's Kolar to Mossman to Ryan Norberg in third. $5,000 on the line, and it's 8.5 laps to decide it here as Massimino takes it down the inside on Justin Ataconis. And an update on the lap times as well of where the conditions lie. Well, granted, there was a lot of shoving that lap, but they were the lap prior at least half a second to a full second slower. Part of that is the new tires wearing out, and part of it is the rain hitting the surface and taking that grip level lower and lower and lower. McMurray now into the top 5 and make it into 4th here with a nice move on the comp cart in turn 1.
Yeah, a good move there by Carter McMurray to get himself inside of the top 5 podium. Massimino not going to waste time. He looks to go back. Haynes wanted to go on Ataconis, but they're all going to the bottom of the racetrack. McMurray going to concede the spot to Paulie Massimino now, who's all the way up, back up to the 4th spot. And for McMurray, going to be back in 5th now, chasing Paulie. Paulie not going to waste any time. Going to go to the bottom of the racetrack to defend. Dalton looking to set up an over-under move. He's going to go side by side with Justin Ataconis.
Single file into turn 9 as this group battles on for position number 4. Ryan Norberg last time around was only even to Jacob Kolar and Frankie Mossman. What are the gaps when they hit the line this time? Once again, even for 1st and 2nd. Norberg a 10.5 better as he starts to chop that gap down from 1.8 to 1.68 seconds now from the lead. Here's Massimino again leading that pack on the backstretch. McMurray's going to answer back, and so does Dalton to the inside of Ataconis. He'll drive him a little wide, and Hayden Jones can get through as well.
Yeah, Hayden Jones got through there. Heads up driving by Hayden to find the gap and get himself through for Carter McMurray. Now, is he going to defend or is he going to take the normal line? Defending from Paulie Massimino, who's going to follow him on the bottom of the racetrack. Dalton looking to set up an over-under. Not going to have enough space to get that move done. Carr going side by side with Ataconis now. He's going to be stuck on the outside. Terlecki sets up the over-under. Not close enough there to get the move done on the two of them. And you see Ataconis wanting help from Carr further back, but that Kart Republic is definitely starting to come to life in the closing stage of this race.
We have not seen Nick Terlecki since he had his off-track excursion in the runoff here out of turn number 1. He's now back in the top 10, but look how much time is given up here. It's going to be a 3-man fight for the win at this rate. Carter McMurray, Paulie Massimino, Dalton Haynes, and Hayden Jones can't decide who needs to lead, but they're all losing nearly a full second a lap, at least half a second last time. They're going to have to bank on a lot of attrition in front of them and maybe some more slips and slides here from the top 3. But another move low from Carter around the outside from Dalton. Still there in the dirt, side by side. He'll at least get by Paulie, who's going to look to cross him over with nowhere to go. So move Haynes back up 1 spot higher in the top 5. At the line, 5 laps to go. Now another move there. Massimino, a little bump and run to Haynes, and they're still fighting further back. Meanwhile, with 5 laps remaining, Jacob Kolar is trying to hang on and make a name for himself in the same way Dalton Haynes did 1 year ago. But Frankie Mossman picked up 2/10 over the last few laps. Norberg has picked up nearly a full half second over the last few laps. So it is not over yet. The top 3 are closing in, and the fight for 4th is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, everybody's still fighting for the last of the podium places here in this one, and they continue to go at it. Dalton Haynes looking to set up that over-under again on Carter McMurray. They're going side by side. Haynes around the outside. Massimino going to follow McMurray low. They're going to make contact. Wheel banging all the way through. Massimino to the bottom of the racetrack. Hayden Jones going to help Massimino get through. Dalton going to get freight train here in turn 12.
4 laps to go. Ryan Norberg has arrived on the scene for second on Frankie Mossman there. He did not go by yet in turn 1. This pack here from 4th on back continues to fight. Norberg close. Frankie knows it, but they both were gaining on Kolar. Kolar just pulled further away there now from these two, and he's opened that gap to 0.8 of a second. This will be massive for Jacob right now, but for Frankie Mossman, he's got to worry about Ryan behind, and he's going to start to block there on the inside in turn 8.
Yeah, fighting for the second spot here. Ryan looking to set up that over-under, and he's going to get it done quite nicely there by Ryan Norberg to get clear. And this time around, going to have just 3 laps to get it done here. And points out his helmet, telling Frankie to work together and get themselves up to the rear bumper of Jacob Kolar. We'll see how much time they lost that time around, and not that much, just a second back at the moment for Ryan Norberg.
This is nerve-wracking stuff here. Last year, Caleb, it was hard to stay in your seat as you see the rain continues to fall when you had one of the best in the sport, Joe Turney, pressuring Dalton Haynes at the end. And we've got a very similar story. Ryan Norberg, one of the most decorated American karting drivers of his generation, the 9-time Pro Division champ, trying to hunt down Jacob Kolar, the kid from Key West, when he was growing up and driving 4 hours every weekend to the nearest track in Homestead, Florida, with his father in the van, as there is problems there for the 325. Pierce Jaso has hit the wall, but for Jacob Kolar and his father Jerry, as he sees 2 laps to go, this has been the culmination of a life's work and weekend spent sleeping overnight in the Sprinter van to try and stay behind the wheel and train. Mossman now to second. The rain has shown up. Look at the downpour. A lap and a half to go, and we've got an absolute monsoon. Kolar goes wide in turn 4.
Oh, Frankie Mossman's into the wall. He found himself in the paint and just couldn't save it there. Mossman slams into the wall. Ryan Norberg holds on to the second spot, but slipping and sliding for Jacob Kolar.
It rains a lot in South Florida. Kolar looks back, and he still sees the purple, blue, and pink machine is close. Ryan Norberg trying to catch the 305. He's a bit too far back. The Orlando, Florida native, a second and a half away. Red flags waving. It is over. It is all over with the red flags out now. Jacob Kolar is going to get it with 1 lap shy. The 305. Jacob Kolar wins the IAME Grand National Championship.
How about it for this kid from Key West? He showed up when he had to, and he gets it done here in X30 Pro. Ryan Norberg across the line in second. Looks like Paulie Massimino going to come across in third here. Unfortunate there for Frankie Mossman, who was stepping in for Austin Garrison here this weekend, and it all fell apart there in the end for Frankie, who found himself in the wall. If we do go, I think, a lap back, or I think that red flag could have obviously been out for Frankie. I don't want to speculate all too much here, but that was a very, very wild end to that main event, Xander, and this is exactly what we get year in and year out at the IAME Grand National Championships.
A new star is born. Vice Racing, the small powerhouse team of Jacob Kolar and his father Jerry, have conquered the beast. They have won the IAME Grand National Championship, and representing South Florida in the 305, they are victorious as they roll into the scale line. Ryan Norberg comes up 1 spot shy of a clean sweep of the X30 overall mains on the weekend. P2 for the 348, and like you said, if it goes back 1 lap prior, Frankie Mossman will end up P3, but we'll see where the official results end up. In nothing else, Jacob Kolar is a feel-good story for many here, folks, and about the dedication that it has taken to get to this point. His first Pro National win, and Alex, I'll send it on down to you.
Yeah, we're getting poured on down here now. No wonder the red flag came out here. But for Jacob Kolar and Vice Racing, you did it for the Florida crew. You see the fence lines are lined up for you, buddy. What does this mean to you?
I mean, it means the world. I mean, going into this, I knew we had pace, but I didn't know we were going to come out victorious like this. And then, the red flag, that just gave me a little bit more confidence. And then I know we won it, so that's just, I have no words.
I mean, describe to me what it was like to go out there in the racetrack with these treacherous conditions in the final couple of laps.
Yeah, it was really hard. I mean, being in first with these conditions, super hard. You don't know when to brake, when to turn. So I just kind of had to put my mindset to, what I have to do in Homestead and stuff like that. So I just slowed down the corners, went a little bit tighter, hit the curbs, and it worked out perfectly. Lastly here, Jacob, who do you want to thank for this incredible victory? I want to thank everyone at home, all of Vice Racing, my dad, my mom, my dog, all of Vice Racing, Keith, his dad, all the other boys at home, Marcos, Mark, all of them. That means a lot to me. They support me so much. Thank you.
Congratulations, Jacob.
Thank you.
What an impressive performance by Jacob Kolar, and you can see the heavens have opened here in the final few laps, and it threw an absolute wrench into everything in this X30 Pro main event. With the results, again, all provisional, folks, it shows Jacob Kolar, nothing to worry about, I believe, on his end with whether or not that red flag goes a lap early or not. The 305 is on top. Ryan Norberg provisionally second. If it goes back a lap, Frankie Mossman will be saved by the bell and end up P3. Carter McMurray, a top 5, a podium at the IAME Grand National Championship on his X30 Pro home track debut, his second ever start. Paulie Massimino once again goes 4 for 4 of standing on the box here this weekend and in the money with a 5th place result. Hayden Jones 6th. Brandon Carr, rookie Nix Eggleston, a top 10 on debut, Nick Terlecki, and Justin Ataconis, just ahead of last year's champion, Dalton Haynes. My goodness, is there a lot to run back from that race, Caleb?
Yeah, that's a lot to recap here, Xander, but I mean, these drivers delivered some great racing action all the way through. Carter McMurray finally able to get up there on the box here at his home track and get up there. One for the rookies as well, so good to see Carter up there. And for Jacob Kolar, I mean, you see Mike Speed, the congratulations there by him. They're pitted right next to each other, so that's a great sign to see. And for this kid, all year long, whenever we showed up at AMR Homestead earlier on this year, he was one of the favorites going into that weekend. And then whenever you come back to the IAME Grand Nationals to do what he did last year, and he just fell a couple of spots short there in the main event and just kind of, didn't have the pace to fight up there with the top 5. And then you look back to this year where he's up there and fighting and, comes away with the race victory like this. It's definitely going to mean a lot to him.
No doubt about it. This win is going to catapult their program, Vice Racing, and more than anything else, solidify all the hard work that Jacob Kolar has put in over the years. There is his father, Jerry, with the hat on as well. What an awesome run for both, and so many congratulations here. A real feel-good story for the second year in a row. We get an upset winner, one that probably didn't have the highest odds going in, but at the same point drove his tail off through the entire weekend of events. And this is a track, like I mentioned in the Superheat, that Jacob has been never the best at, compared to some of the other places he's been able to race. But he's worked hard, it's paid off, and now he is your 2024 IAME USA Grand National Champion in the headline division, X30 Pro. Again, Ryan Norberg will end up with one heck of a prize haul. $5,000 last night in the X30 shootout, and an additional couple grand here to go on the podium in the X30 Pro main event. That was a scary moment as well there for fast Frankie Mossman. Hopefully he is okay. That was a hard impact with the outside retaining wall. So we've got a lot to catch up on, folks. We'll see you on the other side of the break here. Podiums will return. We'll talk with more drivers as well. It's been a crazy afternoon, and the last 5 laps, really the last 10, all of a sudden had a massive wrench thrown into it when the rain hit the racetrack and the heavens opened in that X30 Pro main.
Behind the wheel, from Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Apologies for the bit break in the action here, folks, on the live feed. Once again, we are just kind of cleaning everything up from a very, very crazy end to that X30 Pro main event. We saw the rain hitting and really began to open up and downpour in the last lap and a half or so under green. And on that with 2 laps to go moment, Frankie Mossman and Ryan Norberg duking it out for position number 2. Very, very scary impact. Mossman went into the wall. Carter McMurray also into the wall, and there was more contact further back. That's what drew the red flag out. Frankie Mossman's getting attended to by the on-site medical team. He was awake, alert, all good on that front at least. But it was a very scary impact. He's in a lot of pain right now, and he's still getting checked over. We do have at least a number of our top contenders that we'll be having Alex chat with here from it. And results are still all provisional, as there's a lot of review to go on because there was, well, a lot going on in that X30 main event, Caleb.
No, for sure. I mean, it was a very action-packed race from green checkered or green or red, like I guess we can put it. But it was a wild race in the end. And then there's, like you said, a lot going on into review right now. And your top 5 finishers, again, they definitely showed their pace and showed why they should be up there at the front. So it was a great showing by all those drivers.
We're going to go down on to hear from one of those drivers that had a great showing here all weekend. Paulie Massimino is 4 for 4 on the box. The KA shootout win. Now he becomes the only driver that's won both shootouts. And I believe he may be one of the only drivers, if not the only driver, to stand on the podium in all 4 major events for the senior classes. He's down on the grid here with Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Paulie, let's focus on the X30 portion here first. Wet and wild out there. I mean, what was it like inside the cockpit?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping that it was going to start raining because in the dry we were just missing a little bit of pace. Not too much, just enough to be able to let them inch away from us and struggle a little bit. So definitely got to go back to the drawing board on that, figure out what we need. But it's only very little bit. Once the rain came out, I was okay. I was just kind of watching the people in front of me and see what they were doing. I was backing it up a little bit. Still trying to race, against Carter and that whole pack behind me. But, yeah, it got a little wild. Don't really know where I finished. I think I know where I should have finished, but we'll see once they release the results.
It's funny you say go back to the drawing board for a guy who didn't miss the podium all weekend long. So, Paulie, I mean, how would you kind of rate your weekend here at the IAME Grands?
I think we had a great weekend. Obviously, winning the KA shootout was awesome. It wasn't, like I said, wasn't expecting that at all, but able to pull that one out. And then even in last night in X30, we had a good run. Same thing there, just missing a hair against those 2 guys that got us. But and then the KA final, it was a wild one. We were running up front, had a little group going, and then I just kind of got bulldozed out of the way. So fell all the way back to, I think, 15th. Got lucky with the red, and yeah, once we went back green, just kind of put my head down, start beating laps together, and yeah, got back up at the front. I was trying to stay calm and try to work with the guy in third to try and get to the lead, but we had different plans, so but good result. And then, like I said, just missing a little bit in X30.
Shifting focus back to the X30 main event, the field spread out around the halfway point of that race. Looking back in it, is there anything you think you could have done differently to change your result at all?
It's hard to say. I mean, the rain really threw a big curveball in it. I think if it would have stayed dry, I was just kind of more of a sitting duck. But since the rain came out, maybe I could have tried attacking Carter a little bit sooner. But we were just kind of playing a little bit of cat and mouse. So for me I would have to throw it in super hard, and that's not something I wanted to do.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to let Paulie step to the side here, actually, to bring in Hayden Jones. Hayden, a driver just like Paulie, where you and him were going toe-to-toe in the KA, heats into the main event as well. So strong in KA, strong in X30 as well. I mean, how would you kind of summarize how your weekend's gone?
I'd say it went pretty well also. K final, we put on a practice engine because it was raining, so I didn't have it there. It was just straight up pace that we didn't have for that, but tried to make the best of it. It's fun doing that type of shootout, and going to the X30 shootout, I had it almost, but Ryan just put some fast laps there at the end. I tried to push too hard, made a mistake, finished second to number 9 time. So, he's won so much stuff that it's almost like second nature to him. K final, I got a bad start off the restart and then made my way forward the last couple laps, and the car was really fast. We made a couple of changes for that final, and I mean, I thought I would have had a chance to win, but I saw the 2 to go, and I was just too far back at that point. And then the X30 final there, we were pretty fast. We were up front the whole time, and then it was like right before the rain started to come, the kart fell off a little, and then the rain came. I started picking my pace back up, and then I just, Paulie said it, we just had different plans than the other people.
I mean, how tough was it out there? We heard from Kolar, we've heard from a couple other drivers as well that I've been speaking to in the paddock. How treacherous was it out there on the racetrack?
I don't really think it was too hard. It honestly made it easier to drive once the rain came out because we weren't pulling the G-forces. Easier on the arms because I've done enough laps this weekend to probably kill someone. But, overall it was just fun weekend, good results. It's only my 5th race of the year, so, I mean, I'm really happy where I ended up compared to all these people that are driving every weekend.
Thank you, Hayden.
Thank you.
Quite a performance here from Hayden Jones and the Rollison Performance Group entire camp, right? Kai Hunter victorious in the KA100 main event. Ryan Norberg in the X30 shootout. As Hayden mentioned, this is only race number 5. His year didn't start till March in Orlando, and it's really weekend number 5. This is not a guy with a lot of testing, not a guy with a lot of laps, a limited schedule, and he still looks as fresh as ever, if not better than ever before. So great to hear from him and Paulie. We've got more we want to chat with, so let's go back on down to you, Alex, here on pit lane.
Thank you, Xander. Carter McMurray, what a weekend for you. I mean, you made your X30 Pro senior debut at MCC. It went pretty well, but here at your hometown, you put on quite a show for the young guns there. How would you kind of summarize it all, and are you happy with your result?
I think I did pretty good this weekend. Obviously wish I could have done better. I feel like I had pretty good pace all weekend. I just didn't put myself in the right positions at times, and that really kind of got me behind track. But overall, I thought my weekend went really well.
Yeah, for a driver like yourself who has laps around this place, I mean, have you ever experienced something like that where in the middle of a main event with this much, magnitude on the line, it starts to rain on you?
No, I've only ran one race where it started raining, and it was a couple of months ago for a club race. And I definitely thought it would have been a little bit heavier when I started to run the top, and then Paulie was still there, and he could easily run the bottom and get by me. But when it started raining, it just all went to heck, and I ended up in the wall. But, yeah, it was definitely a crazy one.
We spoke before the main event. I was joking with you on the fence line, pointing out the dark clouds. You're like, listen, Alex, I hope it doesn't rain. You were pretty quick in the rain. Do you think your opinion has changed now?
Probably not. I still don't really like the rain, even though I feel like I'm pretty decent when it's actually raining. But I feel like that was just like a little bit poor decision making.
Thank you, Carter. One more thing. I mean, for such an incredible result, at the age of 13 years old, I mean, who would you want to thank for this awesome result for you?
I can't thank Mr. Tim Shutt at Timmy Tech. He's been truly amazing to me and my family, and he's just a really great guy. My dad, Bass Pro Shops, and just everybody, BBS Racing Engines, and everybody that's helped me.
Thank you, Carter.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll let Carter step away here. Bring Dalton Haynes. Eventful day for you, I'd say, in both classes, but let's focus on the X30 side of things. I mean, what do you think happened, and where did it kind of go wrong for you? The result's still pretty good, but midway through, you seem to have lose sight of the leaders.
Yeah, so my race was perfect almost all the way through, and then I went to pass Kolar as soon as Hayden got to my bumper in turn 1, and he held the outside. I was fully alongside him, and then he took the cut through. So to be honest, if you look at the video, I'm literally wheel to wheel with him, and then he just cuts the track. So, I mean, congrats to him for winning. I don't think they should return it. He deserves the win, but definitely kind of crazy there. And then Hayden stuck his nose in turn 3 after that because I had to go so deep with Kolar, and then he cut the track. So then I went to the right, and then I tried to just stay on the outside, and I was literally side by side with Hayden. He was on my back, my side pod, and he just turns left into me and shoves me into the dirt. So I don't really know what you want me to do there. And then I had dirt on my tires going into 4, so I lost 2 positions there, and then the race just fell apart from there. And I tried to do damage control, but the field kept white lining, so I tried to go around the outside. Got Paulie at one point around the outside, then I tried to do it again, and it just didn't work. I tried to over-under McMurray, and then I just got Norberg just stuffed the train through, and then when I just got trained. So from then it was just I didn't even care anymore. But, yeah, the race really got thrown away when Kolar went wide, cut the track, and then Hayden just turned left into. I looked at the video. You can see his wheels to the left, just turning into me. So that's how my weekend went. But
I want to thank the TV team. They did an amazing job. The SLA, Santi and Sebastian Artizon. Thanks to Max Macha. He finally got his confidence back, got a P2. Thanks to the Race Lab guys. They got me the go-kart after road tax, and we got a P2 in KA, so I'm happy. I think we definitely had the pace to win. Thank you to Speed Labs Racing Engines and A2Z for KA. So it was a good weekend, you know. Some weekends it's your weekend, some weekends it's not, you know, but I had fun this weekend.
Thank you, Dalton.
Thank you.
All right, well, see if we can get a couple more drivers to join us here for interviews. But before we do that, I'll send it on back to you boys up in the booth to talk a little bit more about what we saw in the X30 main.
Yeah, I think breaking down a couple of the moments that were pretty critical, right? As Dalton mentioned, the officials were still reviewing, and the last communication we've had from them was that that moment of Jacob Kolar going through the cut-through here at turn number 1 was under review. As things stand, there's obviously more important matters at hand right now, and that is, of course, making sure that Frankie Mossman gets all the care that he needs and is tended to. It was a very, very scary moment that happened for the SCR Red Speed driver. But here's a look back at the shopakr.com replay of what Dalton was mentioning there. Down the inside, Kolar obviously knew at that point in the race he was doing everything he could to hold the position. Like Dalton mentioned, I mean, this is you know, at this point into the corner, right, side by side, you can see Jacob had time to react as he turns in. Typically, the ruling is you've got to be halfway up along the passing driver or the driver being passed for them to see you before they turn their front tires, and you've got the right of way to get through the corner. Jacob, I think, saw Dalton and wanted to fight the position, and then as contact ended up sending Jacob off into the weeds, he ended up staying okay, and as Dalton mentioned, that kind of was the beginning of backwards momentum and a backwards slide for him that hurt his race a bit.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's, I guess, one of the things that a lot of other drivers talked about as well in the post-race interview. So it was interesting to say the least, but again, that's still under review, so we're not sure of what that, official standing of the race is. But again, more important matters at hand. We send our best wishes to Frankie Mossman.
He is obviously still on property right now. We saw him passing by a couple of times with the medical team. It was just a really, really quick impact of another driver. We believe it may have been another one of the OTKs around maybe the 8th to 15th spot. From what we could tell in the blur, it might have been one of the Hotz TD OTKs that got into the side of Frankie. It wasn't from the initial impact. We obviously saw that on the live feed when Frankie did get into the wall. Not long after, Carter McMurray went into the wall, and then then another driver going wide and also hitting the wet spot, hitting the paint, losing control, made side-to-side contact with Frankie, and that was where the moment turned scary for a second. So, again, best wishes to Frankie. I know he's on site. I know he can hear us as well, that hopefully he is going to be able to be, all right, obviously, in all fronts. He's got a very promising racing career ahead. Just wrapped up his USF Pro 2000 weekend last week in Portland. And I was doing this as a fun one-off. I know the plan is hopefully to take him to the major marquee event at the end of the year, the Las Vegas Super Nationals in November. So Frankie's super, super fast on the street circuits, and, well, he will definitely be a factor when we go there. But from a very wet and wild ending in the last 10 laps from Trackhouse Motorplex here at the IAME USA Grand National Championship, podium ceremonies will be wrapping up or picking up here shortly on the live feed. In the meantime, I want to thank you for joining us for all of the awesome coverage we've been able to bring to you, our hardworking kart chaser team, and of course everyone at IAME USA East and Trackhouse Motorplex have given us plenty of big moments here over the last 4 years of this awesome event, and well, there was plenty more here throughout the day today. From the Superheat action all the way through to the main events, for Caleb Vieska, for myself, Xander Clements, and all of us here at KC, at Trackhouse, at IAME East. I want to thank you for tuning in. Thank you for joining us for this fantastic weekend. And with that, the on-track action's concluded. Podiums will continue later on in the evening here from the IAME Grand National Championship for 2024.